I fell in love with a man who already knew everything about me. I just didn't realize I knew nothing about him. This is the lie he knew. The night I met Dara felt like fate. A quiet bar, low light, his eyes fixed on mine like I was the only person in the room. He asked questions no one had ever asked me before, about my fears, my childhood, the things I kept buried even from myself. And I answered. God, I answered everything. It felt easy, natural. I told myself it was because we connected, because sometimes, when something is right, you just know. I was wrong, because Dara knew exactly who I was from the very beginning, and I only found out later. 20 years ago, my Aunt Joanna was murdered. Brilliant, beautiful, gone in a way that shattered my family beyond repair. My mother never recovered. None of us really did. The man who was convicted of killing her? Dara's uncle. That's not a coincidence. That's not fate. That's a lie. Now the man I love is standing in front of me, telling me he didn't plan for this, that he didn't expect to fall for me, that everything we built together somehow became real along the way. And then he tells me something that changes everything all over again. He doesn't believe his uncle is guilty. He thinks my aunt's killer is still out there, which means one of us is living inside a story that isn't true. Either the man I love has been lying to me from the start, or my family has been. Because if the past we've been clinging to for 20 years is built on the wrong truth, then digging it up won't just uncover a killer, it will destroy everything we thought we knew. And this time, love won't be enough to survive it. Prologue. What did you see in your final moments, Joanna? Did you notice the geese? Their V-shaped dive as they descended on a distant field to plunder its grasses? Did you pause to admire the glide of swans across the estuary? A church steeple would have been visible, just about, as would the viaduct with its spanned arches, and the thin line of a train passing over it. You grew up beside the Ida Trail and had been running it since you were a child. Once, it offered a route to Broadwater Village, but modern roads and progress had made it defunct. You loved the solitude you found there. I close my eyes and visualize you, in your black shorts and neon pink top, your legs moving rhythmically, the matching flash of neon on your trainers. On your left, the hedgerows, overgrown as always, and the canopies of trees standing tall behind the wall shadowed your footsteps. On your other side, there was nothing. No wall or railing to prevent the long drop into the estuary. A false step could have tumbled you into the water below, but you were careful, used to running on circular tracks with clearly delineated lanes. You'd left the house unobserved after our row, or so you believed, and running always set you to rights again. Were you dreaming of him as you crested the inclines? No perspiration, no heavy breathing. You were at the peak of fitness that afternoon. The path ahead, the metaphorical one I mean, was clear. No more misunderstandings. You were brutal with the truth, and the way ahead had a glitter that you could finally grasp. What concern did you have for my broken heart? My accusations mere scatterings that you could sweep aside. On and on you ran along that twisted path, with its dangerous gradients, its sudden tripwires, outstretched brambles and fallen branches, the slick of moss and mulch. You avoided them all. You were on familiar territory, and confident as the rise of the trail drew you upwards. The ground muffled danger. If you heard the break of twigs, the swish of branches, the startled flutter of wings, you paid no heed to those warnings. When you stopped at the highest point of the Ida Trail to admire the sweep of the estuary, the sun splashed gold on the water, and you basked in its glow. It was fast. I knew where to strike, and you were dead before you reached the water. Instantaneous. The wound so precise that no other possibility existed. That's what I've been told, but who can tell? I loved you. I trusted you. But I wanted you to suffer. You played with my heart and paid no heed to the pain you caused when you broke your promise. You were the nation's golden girl, and I, hurting and vengeful, turned you into a memory. Chapter 1. Alicia. 20 years later, he's following her again. The urge to run faster and increase the distance between them is simply that, an urge that quickly passes. This is a training session, not a competition, and Alicia Hart knows, from discreet observations, that the man running behind her has long, muscular legs, capable of achieving a bigger stride than she could ever manage. Speed should be built into her chromosomes. She has a family pedigree that should have made this an inherited right, but that vital gene has bypassed her. In the Arches, she's considered to be a reliable runner who will always reach the finish line, no matter how long it takes, but will never hold a trophy aloft. September has been a mild month, apart from the storm that roared in on an orange alert and shook the trees along Estuary Road from their autumn tranquility into an early leaf fall. Burgundy and copper, yellow gold and bronze, they rise in a brisk flurry as Alicia runs through them. Soon they will turn to mulch, but for now they crunch and rustle under her feet with a satisfying crispness. He's drawing nearer. Maybe it's not him. Just because he followed the same pattern during the last 2 runs doesn't mean he's doing so again this evening, except that she knows he is.
Call it feminine intuition, or an educated guess, maybe even wish fulfillment. It doesn't matter. His pace is quickening, and he'll soon come into view alongside her. She resists the urge to look behind. The estuary is glassily still, unlike her pulse, which quickens as their shadows merge. Now they are running in harmony, his breath easy and relaxed. Dara. That's all she remembers from the introductions that were made outside the Broadwater Sports and Leisure Centre when he joined the Arches 2 weeks ago. She was hardly aware of him then. He was simply another member of the ever-increasing number of runners who prefer to train with a group rather than tackling long distances on their own. Later, on his first run with them, he slowed deliberately before passing her out and smiled directly at her. He does it again now, a smile that lightens his concentrated stare, which she finds exciting, yet disconcerting. She wishes he'd move on instead of remaining alongside her. The Arches take themselves seriously. The focus of each member is on improving their personal best for the forthcoming Dublin Marathon. Unwavering determination brings them through their training sessions. Slowing deliberately before passing another runner to exchange glances, not to mention smiles, is not the norm, yet she's filled with a sudden longing to break the silence between them. "Are you in the habit of stalking women when they're trying to improve on their personal best?" she asks. "Is that what you think I'm doing?" His startled expression surprises her. Her question, which was meant as a joke, has obviously taken him aback. "You tell me." She tears her gaze away from him and turns it outward over the estuary. The evenings are shortening, and twilight stokes a fiery hue on the horizon. "I might just do that, but you'll have to catch me first." He quickens his pace and grins over his shoulder before merging with the more experienced runners in front. What lies behind his smile? It lights his eyes and has a contagious quality that draws her to him. The obvious answer is that he's interested in her. That's the explanation her friends would offer. No hesitation. An attraction, hearts colliding, eyes across a crowded room, or, in their case, across the width of the estuary shore. "Embrace it, Alicia," they would say. "Don't brush him off as you normally do with any man who pays attention to you." Once past the estuary, the outline of the BSL, the Broadwater Sports and Leisure Centre, became an acronym almost as soon as it was built, comes into view. The runners gather outside and relax into a series of stretches. Dara's body has an ease about it that makes his moves seem effortless. She must stop looking at him, and he, as if aware he's being watched, stares openly back at her. Jittery and embarrassed, she takes a final stretch before following the group into the centre. "Here come the fallen Arches," Danny, the receptionist, shouts when he sees them. He fancies himself as a wit and makes a variation of the same joke every time they finish a training session. As usual, they ignore him, apart from Katie, the most experienced runner, who sticks her middle finger in the air before pointing it in his direction. After showering and dressing, Alicia checks her phone. Her mother called
and left a voice message about a committee meeting she must attend. If Alicia needs to eat, Imogen Hart Morrison sounded rushed and distracted. There was lasagna in the fridge. Are you coming to the bar with us, Alicia? Lindsay Foster hopes to develop a social aspect to the Arches. The group dynamic is too grim and competitive, she claims, and she's been trying to coax Alicia to join the runners who gather for a drink afterwards. Not tonight. So far, Alicia has ignored her pleas, but thanks for asking. Ah, come on, Alicia, it's just for an hour. It gives us a chance to wind down after the run. Lindsay swirls her unruly red hair in front of a dryer.
You'd be surprised at the information we pick up from each other.
Alicia studies her reflection in the mirror. Lackluster. That's how she looks, and how she feels. She should be glowing after such a long run, her endorphins doing what they're supposed to do. Not tonight, though. Even the strange feeling of elation she felt when Dara ran alongside her has passed. It's hard to stay elated when Sebastian Clark is back in the news again. She should ring her grandmother and see if she's recovered from the shock of seeing the face of the man who murdered her daughter on television earlier this evening. Usually, Helena receives advance warnings if information about him is going to be released. On this occasion, the prison riot was unexpected. No time for warnings when she sat down in the living room to watch the news. Alicia, on her way out to meet the Arches, had found her staring blankly at the screen where the hated face was on view. The usual photograph was displayed, the one taken when he was first arrested. Alicia knows he can't look like that now. He'll still have that dark brown, menacing stare, but his eyes must have narrowed as he learned to see around corners and peer through hidden threats. That thick sweep of black hair must have greyed over the 20 years he served behind bars. His lips must have thinned and become clenched, their cruelty no longer disguised behind a lushness that suggested he was once a handsome man. Would he have put on weight? Surely, the lean energy that gave him speed has been lost under the constraints of a prison yard, where running its length and breadth could never be compared to the shaded pathways of the Ida Trail. He'd been stabbed in the prison riot. Nothing fatal. An injury to his arm that was being treated in hospital. A cup of your special tea, that's what you need, Gran. Alicia had switched off the television before the report ended and opened the drinks cabinet. She removed a bottle of brandy and coaxed her grandmother from the living room into the kitchen. 20 years being assailed by the same name, the same facts. What must it be like? Prison walls were no deterrent. Sebastian Clark still loomed larger than life in the memories of her family. After the kettle boiled and the chamomile tea had been laced with a liberal spoonful of brandy, Helena seemed calmer. You go on, she said. You'll be late for your run. I'm not leaving you on your own, Gran. Honestly, I don't mind missing the training session. I don't want you to do that, darling girl. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your mind's set on running the marathon, so you can't afford to miss these sessions. Off you go now. Just be careful. No solo runs. Make sure you stay close to the Arches. Her warnings are always the same. Warnings that constantly repeat inside Alicia's head. When she joined the Arches, her grandmother's reaction was much as she'd anticipated. Fear and anxiety that her granddaughter was taking up the same activity that had brought such tragedy into their midst. Alicia had argued that it was Sebastian Clark who was responsible for her aunt's murder, but she understood what Helena meant. If Joanna had decided not to run alone along the Ida Trail on that sun-filled summer's day, she could have, would have, Helena always insisted, fulfilled her ambition to become a third-time Olympic gold medalist. Sprinting had been her speciality, but her speed hadn't been enough to outrun her killer. Chill, girl. Lindsay's face appears in the mirror alongside her. Unlike Alicia, she's flushed and vibrant, her hair a tangle of curls. It might never happen, and if it does, you might even enjoy it. That's a definition of optimism if ever I heard one. Alicia smiles back at her. Join us in the bar? Lindsay urges her. You need to wind back those worry lines. Who'll be there? There's Gavin and Jack. Olive usually comes.
So does Breffney. Then there's Marcus, and a few more. Can't remember their names offhand, but you know them all. Oh, and that new guy, Dara Connelly. He'll be there too. Last week he asked me if you ever join us after training. Really? Yes, really. She grins and nudges Alicia with her elbow. "Don't think I haven't noticed him running alongside you." "Passing me, you mean?" "Whatever. Are you coming?" "Just for a few minutes. I've an essay to finish." Lindsay rolls her eyes. "Excuses, excuses. Come on, lighten up. This could be your lucky night." "You go ahead, I'll follow." Alicia waves her off and rummages in her backpack in the hope of finding something that will make her skin glow. She's out of luck. Why should it matter? "I am what I am," she mutters to herself without conviction as she takes the elevator to the bar. She's swamped in his gaze as soon as she enters. Being swamped sounds a bit dramatic, Alicia thinks, but she can't find another way to describe his disturbing scrutiny as she approaches the table where the more socially minded members of the running club have gathered. Chapter 2. Dara. Are you in the habit of stalking women when they're trying to improve on their personal best? She'd been joking, that much was obvious, yet her comment had cut close to the bone. It still disturbs him as she makes her way towards them. She seems cagey, her guarded expression suggesting she's undecided about joining the group. "Alicia's not exactly antisocial, just very private," Lindsay said, when he'd inquired if she ever joined them at the end of a run. With her background, I guess that's not surprising. What would Alicia's reaction have been if he'd told her that on 2 occasions he'd watched her leaving her house on Ida Road? Would she have been shocked to know that he's familiar with the way the road curves sharply around the estuary and where it floods in the high tides? Would her eyes have widened in alarm if he'd admitted to checking her out on social media before they met? The occasional photographs she posts on Instagram or Facebook show her on nights out with friends and funny images of herself after her first run with the Archers. Tongue lolling, eyes rolling, big cheesy grin. No partner appears on any of her social media pages. No cheek-to-cheek images, champagne glasses held high. The only man who features is her stepfather, who stood proudly beside her when she graduated with a law degree from Trinity College, her mortarboard in the air. But of course he didn't say anything to alert her. Moments come and go. Dara's had a few of them since he joined the Archers and was introduced to her. On the first occasion he stalked her. He hates the term, but she's planted it in his mind and it's growing an unwelcome root. He'd hidden at a discreet distance from her house and waited patiently for those spiked gates to open. The security protecting her home is in stark contrast to the detached neighboring houses with their normal-sized gates and screens of trees. He's seen old photographs of Seaster. It used to be an unassuming bungalow with a paved driveway and a garden filled with fuchsia bushes, overflowing clumps of hydrangeas and evergreen shrubberies. No sign of the CCTV cameras and strategically placed spotlights that now guard the perimeter. Alicia had emerged on her bike, a racer, sleek and fast, her long black hair tucked under her helmet. She was wearing shorts and a slim-fitting zipped top with the Archers logo. He'd kept his back to her, but suspected she wouldn't even glance in his direction. Ida Road is a popular stopping-off point for families who come to feed the swans. They are numerous in this isolated curve of the estuary and safe enough to take food from the hands of small children. On his second occasion, Alicia was also the first to come through the gates. Her grandmother followed shortly afterwards in a Ford Fiesta. Just as he was about to give up and leave, Kenneth Morrison drove out in a Peugeot, his wife seated next to him. That was Dara's moment. A window of opportunity that would eventually lead him to this connection with the Archers. If he asks to meet Alicia outside the confines of the BSL, will she accept? She's wary of him. The stalking remark was a joke with an edge. He shakes aside his reservations. Stopping is impossible at this stage. It's up to him to quell any suspicions she may have about him. He needs to focus on the reason that brought him to Seaster, to stand and watch as her family came and went. She must remain oblivious of his intention to penetrate their lives. All that matters to him is finding out what lies hidden beyond those grim, high walls surrounding her home. Chapter 3. Alicia. "There's a seat over here." Lindsay beckons Alicia to a vacant chair beside her. The group has ordered energy drinks and bottled water of the still, sparkling or flavoured variety,
which they pour into tall glasses choked with ice cubes. Alicia would love a glass of chilled white wine, but is nervous about breaking the abstemious atmosphere. The marathon is only a month away, and discipline is at its most rigorous. She settles for a bottle of sparkling water with a dash of lime and listens to conversations about wind dynamics, running shoes, heel blisters, and cardiovascular fitness. Like her, Dara is a passive listener. He turns his attention politely to each person who speaks. She grabs these opportunities to study him. Hazel eyes, sage green flecked with gold, or are they a lustrous shade of grey? He's changed from his running gear into a pair of black jeans and a pale blue shirt, and is wearing brogues instead of his trainers. He's watching her, too late to look away. She's staring back at him for far too long. Signals are exchanged. She's no idea what they mean, yet they've sparked an unfamiliar, lurching sensation in her stomach. Lindsay is discussing heel blisters. She's a martyr to them, no matter how much she spends on running shoes. She shows Alicia a photograph of her most recent outbreak. Pass it around. She hands her phone to Alicia, who reluctantly does as she's told. The obvious unwillingness of the others to view Lindsay's skinned heels means that her phone makes for a record-breaking circuit around the table. Dara is texting while this viewing is taking place, his thumbs moving rapidly over his keypad. Alicia's phone is on silent, yet the faint vibration it makes reverberates through her. He sent her a text. "Do you want to escape as much as I do?" No need for him to sign his name. He must have got her number from the Arch's WhatsApp group. The nod she gives him is received impassively. Somehow, that adds to the subversive thrill she's experiencing. He's busy on his keypad again. "I'm starving. Would you like to go somewhere with me to eat?" Again, she nods. "Where?" "Dunaway's." She taps the name of the nearest pub. "See you there in 15. This time, he's the one who nods a response. He checks his watch and rises, apologizes for rushing off. He's arranged to meet someone special, he says. He appears to be talking to the group in general, yet she knows his words are meant only for her. She can ignore him. It's foolish to follow him when she knows nothing about him, apart from his name. Her grandmother would be horrified, but the last person she wants to think about right now is Helena. She jumps to her feet with such abruptness that the glasses wobble when she rocks the table. Sorry. She steadies Lindsay's energy drink and bends to pick up her backpack. "I have to go." "What's your rush?" Lindsay asks. "The night is but a pup." That's the thing. She grasps Lindsay's comment and runs with it. "I promised my grandmother I'd bring her dog for a walk." "Ah, that's so sweet," Lindsay exclaims. "See you on Sunday." Alicia cycles into the night and takes a shortcut to the village. Dunaway's is visible in the distance, brightly lit and beckoning. She locks her bike to the railing in the car park and enters the pub. He's waiting for her in a small alcove with space for two, designed for intimacy. Is that what he thinks? She almost turns to run, but he's seen her and is beckoning her across. "How did you manage to escape?" he asks when she sits beside him. "I told them I had to walk my grandmother's dog." She's flushed from cycling and still out of breath. "Good excuse," he nods approvingly. "How far do you intend to walk me?" "How far are you willing to go?" There is something so reassuring about his smile that she feels her back softening, her shoulders relaxing. "As far as it's possible to go without developing heel blisters like Lindsay," he says. They laugh together. A shared joke. That has to be a good start. "Do you really believe I'm stalking you?" he asks after the waitress has departed with their orders. His gaze is direct, his head tilted quizzically. Her throwaway remark must have got under his skin. "All I know is that you've been watching me ever since you joined the Arches," she replies. "That's because you looked familiar. At least, that's what I thought when we were introduced. I was sure we'd met somewhere before, but couldn't figure where that could be." "I'm good with faces," she says. "You don't feature anywhere in my memory bank." "I've reached that same conclusion." He smiles and shrugs, as if it's of no importance. "After deciding that you didn't belong to my past, I realized I should look to the future instead and get to know you." "Is that why you were in the bar tonight?" Guilty as charged. He brings his hands together and bows. I apologize sincerely for enticing you away from those stimulating discussions about shin splints and groin strains. You've forgotten Gary's digestive tract issues. Believe me,
I haven't. His exaggerated shudder makes them laugh again. It's so easy. Merriment on tap. Tonight was my third time to hear about them, he adds, but it was worth it when you joined us. Am I forgiven? Absolutely. She averts her gaze. There's something in his eyes that draws her inward, but she's not exactly sure to where that is. She needs to hold on to her senses. Her relationships with men have been fleeting. They're too unpredictable. She's seen what love has done to her friends. The wringing of hands and hearts, endless tears. As for her family history, Alicia lurches away from that reminder and settles her attention on a television set that's within eye range. Pizzas, garlic bread, and side salads have been placed in front of them. They share the pizzas, slices of pepperoni in exchange for buffalo chicken, and drink beers, his with 0 alcohol. He has an early start in the morning. Where do you work? She asks. I'm with Bayview Communications. Wow, you're in television. Yes, I'm a researcher with their Scope Investigates team. She's immediately intrigued. Then you must be involved in making those Scope documentaries. I'm a backroom boy. He gestures outwards with his hands. A modest gesture, she thinks, considering the quality of the productions produced by Scope Investigates. What about you? I've a law degree from Trinity and have just started at King's Inns to do a barrister at law degree. Wigs and silk? His eyebrows lift as if this information surprises him, yet his expression doesn't quite fit his face. She wonders if he's already asked around about her. Do you come from a legal background? He asks. Not at all, she replies. My mother is a graphic designer. Kenneth, my stepfather, was a detective in the Gardaí. Was? He took early retirement. He's now a private investigator. The barman has changed the television channel and raised the volume for a late-night news flash. A crime correspondent is reporting on the riot in Marshall Jail. It's over. Normality has been restored to the prison population. Sebastian Clark has been discharged from hospital and is back in his cell. His face is briefly visible before the news moves on to a sports report on flat racing. She watches galloping horses being urged on by whips and jockeys upright in stirrups. Their thudding hooves keep time with her heartbeat. Are you okay, Alicia? Dara's voice snaps her attention back to him. I need to text my gran. She takes her phone from her backpack and sends a quick message to Helena. She needs constant reassurance when I'm out, otherwise she worries about me. The mood between them has become forced. Unfinished pizza slices are congealing on their plates. It's easy to blame the news report, yet she's aware of a change in Dara. It's hard to define the dulling of energy between them. It feels as if her hate towards Sebastian Clark is settling like a scum over the table. Dara shakes his head when the waitress asks if he'd like another drink. He settles for coffee, while Alicia orders a second beer. Do you live at home with your family? He asks. Yes, I do. My gran also lives with us. Well, actually, it's her house. I hope to have my own place by now, but that's not feasible while I'm studying. She refuses to allow a news flash about the prison riot to destroy their time together. What about you, Dara? Have you always lived in Dublin? No. I grew up in Sligo, he replies. After doing my leaving, I moved to Dublin to study media. I rent an apartment in Blackrock. Blackrock? She's surprised to hear he lives on the south side of the city. What on earth brings you over here to run? It must take you at least an hour by car, and probably much longer when you're driving in peak hour traffic. I go directly from work to the BSL, he replies. Bayview Communications is in the city centre. It's not that far from King's Inns, so I don't have to travel any further than you do. He speaks lightly, as if he, like her, is anxious to return to their earlier camaraderie. On the way home, there's hardly any traffic on the motorway, and that cuts down the time it would normally take. But why not train with a local group in Blackrock? She's not convinced by his explanation. There she goes again, allowing suspicion to rear its ugly head. Why can she never take what men say at face value, but must instead look for the ulterior motive? The question is rhetorical. She knows the answer. Fear. It's grounded in her psyche, a string that allows her a certain leeway before pulling her into line again. Dara is talking about Katie and her excellent reputation. She was highly recommended by a friend, he says. Her training program is one of the best in Dublin. What about you? When did you join the Archers? 3 months ago. I've watched them running for years, but never had any inclination to join them until they began training in June for this year's marathon. What brought that on? The inclination, I mean. She should mention Joanna. In all probability he knows about her. Who doesn't? Alicia has read and watched so much information about Joanna's career, a vast canvas embroidered by the reporting of others and the painful reminiscences of her family. When she recollects screams and mournful wails that remind her of wounded animals, she has no idea if that's a real memory from her childhood or one conjured up in her imagination from the media reports she's devoured over the years. Not tonight, she decides. She doesn't want to talk about her aunt's haunting legacy. The man responsible for her death is once again locked behind the grim, grey walls of Marshall Jail. Too much time spent studying. She hopes her tone is airy, carefree. I never thought I'd enjoy running so much. What's your reason? He hesitates, as if her question, tossed so casually at him, deserves consideration.
Much the same reason as you, really. Until now, all I could focus on was graduating from college, then finding a job. You're very fast for a beginner. I grew up near the Ox Mountains, he says. It's where I used to run before moving to Dublin. It's a challenging terrain. I can imagine. She's familiar with the location. When I was a child, my grandmother used to bring me to Sligo on holidays. We always went for a drive through those mountains. Where exactly did you live? Magan's Pass, he says. It's a townland that's as remote as it gets. My parents refurbished a cottage they inherited from my father's uncle. It's called Piper's Rest. My great-uncle was a piper, a lone one as it turned out. But before him, generations of pipers were born in that old cottage. I'm convinced their music is still in the walls. She accepts the beer from the waitress and slides his coffee towards him. Does your father also play the pipes, or is the music purely dependent on the walls? He's dead. His eyes gleam in the overhead lighting. Dara, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound so flippant. It's okay, honestly. He clears his throat, his voice suddenly cracking. He died when I was 15. He'd been working in London for years, so I only saw him for holidays and Christmas. It's a long time ago. Time is irrelevant when we lose someone we love. It would be madness to lean into him and take his hand, even kiss his cheek, yet that's what she wants to do. She resists an urge to tell him she understands what the loss of a father feels like. It scares her, this need to share her past with him. She's not ready for the heaviness of family histories, and this awareness keeps her silent. My mother and grandfather are still there, he says. I'll be spending this weekend with them. A text arrives from Helena. Are you okay, my darling? Will you be home soon? That's my grandmother. Alicia sends her a brief reply. Do you mind if we call it a night? She has heart issues. I don't like to stress her. He gestures to the waitress to bring the bill. Seeing as how you're supposed to be walking her dog, I'd better not keep you out any longer. Again, their laughter flows naturally between them. It's easy to forget how strained the atmosphere became earlier. She declines his offer to drive her home. Cycling will give her time to clear her head. With luck, everyone will be in bed, and she won't have to explain why she's back so late. I was afraid you wouldn't show up earlier, he says. Why would you think that? Your expression when you read my text. I couldn't decide if you were uncertain, suspicious, or scared. Maybe all three, she replies. Or maybe you're wrong on each count. I can live with being wrong on any number of counts, he says. I'm just glad you came. So am I. 3 words, quietly spoken, charges the air between them. The touch of their fingers resting on the table startles her. Impossible to tell if he shares the sudden, jolting pleasure she feels, but he must. He must. They leave Dunaway's and head in different directions. Was Joanna's hand on her back tonight? Alicia wonders as she cycles through the village. Was she nudging her towards new beginnings, or warning her to be careful? The lights from a train streaming over the viaduct are reflected on the estuary as it flows under the arches and onward to the sea. What would Joanna advise? Her aunt has no answer tonight. Alicia reaches the high walls that protect her house. The gates open before she has a chance to press the fob. Her arrival, seen on camera, is expected. If Joanna advised her to be wary, to protect her heart from pain, would she listen? She smiles and shakes her head as the gates of C. Aster clatter, then close quietly behind her. The nightmare comes in the small hours, the rise and plunge of a knife, the struggle to breathe, the fall into the void, and the jerk that shocks her awake.
It's a familiar scenario, yet it never ceases to leave her breathless with terror before she becomes fully aware that Sebastian Clarke has invaded her dreams once again. Chapter 4. Alicia. Kenneth is reading the Saturday edition of Capital I when Alicia enters the kitchen next morning. Imogen is making pancakes. Bacon sizzles under the grill. A bottle of maple syrup stands on the table beside the first stack of pancakes. This is her mother's Saturday morning routine. She insists that this weekend breakfast gives her family an opportunity to sit together in a civilized fashion and talk about the week that's passed. Her phone is already on silent, yet Alicia knows it's throbbing inaudibly with texts, emails and voice messages that will capture Imogen's attention for the rest of the day. But, for now, no other commitment will interfere with breakfast. The prison riot has made the front page. The main report contains a photograph of prisoners on the roof of Marshall Jail. A smaller report focuses on Sebastian Clarke, alongside his familiar image. Kenneth passes the main section of the newspaper to Alicia and turns to the sports page. "Get rid of it," he says. "I don't want Helena reading about the riot." She brings it to her bedroom and sits down on the edge of her bed to read the coverage. Apart from the injury Sebastian Clarke received, it's the same old story, regurgitated. A man who stabbed a gold-winning Olympian to death has been injured in a riot that broke out last night in Marshall Jail. Sebastian Clarke was brought to hospital after suffering a knife wound and was returned to his cell after treatment. It's 20 years since he was convicted for the murder of his fiancée, the gold-winning medalist Joanna Hart. The couple had returned to Ireland from California to celebrate the 30th birthday of Imogen Hart Morrison, only sister of the deceased athlete. Sebastian Clarke was a suspect long before Joanna Hart's body was found in a disused pipeline under the Broadwater Viaduct. She had been missing for a fortnight before a cadaver dog trained to detect bodies underwater made the grim discovery. During his trial, witnesses described threats made by Clarke to the victim during the party. Witnesses saw him hitting her so hard that she sustained an injury to her face. His defense counsel's claim that she'd suffered an accident while walking away from him was discredited by photographic evidence of his violence. The following day, she returned her engagement ring to Clarke. He left the home of the murder victim on his motorbike in what was described as an agitated state. He waited on the Ida Trail, where he knew she would be training, and stabbed her to death. After her body was located, a Garda squad searched his family home and discovered the murder weapon under a floorboard in a bedroom used by Clarke's sister, Lorraine Nally. When forensic tests identified minute traces of Joanna's blood on the knife, along with Clarke's fingerprints, he was immediately arrested. His sister, known during her brother's trial as the quiet accomplice, was never charged with being an accessory to the crime. She disappeared from public view after the trial. Clarke has served 20 years of a life sentence and is now eligible for parole. His refusal to accept responsibility for his crime and show repentance has resulted in 2 parole applications being rejected. Alicia scrunches up the newspaper and dumps it into the litter bin before returning to the kitchen. Imogen flips a pancake and replaces the pan on the hob. "Where were you last night?" she asks. "We were expecting you to drop into the living room to say goodnight when you came home." Is this a chastisement, mild yet with meaning? It's always hard to tell with Imogen. "I'm sorry, Mum. I'm so tired after the run, I just wanted to fall into bed." Alicia refuses to feel guilty, yet this refusal acknowledges some fault on her part. How was the committee meeting? She's unable to remember which one her mother attended. Better street lighting on the estuary shore? Broadwater Tidy Towns competition? Dealing with underage drinking on the disused pier? Imogen is involved on so many committees that Alicia no longer tries to keep up to date with her activities. "No more difficult than usual," Imogen replies, "but we got through the agenda quickly." She checks the bacon and tosses the rashers onto a heated platter. "So where did you go after the run?" "Nowhere exciting. I'd a bite to eat in Dunaway's." "Who else was with you?" Kenneth asks. Alicia shrugs. "Oh, just one of the regulars from the Arches." Helena appears, immaculately made up as always, her hair combed in its short, elfin style. She's been up since 6:30 and has already had her morning walk along Ida Road. It used to be a run, hail, rain or shine, but the passing years and some breathing issues associated with her heart have slowed her down. This regular, do we know her or him? Her stepfather is waiting for Alicia's answer. She's used to his scrutiny, always benign, always protective, and never annoying until she entered her mid-teens and began acting out, as he called it. That was when she dropped the term Pops and began to call him Kenneth. "A him," she replies, more stridently than she intended. "Next question, please." "No need for sarcasm." Imogen frowns at her. "We're just expressing an interest, that's all." "We're also curious to know if he's local," Kenneth adds. His eyebrows need trimming, and he's yet to shave. The stubble emphasizes his chin, squared, and with a thrust that was reputed to intimidate even the toughest suspects during interrogations. "He could be," she replies. "I never asked." Why is she lying to him? It would be easy to say Black Rock, but that would initiate questions from her stepfather about the distance Dara travels to participate in the Arches group runs. "So, you've no idea where he lives?" He makes it sound like an accusation, which adds to her disquiet about lying to him. "His whereabouts will have to remain a mystery for now," she replies. "Not that it's any of your business, Kenneth." If he's taken aback by her retort, he shows no sign of it. His expression, as always, is inscrutable, a detective's face. 35 years spent cleaning up humankind's debris. That's how he sums up his career in the Gardaí. As an ex-policeman, nothing surprises him, nor does he take anything people say at face value. His grey eyes, with their hooded eyelids, still hold the shrewd glitter that saw him through the web of lies that followed Joanna's death and placed Sebastian Clark behind bars. "Leave the girl alone." Helena lightly pinches Alicia's cheek. "You're a little pale this morning, my darling. We're naturally curious about the boy and whether we know his family." "He's a man, Gran. I'm way beyond the boy stage." "You are indeed." Helena laughs lightly. "It's a figure of speech. What's this man's name?" "Dara Kennelly. We were discussing tactics for the marathon. He's a good runner. Better than me by a streak." "Has he asked to see you again?" Kenneth slathers maple syrup on his pancake and bites into it. "More importantly, do you want to see him again?" her mother interjects. Their interest feels like a tourniquet around her neck. It's always the same, each date scrutinized, their interest and concern for her safety consuming them. Who knows? She takes her plate in one hand, her cup of tea in the other, and stands up from the table. "I'd love to stay and discuss my non-existent love life, but I've an essay to do and a long case study to read before I can write a single word. Enjoy breakfast. I'll see you all later." She ignores their protests, and her mother's tsk, tsk, a slushing sound Imogen makes with her tongue when she's in a disapproving mood. Dara's first text arrives shortly afterwards. "Thanks for last night, Alicia. I enjoyed being with you." She hesitates before replying. It's important to set boundaries and not seem too eager. "I hope you got home safely." "I did, thanks. I'm on my way to Sligo now. Enjoy your weekend." "I'm spending mine writing an essay on mens rea." She accompanies this text with a horrified emoji. "Mens what?" He responds with a puzzled emoji. "Too boring to explain. Just feel sorry for me." She can't help smiling as she texts him back and adds an emoji with laughter tears. "Can we do this again?" No emoji this time, just a straight question. That sounds like a plan. She's equally direct. "Great, I'll be in touch after the weekend. Enjoy yours, Alicia." "You too, Dara. I'll be thinking of you." He includes a beating heart emoji. The sensation is so intense that she brings her fingers to her lips, as if, somehow, this can contain the flickering pleasure she experiences as she also hits a heart emoji. No words are necessary.
After they finish texting, she's filled with a languid desire to lie on her bed and gaze up at the ceiling. All those texts. They excite her, distract her. By the afternoon, she's finally writing with purpose. Her grandmother is meeting with friends for a meal in the city before attending a recital at the National Concert Hall. Imogen and Kenneth have gone to the BSL to swim and have a meal afterwards in the bar. Alicia welcomes the silence, but pressure builds inside her head as the walls of her bedroom close around her. She reads a page from a textbook without taking in a single sentence. She can't think straight. 1 minute up, next down. Last night is a mosaic that glitters, then dulls to an embarrassing tarnish. Why did she make that comment about his father? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Of all people, she should know that the presence of a father can never be taken for granted. The night was going so well until then. No, it wasn't. It changed when she saw Sebastian Clarke's threatening face on the television screen. She breaks for coffee. Her bedroom is the smallest room in the bungalow. She's never had the freedom to pace up and down its length, or the opportunity to invite friends over to hang out there with her. Admittedly, her days of hanging out in bedrooms with friends and blasting the walls with music while boyfriends are analyzed beyond reason belong to her teenage phase. Even then, such experiences were always shared in the bedrooms of others. Upstairs, in the attic conversion, the apartment known as Joanna's room has remained empty and unchanged throughout those 20 years. It's frozen in time, a shrine dedicated to her aunt's memory. Her grandmother uses it as a refuge, her go-to place when she needs solace. The rule that no one else should enter it is an unspoken but understood agreement within the family. Alicia broke this rule occasionally when she was in her teens, but the inclination to venture upstairs ended after she went to university. Now, suddenly, she has an urge to do so again. She recognizes it as a distraction from her essay, a diversion from the rigorous discipline she needs to finish it. Asta remains silent, apart from her rushed breath as she hurries up the stairs and steps over the threshold of an apartment that feels mummified in time. Whenever she enters this shrine-like space, she feels as if she's walking over eggshells. It consists of a spacious living and dining area and a bedroom snuggled under the slant of the roof. The only enclosed space is a bathroom that is larger than Alicia's entire bedroom. Her grandmother, when she finishes dusting the apartment, sprays it with Joanna's favorite perfume. Alicia breathes in a haunting scent that's imbued in the curtains and the clothes that still fill the walk-in wardrobe. On the dressing table, Joanna's perfume bottle. Alicia knows it can't be the original and that her grandmother must replace it regularly, is surrounded by creams and makeup. The evening light flows through double glass doors that lead to a balcony. Wind chimes ring to the sway of the breeze. Ornamental butterflies flutter aluminium wings above the potted plants that anchor them. The estuary is visible. This is a room with a view, unlike the rest of Asta where, since Joanna's death and the resultant press attention, the boundary walls overshadow the rooms downstairs. They give the impression, as far as Alicia is concerned, that she's living in a fortress rather than an old-fashioned bungalow that has seen better days. She sits on the stool in front of the dressing table and glides a makeup brush over her cheeks. The soft, feathery texture is soothing on her skin. She uncaps a tube of lipstick and applies it to her lips. She never uses this color, a vibrant red, glossy as silk. It brings her mouth into sharper focus, her lips swollen, kissable. A photograph of Joanna in a small, oval-shaped frame is visible behind a jewelry box. This is the first time Alicia has noticed it. She glances back at her own reflection. She has her mother's dark blue eyes and high forehead, but until this moment, she never realized she'd inherited her aunt's mouth. Those pouty lips that add an unintended sulkiness to her expression. On Joanna, they were sultry and alluring. Alicia slips the lipstick into the pocket of her jeans and closes the door quietly behind her. Chapter 5. Alicia. Video calls with Dara have replaced the texts by Sunday morning. Alicia is enjoying a coffee on Main Arch Street after her morning run with the Arches when he contacts her. He's also been running and has kept to the same time schedule. He shows her the terrain he covered, a curving, undulating road, empty of cars or pedestrians,
and banked on one side by the rocky gradients of the Ox Mountain. She recognizes the terrain, the brooding peaks and heathery slopes, the glinting waterfalls. She wonders where McGann's Pass is in this vast, empty space. He's sitting on a boulder at the edge of the road, his water bottle in hand. In the distance, the diamond glimmer of a lake is visible. Loch McGann, he says, picturesque but dangerous. Sheep amble past him. She giggles when he aims his camera phone at their wobbly rumps. She wants to be there with him, the two of them alone in that splendid remoteness. What would he think if he knew what she did last night while she waited for sleep? She blushes, remembering the slow, fast glide of her fingers as she imagined him beside her in bed, sinking under his strength, or she, above him, weightless. She's dewy-eyed and senseless, lost to reason. He has more serious matters on his mind. His grandfather has dementia and is slipping away from them. Alicia visualizes him, frail and stooped, hesitant, lost between worlds. Dara says little about his mother, apart from admitting that she lives a quiet life and is very reclusive. What does reclusive mean these days? Surely social media has destroyed such a concept. Her family has been living in its glare since Alicia was 3 years old, such a prurient, voyeuristic curiosity that erupts to poke and prod at their tragedy whenever Sebastian Clark makes the news. In the afternoon, she attempts to work on her essay again. Dara phones as she's coming towards the end of it. He speaks to her on audio. She resists the urge to ask him to switch to video and is relieved she didn't do so when she hears a cry in the background. A female voice. It must be his mother calling out to him for help. He ends their conversation with an abrupt apology. Later, when he rings back, he tells her that his grandfather fell, but he's uninjured, apart from some bruising. "Did you bring him to hospital?" she asks. "It wasn't necessary," he replies. "It would have confused him even further." A crackling interference on the phone fades his voice in and out. "It's the mountain," he says, when she can hear him clearly again. "The connection is terrible here. I'll make this fast before it goes again. Is there any chance you'll meet me tomorrow evening? That's if you're free, of course." The line cuts before she can reply, a static interference that gives her time to gather her thoughts. "Are you there, Alicia?" His voice is louder. "Yes," she replies, "and yes to meeting tomorrow." "I'll drive to Broadwater after work." "No need," she shouts back. "I'm studying all day at King's Inns. Why don't we meet in the city? Do you know a pub called Law's Last Stand?" "I've heard of it." "Let's go there. It's central for both of us." "See you there. Does 6:30 suit?" "Perfect." Her reply is lost as the connection breaks. Shortly afterwards, a heart emoji arrives and is returned, this time without hesitation. She touches the heart on the screen with her finger and presses her other hand to her chest. 2 hearts pulsing. The screech of coffee beans in the grinder reaches her from the kitchen. Shortly afterwards, the aromatic smell of freshly brewed coffee drifts into her bedroom. "Take a break." Her mother stands in the doorway. "You've been cooped up here for hours. I've made coffee." "Okay." Alicia closes her laptop and tries to hide her irritation at the interruption. "I'll be with you in a moment." Imogen is on the phone when Alicia joins her. She holds up her index finger to signify she'll soon be free and gestures towards the table where she's filled 2 cups with coffee and left biscuits on a plate. Of course, will do, must go, thanks for making contact, bye now, bye-bye." She brings her conversation to a close and sighs. "Oh my lord, some people." She leaves the sentence to speak for itself. "My coffee must be getting cold."
She wraps her hands around the cup and sips. "Not too bad. How's yours?" "Lovely, thanks." Alicia nibbles the edge of a biscuit, chocolate digestive. She can't eat. There's too much going on in her stomach. That seems to be the seam where pleasure runs deepest. "Why were you so edgy yesterday morning?" Imogen asks. "I felt the mood change as soon as you walked into the kitchen. You spoiled breakfast for everyone." "I'm sorry." "Apology accepted, but you were unnecessarily rude to Kenneth. All he did was ask you about the man you were with on Friday night. He's always prying." "Prying?" Her interruption is sharp. "Seriously, Alicia, I don't want to hear you using that word. ever. Why not? Isn't that what he does for a living? Prying into marriages and destroying them with his findings? That's a crude depiction of what your stepfather does. The rebuke slides across the table towards her. As you're well aware, the cases he accepts involve corporate misconduct and fraud. It's Teddy Evans who looks after the kind of surveillance you've mentioned. And when Teddy's hired to investigate infidelity, that marriage is already destroyed. Whatever, Alicia shrugs. Tell me about this man you've met. What does he do? He works in television and is a researcher on Scope Investigates. What else do you need to know? Are you seeing him again? Maybe, maybe not. But you and Gran, and particularly Kenneth, are smothering me with your concerns for my safety. Not every man is a killer. Not every man will break your heart the way Dad did. The forbidden words are out. Imogen's expression closes off any attempt at an apology. She has a stark beauty that sculpts each of her features so finely that Alicia can never see her face as a complete whole. Her high forehead is a smooth sweep of authority, and her nose, slender with an arresting arc, creates the impression of aloofness that she softens with a practiced smile.
No smile now, as she stares back at Alicia. "Do you enjoy hurting me?" she asks. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." Alicia's apology falls flatly between them. "But you did," Imogen responds. "Nothing can undo what you've just said." "Why can't I speak his name without feeling guilty? He was my father. We can't continue to ignore what happened to him." "You think for 1 minute that I'm able to ignore it?" The rasp in Imogen's voice is unsettling. "That a day goes by when I'm not reliving what he did." "But you never want to talk about him. You don't even allow me to use his surname." "What is there to talk about?" she replies, as she always does. This is a vein in her memory that remains sealed. "Your father died because he was a weak man who didn't have the strength to support me at the most traumatic time of my life. Only for Kenneth, I don't know what I would have done. He was your father's best friend, and he became mine when I needed him most. I thought he was your husband, not your friend." "He's both. He was my rock when Luke died, and my protector when you put Joanna's killer behind bars. For that reason, we owe him a debt of gratitude we'll never be able to repay, and I—" Her phone rings before she can continue. She's already deep in conversation when Alicia drops a kiss on her head and leaves the kitchen. Dara mentioned music emanating from the walls of his family home. If Alicia could listen to the walls of hers, all she'd hear is keening. Chapter 6. Alicia. As soon as she enters Law's last stand, she realizes her mistake. Any hope of having a quiet drink with Dara fades when she recognizes familiar faces. She searches for a table for two and hopes the group haven't noticed her. This forlorn hope fades when Sophia Costigan yells at her to join them. No free tables are available. To ignore Sophia would be rude. They've been friends since they met as students in Trinity. She'll join them until Dara arrives, and then go elsewhere with him. It's a while since Alicia has been with them, but the formation looks the same. Sophia and Jordan are still together, despite occasional breakups. Noah, who seems incapable of commitment, introduces Carla, another new girlfriend. Finley is on his own, as usual. If he had a choice, his two red setters would be sitting on either side of him. They've stopped off at Law's for a drink before going to a gig in Vicar Street, and are still discussing the whereabouts of other mutual friends with Alicia when Dara arrives. If he's regretful that they are not alone, he shows no sign of it as he shakes hands with everyone before going to the bar to order drinks. "Sly cat," says Sophia. "You never said." "There's nothing to say," Alicia protests. "I hardly know him." "A likely story." Sophia grins and does a heart shape with her hands. "I'm good on vibes." Heads turn when the pub door opens. Alicia stiffens as Freya Cannon enters and pauses for an instant, as if aware she's causing a stir with her dark blue lipstick and magenta-coloured hair coiled upwards in a quiff. "Oh my God, it's Freya," Sophia mutters. "She must have changed her mind at the last minute. I wasn't expecting her to turn up." Alicia resists the urge to leave as Freya makes her way towards their table. We'll be gone in a few minutes, so try and keep the peace, Sophia whispers. Freya is wearing her usual mix of black leather and lace, studded ankle boots and net stockings. Her hair and lips make up for her monochromatic taste in fashion. Alicia tries and fails to remember what colour her hair was the last time they met. Probably green, but hair dye was the last thing on their minds on that occasion. She stops abruptly when she notices Alicia. Noah grabs a stool that's become available and pulls it towards the table for her. They were friends in Trinity until Freya dropped out during her second year of legal studies with the time-worn excuse that the law was an ass. Shortly afterwards, she began to present a podcast. Spitting Nails made an immediate impact, a provocative one that claims, in Freya's words, to highlight injustices in the legal status quo. "How are you doing, Alicia?" she asks when she sits down. "I'm fine," Alicia replies tersely. She wants to ask Freya if she's still manipulating the truth to suit her own narrative, but of course she doesn't. Freya would simply laugh and insist that the truth is a subjective force that determines its own shape. She's too headstrong to ever apologize for the podcast she made about Sebastian Clark. Controversial and filled with lies, it ruined their friendship. It reopened old wounds and created so much tension in Seaster that Alicia feared her grandmother would have a heart attack. As for Kenneth, she'd never seen him so enraged. Imogen had distanced herself as usual, not physically, but by going inwards into one of her remote silences. The argument that followed its release comes unpleasantly to mind as Alicia faces her one-time friend across the table. Freya, on the other hand, seems unperturbed, but then she has a facade to hide behind. To Alicia's jaundiced eye, her punk image and makeup seems more overdone than usual. Dara has bought a soft drink for himself and a glass of Pinot for Alicia. "I'm sorry about this," she apologizes when he sits beside her. "We were at uni together, and I haven't seen them for ages. I certainly didn't expect to run into them here. Laws is usually quiet on a Monday night." "Would you rather go to the gig with them?" he asks. "Of course not." She speaks quietly into his ear. "I've been looking forward to hearing about your weekend." "We've met before." Freya cuts across their conversation and stares boldly at Dara. "You were at the Harrison Awards when Scope Investigates won that trophy for the report they did on Oxycontin." "Yes." Dara sits straighter and turns his attention to her. "That was a good night." "I'd love to interview Lawrence Tobin for my podcast," she says. "He's refused all my approaches so far. Any hints on how to soften him up?" "Not offhand," Dara replies. "What we do is confidential. Interviews with the media are strictly forbidden." "I'm not looking for state secrets," she says. "It'd be a general conversation with him about what it's like to be the senior producer on Scope." The others have stopped talking and are tuned to Dara's response. "I'm sorry, but that's a hard and fast rule," he replies. "There's no way I could change his mind." "I thought your interviewees had to be on their deathbed to feature on Spitting Nails." Alicia stops and draws a deep breath before continuing. "That way they're more susceptible to your interviewing techniques." "Okay guys, better start moving." Jordan stands hurriedly before Freya can reply. The others follow, apart from Freya, who leans towards Alicia. Sam Nolan was not a liar. She sounds firm rather than angry. He was a cop whose loyalty to his mates in the force was more important than his conscience, until it wasn't. "Nice meeting you again, Alicia." She turns towards Dara and slides a business card across the table towards him. "If Lawrence Tobin shows any signs of weakening, give me a call." Sophia hugs Alicia and whispers that she wants a blow-by-blow account of her new relationship when they meet again. The others sweep Freya with them as they leave with loud promises to see each other soon. "Whew," Alicia sits back in her chair after they leave and sighs. "That must have been overwhelming for you." "A bit," he admits. "They seem like a friendly bunch." He gestures at her empty glass. "Another Pinot?" "Yes, but it's my round." Before he can protest, she signals to Joe behind the bar to repeat the order. "What was going on between you and Freya?" Dara asks. He's tense, she realizes. She doesn't blame him. Freya is as abrasive as her podcast. "Nothing important enough to waste time talking about it," she replies. Was your weekend difficult? It was tough enough, he admits. I've been dealing with some personal stuff lately. It tends to dominate things when I go home. Do you want to tell me what's going on? And waste time talking about it? He grins. To my reckoning, that would close down 2 topics of conversation for us. I suspect we'd still find something to discuss, she smiles back at him. How's your grandfather? I spoke to my mother earlier. He slept well last night and is in good spirits. What about you? Did you finish your essay? Eventually. So, what exactly is mens rea? It translates from Latin to guilty mind. It's about the importance of establishing a defendant's state of mind when committing a murder. Malice aforethought, or not. I intend to act as a criminal barrister when I qualify. In prosecution or defense? He asks. Prosecution. You sound very definite. It's the area that most interests me. Like you, I'm drawn to investigating wrongdoing and presenting the evidence. Isn't there a difference? He asks. In scope, we investigate from scratch. Depending on the evidence we unearth, a decision is made to go ahead or to drop the story. In your case, the evidence has already been assembled by the Gardaí. Agreed, but the DPP will only proceed with a trial if the book of evidence sustains those charges. Even then, it's the responsibility of the prosecution to test all aspects of that evidence before a case goes to trial. How can you be certain that it isn't flawed? Is there a hint of a challenge behind his questions? Mistakes happen, injustices occur, and those who are guilty can still walk free thanks to the skills of a good defense barrister, she replies. The scales of justice have a way of balancing out. The atmosphere between them has changed, just as it did in Dunaway's when the prison riot played out on the television. She studies her wineglass. The rim is smeared with Joanna's vibrant lipstick. Sorry about that. She sweeps her hand dismissively into the air. I have a hobby horse, and sometimes I ride it too hard. I didn't mean to change the mood with a lecture on good versus evil. Nothing to forgive, he says. I could listen to you all night. And that is exactly what they both do. They discuss music and discover they've similar tastes, indie, hip-hop, and classic rock. They like poetry without having any desire to write it. His voice is low and melodic, sometimes light with laughter or pitched with a point of view he wants to express. They leave Laws and walk along the Liffey boardwalk. You were never out of my mind for the entire weekend, he says. Their fingers touch and twine. This is a new experience for me. For me also. She feels light-headed. Is it the wine she drank? 2 glasses shouldn't make her surroundings shimmer. I need to tell you something, he says. It's difficult to know where to begin. He pauses as 2 men, deep in conversation, walk towards them. The heavier of the 2 bumps against Alicia before moving on with a muttered apology. Dara holds her steady when she stumbles. What he was about to say is forgotten as they come together. Their first kiss is tentative. It draws them across the road to the doorway of a shuttered shop. Then, it's pure sensation, deep and seeking, hugging each other so tightly she wonders how it's still possible to breathe. Come home with me, he whispers between kisses. The hard thrust of his need is matched by her own desire to reach into him and demand more and more. Such a craving as they run hand in hand towards his car. He drives along the quays towards the East Link crossing. The lights of the docklands lean downwards and illuminate the ripples on the fast-flowing Liffey. Music plays on his car radio. They cannot stop touching each other, hand to hand or the brush of shoulders and knees. He tosses coins into the toll basket and the barrier lifts. They are now on the south side of the river. All traces of Joanna's lipstick have been kissed from Alicia's lips. She doesn't want to think about her aunt. Not now, when she's finally decided. The brief relationships she's formed over the years have never moved beyond a few tentative kisses. Dara is different. What he stirs in her can't be denied. It's an instinctive awareness that he should be the one, a choice made without hesitation, made in trust, and yet, she's unable to explain the uneasiness that suddenly takes her by surprise. It's the dream, that crazed nightmare. It's creeping through her mind, demanding to be remembered. She closes her eyes,
but that does nothing to dim the sheen on the knife. Rising, sinking, and the person wielding it is as insubstantial as always, a wraith intent on vengeance, yet she knows it's him. It's always the same name, the same face that comes to her. She can't shake him off. She can't. Is this a warning from Joanna? She knows that's a ridiculous thought, yet it persists, and Dara, glancing across at her, slows the car. Is something wrong? He asks. No, no. Alicia, tell me if this isn't okay with you. It's not that. I want to... Oh God, why did this have to happen now? Once again, she's allowing fear to rule over her. He's concentrating on an approaching roundabout. Instead of taking the correct exit, he swings fully around it until he's facing back the way they came. Dara, I'm sorry. She reaches out to touch his arm, then pulls back before making contact. I'm so confused. It's okay, he says. I didn't mean to rush you into something you could regret later. You didn't. It's my fault. I spoil everything. You didn't spoil anything. He sighs. This is still so new for both of us. You've made the right decision. She can't decide whether he's regretful or relieved. I wasn't aware I was deciding anything, she replies. Was it that obvious? It wasn't obvious at all. He presses harder on the accelerator. I sensed something was wrong as soon as we crossed the river. They're approaching the port tunnel. It will shorten the journey to Broadwater. Is that what she wants? What he wants? I enjoyed your company tonight and on Friday. I'd like to enjoy it again. He states this with a quiet emphasis. You asked why I chose to run with the Archers. After the first training run, I knew it wasn't feasible to do that journey 3 times a week. Then I met you. His words move like a warm current between them. Suddenly, the distance didn't seem like an issue anymore. He slows down as he drives into Dublin Port. They travel through the tunnel without speaking and emerge onto the motorway before turning off for Broadwater. You're not the only one to be confused as to where we're going with this. Can we call it a relationship? He asks. I don't know what to call it, she admits. We hardly know each other. He silences the car radio. We're still strangers, but that fact has nothing to do with how I feel about you. This is a new experience for me. She knows he's speaking from his heart. She'd felt it in the hunger of his kisses, and now he's waiting on her to respond. The stirrings inside her, such quivery elation, how is she to control her mood swings? I'm afraid to trust men, she says. How trite that sounds, so weak and cringeworthy. I believe it's to do with my upbringing. Love failed my mother, my grandmother, and my aunt. My mother took a second chance on it and was lucky, but not the others. I'm sorry to hear that, he says. My parents loved each other. Unfortunately, circumstances forced them to live apart. She hears his intake of breath as if he's about to elaborate on those circumstances, but it's silence that settles between them, and it remains unbroken until Sea Aster comes into view. Floodlights on the front wall bathe them in a yellow glare. I'd better go in. She opens the passenger door before turning back to him. I appreciate what you've told me, Dara. I just don't know what to say in return. I'm not very good at this, as you can probably tell. She laughs awkwardly, but he's smiling as she closes the car door. The gates open to receive her. She looks back when she reaches the front door. He's still outside, headlights stabbing the darkness, his car visible through the bars of the gate. She enters Sea Aster and hears her grandmother calling out to her from the living room. Come in here, Alicia. Helena's tone is taut with anger. I want to speak to you. Chapter 7. Alicia. The inclination to ignore her grandmother is fleeting and would break the habit of a lifetime. Helena stands and turns off the television as Alicia enters. Her cheekbones are acquiring a marbled hardness as she ages, and tonight they seem even more prominent under the overhead lighting. Moisturizing cream glistens on her face. Her shoulders, sharply outlined under a rose-pink dressing gown, have a sharpness that warns Alicia there's trouble ahead. You were in Joanna's room again, Helena says. Why were you there? Her anger was not something Alicia experienced often when she was a child, and certainly not in later years. I'm sorry, Gran. I just peeked in, that's all. I didn't disturb anything. You haven't answered my question. Why were you there? Curiosity, I guess. She struggles for an answer. I didn't mean to upset you. You'd no right to enter, and even less right to remove anything from it. Helena holds out her hand as she speaks, each word accentuated.
Return to me what you took. A single tube of lipstick. Such a tiny item in a room filled with her aunt's possessions. It amazes her that her grandmother would have noticed its absence. She rummages in her handbag and passes the lipstick to her. Helena's hand trembles in a sudden spasm as she accepts it. I'm deeply sorry. Alicia attempts another apology. I don't know what possessed me to take it. Really? Helena doesn't bend. I was under the impression you were capable of distinguishing between right and wrong, especially as you intend building a career around that concept. Honestly, Gran, you're overreacting. It's no big deal. I didn't take anything else. I decide whether it's a big deal or not, Alicia. You know how I feel about Joanna's room, yet you go in there regularly to rummage through her possessions. I don't— Yes, you do. Her interruption is forceful. Don't think I haven't noticed. I was prepared to overlook your intrusions, but when you steal— I didn't steal, it was just a tube of lipstick. And yes, I used to go in there occasionally when I was a teenager, and the pressure of living in the smallest room in the house got to me. She hates how she sounds. The high wail of indignation, so childish and petulant. I don't even like the lipstick shade. It's so garish. The description is laden with meanness and lands heavily between them. Garish? Her grandmother flings the word back at her. How can you be so nasty, Alicia? It's just my opinion. How is that being nasty? When you steal from a place that's precious to me, you must be aware that your actions will hurt me. She cuts through Alicia's protests. Joanna's room is where I go to find peace of mind. It's where I can listen to her without anyone interrupting us. But she won't communicate with me if her space is disturbed. What on earth are you talking about? Alicia's surprise is mixed with anxiety. Is her grandmother's mind collapsing under the strain of her prolonged grief? She seems so together usually, but tonight there's something strange about her. Alicia sits on the sofa and draws Helena down beside her. Are you telling me that Joanna speaks to you? Of course she does, Helena replies. I hear her voice as clearly as I'm hearing you right now. Do you find that hard to believe? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's possible to— Alicia stumbles over her reply, reluctant to upset Helena even further. Don't humor me, Alicia. Either believe me or tell me I'm delusional. Which is it? Helena twists around to look directly at her. The cataracts that she intends having removed from her eyes seem cloudier than usual and dull the brightness of her gaze. I honestly don't know, Gran. I've never had any reason to doubt your sanity. If you can hear Joanna's voice, then that must be a tremendous comfort. Why would you assume it's a comfort? Why wouldn't it be? That's if what you're hearing is real and not in your imagination. Logically, it has to be my imagination. She nods, as if Alicia's question confirms her own suspicions. When she talks to me about her childhood and the teen years before we left for California, I accept that it's all in my mind. It's a therapy I've created, and it works. But she has another voice, one that's incomprehensible to me. It's like a signal that fades in and out and never stays long enough to grasp what she's trying to tell me. I'm afraid that if I change anything in her room, I'll stop hearing her. She'll leave me wondering. I won't be able to bear it. Why should her voice be distorted if she's trying to reach you? It's the veil between us. Joanna can't penetrate it. The lines on her face appear deeper. They dent the smoothness of her complexion. And Alicia is shocked by how old her grandmother looks. It seems to have happened so suddenly, this transition from vibrancy to frailty, even insanity. How else is she to interpret what Helena is saying? She thinks of Dara and how he must feel as he watches his grandfather slipping away from him. Is that what's happening with Helena? No, this is something else. Her grandmother may be lost in the past, but she's not stumbling along its path. I'd no intention of disturbing Joanna's room, Gran. Alicia's apology is genuine. I regret taking her lipstick and upsetting you so much. And the shade is not garish. I love it. I promise I'll never go in there again. Alone in her own bedroom, she struggles with the information her grandmother revealed. A voice coming from beyond the veil. Of course it's her imagination. It has to be. Alicia shivers as she imagines Joanna's words
rising above the tinkling wind chimes and fluttering aluminium butterfly wings. She lifts her phone to confide in Dara, then throws it down again. It's all too new, all of it. Her head spins when she recalls those kisses and the agitation that overcame her on the Eastlink crossing. I'm afraid to trust men. Why did she make such a stupid remark? It's not true, and yet there has to be a reason behind the decisions she's made in the past to end those other brief relationships. Tonight, she'd allowed her uneasiness to change the mood between them. She can list excuses as to why she changed her mind. They aren't valid. The real reason is Joanna. Helena hears her voice. Alicia senses her presence, the ghost on her shoulder. Ethereal and invisible, yet she's unable to ignore her. Just as she's unable to shake off her nightmare, where Sebastian Clarke, who else can that shadowy figure be, lifts up his hand to strike her down. Chapter 8. Dara. He crosses the Liffey for the second time tonight and tosses coins into the toll basket. The attendant in the toll booth yawns as the gate lifts. Does she recognize Dara from earlier? One glance at the woman's deadpan expression answers that question.
Reality sets in when he reaches his apartment. It was late last night when he returned from Sligo. The cartons from an Indian takeaway are still on the table, and the smell of leftover curry is an unappetizing reminder that he fell asleep on the sofa before he finished eating it. That's where he slept for the night. His bed, though made up, would have needed a change of sheets if his intentions towards Alicia had been premeditated. At least he can reassure himself that that was not his plan. And yet, it almost happened. What would the aftermath have been like? Would he have spilled everything out as their breathing quietened after the frenzy that would surely have seized them? Cards on the table. This is how it is, Alicia. This is what I did before we met. I came to your home twice and spied on you. I gathered information that would pave the way to an introduction between us. Would she have called him a stalker again, and meant it this time? On that second afternoon, he'd waited until she and her family disappeared from view before driving to a small cove at the end of Ida Road. He'd parked on the shore. The swans, expecting to be fed, came towards him with their confident swagger. He obliged with vegetable pellets that they quickly gobbled. He'd walked past a cracked and disused jetty, then climbed the grassy embankment that led to the Ida Trail, where Joanna Hart ran her last race and lost. The trail was no longer an overgrown track. Since then, benches had been installed along various vantage points. A viewing platform allowed walkers to pause and admire the estuary. He'd veered away from the trail and headed to the other side of the cove, where overgrown shrubbery formed a natural boundary to the dwellings on Ida Road. A wire fence added an extra barrier against intruders. Sea Aster, with its high walls, was the last house on the road and the one closest to the cove. On his first visit, he'd found a break in the wire fence. This time, after forcing his way through the bushes, it was easy to widen the break and slide through the gap. This led him into the seldom-used lane that ran past the rear of the houses. He stumbled over loose stones and clumps of grass, sank into hollows that he noticed too late. If he wasn't careful, he'd end up spraining his ankle or worse. He stood outside the walls surrounding Sea Aster and figured out the best way to gain entry. A few years had passed since his last rock climb, but he was confident he still had the upper body strength to scale the back wall. An abandoned wooden barrel that was partially obscured by undergrowth provided the platform he needed. As soon as he was on top of the wall, he clambered under the shelter of branches. One look around the perimeter of the garden convinced him that his plan to break into the bungalow would not succeed on this occasion. No matter which entry point he chose, he would have been under CCTV surveillance. He needed to find another form of entry. It seemed, during those early reconnoiters, that he'd never find a way through the torturous connection that linked him to this family. Just being able to put faces to them was enough. Flesh faces, rather than the archival newspaper reports and the sterile online images he'd been pursuing. But that didn't last long. He needed to bond with them. Maybe then he could begin to sort through the information he'd acquired and form a plan he could follow. His best chance of doing so was through Alicia. Tonight, on the Liffey boardwalk, he was tempted to be honest with her.
But then came the stumble, Alicia's stumble, and the man who bumped into her muttered an apology before hitching up his jeans and walking on. Dara's arms were around her, steadying her as she swayed against him. Her mouth was so close to his, her lips gleaming with a color that was startlingly arousing. In the shadows of the quays, he kissed it away. Her mouth opened, and he sank into the wonder of her.
Another moment lost. He tidies the kitchen and makes a sandwich. The fridge is practically empty. He needs to shop, get his life back to normal. He's furious with himself. How could he have been so reckless tonight? If he hadn't noticed the drop in Alicia's mood, would he have continued driving her to his apartment? He longs to call her, see if she's okay. He pictures the fall of her long black hair as he loosens it from its ponytail. Her eyes gazing down on him, pure blue pleasure heightened with desire. He's drawn to her in a way that is as surprising as it is exciting. That was not in his game plan. He'd seen her purely as a key, one that he believed he could turn when the time was right. Instead, she's inside his head, weakening him. He doesn't want her there, not like that, not when he's trying to think straight. Tomorrow evening he'll run with her again. Will she slap his face and walk away if he confides in her? Will she call the police when she hears about his ham-fisted attempt to break into her home? Looking back on that episode, it epitomizes everything that was wrong with the decisions he took at that time. Is she strong enough to understand that, through no fault of their own, they've acquired a burden from the past, one that they must both carry without having had any hand, act, or part in its formation? Chapter 9. Alicia. She's unable to think about anything else all day. Her mind wanders throughout the lecture on criminal procedure and the discussion that follows. On the way home on the train, her thoughts settle. She finally understands the sense of panic that overcame her last night when Dara drove across the Eastlink Bridge. Not that there was anything symbolic about crossing it, yet that was how it seemed in those moments as her stomach churned and Sebastian Clarke's ever-young and monstrous face reflected back at her from the luminous Liffey tide. Dara rings to check that she's able to make the training session. He sounds uncertain on the phone, even nervous when he suggests they meet afterwards. Does he intend to end their brief liaison? A liaison sounds looser than a relationship, less tricky, easier to draw a line under. She wouldn't blame him. Last night, she winces, remembering the fusion. Two minds becoming one in the charged heat of those moments. Then, later, he'd picked up on the change in her mood, even before she was fully conscious of it. She turns down his suggestion that they meet in Dunaway's. On Friday night, when they were there together, she'd been conscious of glances from people she recognized. She arranges to meet him in Ida Cove, where she'll have the privacy she needs to tell him about her family. Joanna's story is as familiar to her as the nursery rhymes she learned when she was a child. Her grandparents, both athletes, married and gave birth to two daughters. The way Helena talks about it, her daughters could run before they could walk. She's given to hyperbole at times, but she's right when she says they had star qualities, just as Helena had found fame in her own era. The dream didn't work out for Imogen. They were living in California when cancer killed her dream of becoming a world-class athlete. Her mother never speaks to Alicia about those years, a taboo subject, a warning glint in her eyes. Don't delve. Alicia envisages her mother's illness as a ravaging beast, sinking its teeth into her, then lying sullen and defeated when Alicia came into being and Imogen could be happy again. She accepts that this is a romanticized version. The only information she has about that time has been gleaned through discreet chats with Helena. Her grandmother lowers her voice when she confides in Alicia, as if she's afraid their conversation could travel by some form of osmosis towards Imogen, who, even if she hadn't been struck down in the prime of her running career, never possessed the speed that came so naturally to Joanna. This same strained silence surrounds the death of Alicia's father. "Handsome Luke," Helena whispers, "a charmer, but weak behind the charisma." It's different when it comes to talking about Joanna. Helena loves recalling her daughter's triumphs. She was one of Ireland's golden girls, loved by all. The tricolour wrapped triumphantly around her as she did her victory laps in stadiums throughout the world. No one in the Arches will ever achieve that kind of fame.
But that doesn't stop them gathering outside the BSL tonight in reflective rain jackets and peaked caps. Rain is falling lightly for now, but is forecast to become heavier. Dara nods at her. Impossible to read his expression. No smile either. She's surprised at how much this bothers her. She hardly hears anything Katie says about the risks involved in running in the rain and the safety precautions they must follow. She stays back deliberately and allows Dara to run ahead with Katie. She wants to run alone and prepare herself for the conversation they will have later. The runners reach Coast Road. The muffled growl of waves is audible, rims of white horses slanting towards the shore. The evenings have shortened as September moves towards October and darkness settles early. Alicia's muscles are aching by the time they return to the BSL. She showers and changes into a hoodie and joggers, slips her feet into dry trainers and zips up her jacket. Outside in the courtyard, spotlights guide her towards her bike. The rain has stopped and has left its glisten on the trees. The earth exudes the scent of promise, cleansed and pure. She cycles through the village, turns right and passes Minor Arch Terrace. The white-walled houses with their long sash windows are a feature of the village, as is the narrow entrance arch that gave the terrace its name. This is where Sebastian Clark grew up. Alicia also lived on the terrace until she was 3 years old.
Her parents had moved from California and rented an apartment 2 doors away from his father. According to her grandmother, Brendan Clark was a pillar of the Broadwater community. Poor man, so unaware of the storm his son would unleash with his jealousy and violence. Alicia has a memory of herself as a 4-year-old child sitting at the kitchen table with her grandmother, cutting shapes from an activity book with toy scissors. This innocent image is always overshadowed by her sudden transformation into a tiny virago, scissors in hand, stabbing repeatedly at a photograph of Sebastian Clark's handsome face. The Irish Times, if she remembers rightly, was the newspaper that featured him. Her grandmother's tears when she glanced at the front page had filled Alicia with such fury that she'd had to be restrained. Years later, she asked Helena if that incident had really occurred. Her grandmother assured her it was true. She'd been shocked by Alicia's furious reaction and admitted it was the first time she'd realized how deeply her granddaughter had been absorbing the anger and grief that was rife in the house. Afterwards, she and Imogen tried to shield Alicia from the tumult of emotions they'd experienced after Joanna's murder and the subsequent trial of Sebastian Clark. It was too late by then. The man who'd deprived Helena of her daughter and Imogen of her sister was a monster that Alicia had been born to hate. Did she ever meet him when she lived on Minor Arch Terrace? She's unable to remember doing so. Her only memory of him is that instance when she took a pair of scissors to his smiling face on the front page of the Irish Times. Chapter 10. Alicia. Dara is waiting in the cove for her. Gravel crunches under the wheels of her bike as she approaches his car. Swans are sleeping, heads tucked under wings. The mudflats are silent, the numerous ducks and waders at rest. The wind is harsh, but heady as if willing them to come together. She climbs into his car and is in his arms before she has time to think. All she wants to do is slide her hands along his spine and draw him even closer. Nothing else matters, except that it does. She pushes him away, not firmly, yet there is purpose to her decision. "It's important that we talk about what happened between us last night," she says. "The way I reacted, you must have wondered. I understood. I rushed you." "No, Dara, you didn't rush anything. I was with you all the way until—" She pauses, suddenly uncertain that she's doing the right thing. They are shoulder to shoulder, hands clasped, their breath steaming the windows. "Go on," he says. His face in profile is puzzlingly familiar. "I'm listening." "My aunt was Joanna Hart," she says. "But you must know that already." "Yes." A beat passes before he replies. "I'm aware of your connection to her. She was a legend." "A legend," Alicia agrees. "I was 3 years old when she died. I hardly remember anything about her. A few kisses and climbing into bed beside her when she came home on visits. I remember her hair, that jet-black sheen. You don't see that in photographs. Those are the only memories I have of her.
The rest is what I've read or inherited from my family. The grief and loss, the unhealed wounds, their fear that I will come to harm, and hate, so much hate, all of it directed at Sebastian Clark. Cold air fills the car when he lowers the window. She welcomes the chill as the glass slides noiselessly down. My family seldom mention him, yet I feel like a sponge that has absorbed all those emotions, she continues. It doesn't matter how heavy that sponge becomes, it just keeps soaking up the unresolved traumas they endured. How weird does that sound? It's understandable. He speaks so quietly she's hardly able to hear him. He comes like a shadow over every man I like. Her voice quickens. If she stops now, she won't be able to continue. The darkness he brings squeezes any joy I feel in their company. All I can think about are the warnings I receive from my grandmother and my mother, and particularly from my stepfather, who put him behind bars. No matter how logically I argue with myself, I can't relax. When I end those relationships, and I always do, that sponge is so heavy, it takes weeks before I get over that feeling. She wants to kiss away the frown she's unable to see, but which must surely furrow his forehead. His arm closes around her when she rests her head on his shoulder. "Have you discussed this with your family?" he asks. "I can't," she replies. "He stirs too many memories. My father couldn't cope with the fallout after the murder and took his own life." She shudders and falls silent. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." He leans forward to close the window and drown out the swash of waves over the pebbles. "That's when we moved into Seaster to be with my grandmother," she continues. "It's like we've been suspended in this time warp ever since. My mother holds everything at bay by being so busy. My grandmother keeps Joanna's old room like a shrine. Nothing has been changed since my aunt last stood inside it. At times, I can smell her perfume. Her trophies are everywhere I look, as are her photos. It's all part of the sponge effect. I can't think of any other analogy to use." "Was that why you changed your mind about going to my apartment?" he asks. "Yes," she speaks with conviction. "Joanna is my ghost, but Sebastian Clark is the one who haunts me. I don't know how to vanquish him." She shakes her head before looking directly at him. "Can you understand anything I've told you?" "More than you realize," he says. "I understand hate and what it can do to people. I've never shared those thoughts with anyone until tonight. Thank you for listening to me. I'm glad you felt able to confide in me." He clears his throat, his voice raspy, and runs his hand across his eyes.
Has she embarrassed him? Information overload? She touches his face. He feels so cold and so taut, as though her words have turned him to ice. She kisses him, awakens him from whatever spell she cast over him. The hunger and heat in that kiss, her lips opening, her tongue seeking his, the slow glide as she reaches deeper into his mouth, nerve endings firing. She's lost to sensation, the sweet taste of him, the scent of his skin, the soft brush of his hair against her cheek when he lifts his head and draws breath. "You also wanted to discuss something with me," she says. "It's not important, Alicia." He's breathless as he moves away from her. "We can talk about it another time." Chapter 11. Dara. She argues that she only has a short distance to cycle to Seaster, but he insists on driving her home. He steps into the night and fits her bike into the boot of his car. The full moon is visible between branches that are just beginning to bear their wintry scars, the furled hollows that remind him of harbored secrets. He fills his lungs with the seaweed-laden air. The opportunity to tell her the truth came and went tonight. He'd prepared for this meeting, succinct phrases, polished words, a reasonable explanation. It was all there, his story, waiting for the opportunity to be told, dreading it, yet willing it to happen. The only person who would understand his predicament is his mother. He can't go there, not now. He knows only too well the advice Rachel would give him. Hands off, run hard and fast, and don't look back. He's taken so many missteps since the night she awakened him from a deep sleep to tell him his grandfather was missing. Dara had rubbed sleep from his eyes and plunged into the night to find him, unaware that his world was tilting on its axis and chaos was about to unfold. Rachel was standing, drenched and shivering in his bedroom. "Martin has wandered from the house," she cried.
I don't know when he left. Oh, dear Jesus.
If he falls,
He didn't take his walking stick. She'd already been out searching for him. Rain gleamed on her forehead. Her jeans, already saturated, dripped raindrops on the floor. Dara pulled on a hoodie and joggers. "Why didn't you tell me immediately?" he shouted, as he searched in the back of the wardrobe for a pair of Wellingtons. "I didn't think he'd have gone far." His grandfather's walking stick quivered like a diviner's rod in her hand when she held it out towards him. "Take this with you." "How far did you go?" "Beyond the back lane. The gate is still locked. He found a gap in the hedge. I can't believe he made his way out." She was sobbing loudly as he grabbed a torch from a drawer in the kitchen and ran into the impenetrable darkness of the mountainside. The beam seemed incapable of piercing the black night. Gradually he could see the rain slanting nail-sharp and vicious, hurling its force into his eyes and into his mouth when he called his grandfather's name. He reached the end of the lane with its sheltering trees and unlocked the gate. Beyond the lane, the beam shone on tussocks, on wind-bent shrubs and the running stream that he'd fallen into when he was a boy, up to his knees in peat-coloured water. No danger, just discomfort and a scolding from Rachel. Rocks, some small, others dome-shaped and moss-covered, seemed to sway like an army of demented ghouls in the sweep of the torch. He was unable to see the low, but he was familiar with its deceptively placid surface. A forbidden place where he never ventured as a child without his parents or Martin. Even when he was older and straying ever further from his house, he'd approached it with caution. Dara shouted his grandfather's name until he was hoarse. When he finally made Martin out, he was unsure if he was seeing an apparition. A will-o'-the-wisp made visible as the rain stopped and the clouds parted. The inky black sky was transfused with silvery streaks, and the moon, lustrous as a sickle, revealed the shivering figure of his grandfather in his pajamas, his dressing gown discarded on the shore. Martin was in the reeds, trapped either by a tangle of stalks or a boulder, or just too petrified to move. The reeds' tawny manes almost obscured the sight of him. He was up to his knees in icy water and barely conscious when Dara dragged him ashore. He kept crying, my boy, Sebi, Sebi," the words trembling on his lips. "Forgive me. I love you. Forgive me." Over and over the same refrain, and Rachel, when Dara finally reached the cottage, made a choking sound and doubled over, as if the strength that had kept her upright during the search had come unhinged. They'd wrapped him in a hypothermia blanket, built up the fire, and made a bed for him in front of it. When he finally slept, Dara had his first conversation with his mother about admitting him to a nursing home. Rachel was adamant. She would care for him until his death, no matter how difficult his behavior became. "I have to tell you something," she said. "I should have told you this a long time ago, but it was easier to stay silent. I'm a coward. I always have been, and I'll die one. But Martin is making it impossible to hold back the truth any longer." She poured whiskey for both of them and refilled their glasses twice. As she continued speaking, Dara was convinced she was outlining a plot for a new book she intended writing. Her romance novels, which she wrote under the pen name Dorina Dale, had pastel covers and entwined hearts that breathed love in all its conflicting and confused splendor. It was a formula she'd perfected over the years, but that night, listening to her weaving a spell with words, he wondered if she was changing genres. Was she moving from romance to crime, even horror? Except that she did not write mysteries or horror or crime or brutal killings. Her protagonists fought and were prone to intriguing misunderstandings that inevitably led them into each other's arms. Her voice shook. At times Dara could hardly make out what she was saying. His head felt fuzzy, as if too much pressure was being applied to his brain by a malignant pump, pumping information that stripped away his identity and everything in his life he'd taken for granted. Martin had groaned in his sleep as Rachel spread the truth like a tapestry before her son, each stitch embellished with bitterness. Dara longed to give voice in the same guttural way to mark those moments that would define him from now on. Documents boxed and sealed were opened, birth certificates unfolded. Stanley Kennelly, his father, once known as Peter Nally, carried his secret to his grave. Lorraine Nally, once known as Lorraine Clark, became Rachel Kennelly, alias Dorina Dale, How many identities did his mother possess? Brendan Clark became Martin Sheridan, but his grandfather was so lost in dreams that he no longer knew who he was. They even changed Dara's name by deed poll. Cathal, his real name, seemed to leap at him from his birth certificate. Cathal Nally. He felt no affinity to his birth name, but the cage door was swinging wide that night. He knew it could never be closed again. Martin slept undisturbed throughout the telling. In his muddled waking hours, was he able to recall the time when his son's crime made headlines every day? Could he remember how his daughter, her husband, and their young son had moved from their own house to Minor Arch Terrace in an effort to support him throughout his son's trial? An agonizing trial where Sebastian had pleaded not guilty. Could he see the smeared windows, the flaming arc of a firebomb, the vile screams and threats from the crowd who rioted outside his father's house night after the guilty verdict was declared? They had the quiet accomplice in their sights. She'd escaped the law, but not the rough justice they were determined to inflict on her. Most of the protesters were strangers from outside Broadwater, but Rachel had recognized locals in the crowd. They carried placards and shouted threats. Excrement was flung at the windows and posted through the letterbox. After the house was firebombed and the family were rescued by the fire brigade, Martin moved with them to their house on Bevy Green, a quiet suburban estate some distance from the village. Any hope of remaining unnoticed faded when she was attacked in her local supermarket, and efforts were made to drag Dara from her by two women who called her an abusive mother. Despite the jury's verdict, Rachel believed in her brother's innocence. That changed when she visited him after the attempted kidnapping of her son. He sat there and told me he killed Joanna because she was going to leave him. She spoke quietly to Dara as she outlined the horrors she'd endured. Jealousy. That's what it was all about. Murderous jealousy. He'd lied to the court when he insisted he'd never harm a hair on her head. Lies, all of it. Dara could tell from her voice that she was back there again, face to face with her brother, as he outlined his reasons for killing the woman he claimed to love. Late that night, a crowd gathered outside her home. Windows were broken, and an attempt was made to ram the front door before the Gardaí dispersed the mob. She fled with her family to safety during the small hours and ended up in Piper's Rest. Sometimes during the day, Dara finds himself shaking, his eyes stinging, as if the smoke and fury has erupted around him again. Memories come at him like shrapnel. How could he have forgotten those first 4 years of his life? The friends he made in Bevy Green, the walks to the supermarket, where Rachel ended each shopping trip with a treat that he could choose from the sweet racks beside the checkout desk. All wiped away, just as he'd managed to forget the mold-stained walls and dank rooms, the reeking smells of dead vegetation and vermin that greeted his family when they moved into the cottage. Now, he remembers the caravan, where they lived for those first months, as his parents and Martin threw out rotting wood, a rusting range, a decapitated statue of the Child of Prague, beds with iron frames and mattresses colonized by mice. They stripped the cottage to its fundamental stone and made it into a home. He cried a lot and wet the bed during that time. He ran away and was missing for 6 hours. His parents feared he'd fallen into the loch. He was unconscious when his father finally found him in an abandoned car that had been dumped in a ditch. Dara had closed the door behind him, and the broken locking mechanism had prevented him from opening it again. Tonight, he learned from Alicia that hate can be as excruciating as love. He came to Ida Cove to unburden himself, but she got there first. The pouring out. No wonder she spoke with such passion in Law's last stand about the prosecution of evil. No wonder she looked so devastated in Dunaway's when Sebastian's face appeared on the television screen. Does she feel lighter now? Has her burden been halved after this sharing? His has been doubled. Words cleave to the roof of his mouth when she says goodbye and walks towards gates that are already opening. How could he have been so naive as to believe she'd be unmarked by her family's history? The scars she carries are deep. His are fresh and only recently scored. Every minute of that night in Piper's Rest is inscribed on his mind. He wonders why his back is still straight and firm. It should be hunched with shock from the secrets that were exposed as his grandfather slept, and the flames cast monstrous shadows over the darkened room. What is he to do? Can he overcome the confession Alicia made? Forget how tormented she is by events beyond her control.
He has to forge a way forward from tonight. Love at first sight is a fallacy, a chemical sleight of hand. That's what he'd always believed. Funny how that turned out. He's in love with Alicia Hart. Somehow, he has to hold on to that refined space where he and Alicia exist and make it strong enough to keep them together when the right time comes to reveal his true identity. Chapter 12. Alicia. October. The months of training are over. The day has arrived. Alicia had anticipated the marathon surge, but it's so much more than that. It's heady and exhilarating. A swell of movement, a collective consciousness, everyone determined to run to and beyond the level of their endurance. The noise is orchestral, a harmony of sound that blends each voice into the one song. Good luck, keep hydrated, see you on the other side. Are the runners surrounding Alicia, those who are dancing on their toes with restrained energy or stretching to their limits, as scared as she is? She doubts it. They look ready to stream ahead, especially Katie, who's running her 15th marathon. The arches, distinguishable in their purple tops with the viaduct arches printed on the back, group together. Katie hugs each of them in turn and says, "The training runs have really paid off. You all look as calm and confident as I expected. Just remember, this is a glorious day but a tough one. Do your best to enjoy it. When you feel you can't go on, remember that I have absolute belief that you're going to cross the finish line. No matter how long it takes, I'll be there rooting for you." She must mean everyone except Alicia, who's had 2 nosebleeds since she woke up this morning. Does she disappoint Katie? A runner with her pedigree should have shown more promise. Katie spoke to her once about Joanna. The inspiration she was when Katie was a teenager and Joanna was in her prime. "How are you feeling?" Dara asks as they wait for the start gun to sound. "Nervous." "That's normal," he replies. "We all are." It's kind of him to pretend this race is an ordeal for him. At the last 2 training sessions, he beat his personal best. He takes her hand, squeezes it. "Ah, would you look at those 2 love road runners," Lindsay shouts, but the others are too busy stretching or checking their Fitbits to pay attention. The gun has been fired. Cheers and shrieks and good luck wishes from the supporters rush them forward in a billowing wave. Dara remains beside her as they run along Leeson Street lower. "Go ahead," she shouts. "I'll be okay on my own." "I want to run with you." He holds her gaze. It's curious, the strength of that connection, how it quickens her breath, and how in that instant it seems as if the 2 of them exist in a space that excludes everyone else. What an utterly fantastical thought to have in the midst of the Dublin Marathon. Alicia's nerves fall away as they settle into a rhythmic pace. The runners have separated and there's space to breathe. She drinks regularly from her water bottle and watches the roadside crowds for signs of her family. She's anxious about her grandmother, who has been in hospital for a fortnight after becoming breathless and faint on one of her morning walks. A neighbour noticed Helena's distress and called an ambulance. She was only discharged 3 days previously and warned by her consultant to take it easy. This morning, when Alicia advised her to stay at home, she shook her head firmly. Nothing on earth would keep her away. How many kilometers have they covered? She's still feeling strong. Runners drop out, hands on knees, chests heaving. Dara should be ahead by now, running alongside Katie and the other elite runners. He shrugs aside her plea to increase his pace. "You said you wanted to improve on your personal best," she reminds him when Lindsay passes them with a wave. "Allowing Lindsay to overtake you is not the way to do it." "I want to run the marathon and cross the finish line with you," he replies and grins. "Save your breath for running, not for arguing with me." He means it. She's running faster than usual as they stream into Phoenix Park. She feels euphoric. It's contagious, this euphoria. Dara is laughing when he grabs her hand. They swing their arms in the air. That's when she notices her mother. Imogen's beauty can still take Alicia by surprise. She's not cheering or waving as Helena and Kenneth are doing, as everyone else is doing. It seems as if the sight of her daughter running past has frozen her features in shock, or is it sadness? Is she recognizing herself in Alicia? The young Imogen who saw her dream of becoming a great runner turned to ash. Lately, Alicia finds herself evaluating her mother's feelings towards her. She's an enigma whom Alicia adores, yet she always feels as if she can't live up to an expectation Imogen demands from their relationship. Alicia is rather awkward. She was a child, probably about 6 or 7, when she overheard her mother talking to the track and field coach at the BSL, who promised to do what he could to help Alicia develop a natural rhythm. As if to prove her mother's point, she'd fallen during her first competition with the junior runners and came in last on her second one. Helena was kinder about her awkwardness. "I pushed my daughters too hard," she told Alicia. "I didn't realize it at the time. Hindsight is only a friend when we learn from it. I'm not going to make that same mistake with you, my darling." Alicia had wanted to be pushed and encouraged. She studied the photographs of her aunt on the track and imagined reaching the finish line, that graceful forward thrust that would proclaim her as the winner. She wanted to wrap the tricolour around her and circle the stadium to thunderous applause. The lack of encouragement from Imogen and Helena led to her dropping out of the track and field club. As she grew older, she realized that their opposition to her becoming a runner had more to do with their personal reaction to the tragedy of Joanna's death. Despite this understanding, the feeling of awkwardness persisted. She showed no further interest in running until she decided to train for the marathon. "Running brought nothing but unhappiness into our family," Imogen said, when she heard that Alicia had joined the Archers. "Focus on your studies and don't waste your time training for a marathon you'll never complete." It would have been easy to give in and take her advice. Not doing so was more than an act of defiance. It broke a binding that had always held Alicia back, one knotted with awkwardness, fear, and lack of self-confidence. The snap of its splitting had brought her to the starting line today. Someone throws a packet of jelly sweets at Dara, who catches it and rips the bag open. He spills sweets into her hands. He must notice that she's shaking, but he doesn't comment. She bites down and focuses on the sweetness. Nothing else matters except the flavor. Then it's gone, and her legs weaken suddenly. They're past the halfway stage, but the distance they've yet to cover seems like an impossible task, a gargantuan one that is beyond her capabilities. She searches for words her mother has used to praise her and finds them. Hard-working, dependable, clever, studious. Each word has the thud of Alicia's slowing footsteps. Dara has also slowed. She'll tell him she's dropping out. No shame in doing that. Katie says it's the effort that counts. Alicia will encourage him to go on, but he's looking straight ahead. Hasn't he noticed she's holding him back? Where is his competitive streak? "I could run with you forever and never tire of keeping up with you," he says, and she can tell by his smile that all he wants is to be beside her. The ache in her body is endurable. It has a glory to it that pushes her on. Faces blur as she passes the onlookers, grabbing cartons of water, throwing the water over her face, into her mouth, water streaming and mixing with tears that seem to come from nowhere, yet flow effortlessly down her cheeks. Suddenly she feels it, a touch slight enough to ignore or pass off as her imagination. Joanna's hand on her back. Is that what she feels? Nothing ghostly about it. Joanna, Joanna, Joanna. Her aunt's name is a mantra, and it doesn't matter when she realizes that it's Dara's hand pressing against her spine. Alicia welcomes the strength it gives her to keep running, running, running. And before she knows it, a childhood memory is running in step with her. Bushes, a hidey hole, a boy. She hunkers down with him, staring through the leaves. Big people everywhere. They sang happy birthday to Mammy after she blew out the candles on a birthday cake. 30 candles. Such a big blow. The boy shows Alicia worms wriggling in the clay and spiders hanging from cobwebs. His mammy finds them and tells them they must come out. Auntie Joanna chases Alicia around the garden. Round and round they go in a circle that grows wider and wider. Alicia is shrieking with excitement when Auntie Joanna catches her in her arms. She's strong. Alicia is frightened that she'll never put her down again. She wriggles and yells to be free. Auntie Joanna only lets her go when Mammy shouts at her to leave Alicia alone. Mammy is sitting under a sun umbrella with a cross face.
Alicia runs to her and is held with a different kind of strength, one that feels and smells familiar, one that is safe. Where did this memory originate? It feels fully rounded, as if it has been lying dormant in its entirety until Alicia decided to release it. It forces her onward. Even that sensation passes, and it's just numbness that keeps her going. It's exactly as Katie described. Robotic movements, and still she keeps pushing on, tears drying on her face, laughter coming in sudden spurts, a myriad of emotions sparking off her as she stumbles over the finish line with Dara and into his arms. Cameras click as they kiss and continue kissing until Katie comes between them with hugs and congratulations. "You're amazing," she says. "Such a dark horse, saving all your power for the main event." Alicia doesn't know what she means until she sees Lindsay staggering towards the finish line, along with 3 other archers who'd passed her earlier. She has no idea when she gained on them or how she did so, but she's succeeded in beating them by 3 minutes. She wants to experience the euphoria that gripped her when she was running through the park, but is too exhausted to feel anything other than relief that it's over. All the archers have completed the marathon. They head for the hired bus and pile on board. Everyone is speaking at once. This hubbub dies away as the driver moves off. Her head rests on Dara's shoulder. Silence settles, an inward, peaceful quiet that lasts throughout the journey to the BSL, where the staff, club members and families are waiting outside to applaud them. She recognizes Kenneth's tall, imposing posture. Imogen stands with him, yet as always gives the impression that there is a marginal but perceptible distance between them. Helena is frailer since her hospitalization, and her fitted jacket with matching trousers is a little looser on her. "Are you ready to meet my family?" Alicia braces herself for the introductions. "Why not?" Dara replies. "This is as good a time as any." "My darling girl, you were wonderful." Helena hugs her. "Excellent indeed," says Kenneth. "Well done, Alicia." Imogen seems so genuinely pleased that Alicia wonders if she'd imagined her mother's stark expression when she ran past her earlier. "I'd like you to meet Dara." She draws him forward and introduces him. "Ah, the mystery man." Kenneth shakes his hand vigorously. Alicia knows that crunch and has seen men wince from it. "I'm delighted to meet you, Dara." Imogen inclines her head towards him. "Thank you for supporting Alicia throughout the marathon." "No support was necessary," Dara replies. "She's a natural runner." "I agree." Her grandmother's eyes are moist. She must be remembering Joanna and the jubilation surrounding similar triumphs. Not that Joanna ever ran marathons. Too risky for a sprinter, according to Helena. "Dara, you must come to lunch next Sunday," she says. "Don't you agree, Imogen? It's time we got to know this young man." If that arrangement suits Dara, he's more than welcome. Imogen's brittle smile is impossible to interpret. Kenneth, after shooting a sharp glance at Dara, nods in agreement. "Time to undergo the 3rd degree, young fella," he says, and chortles so loudly it's easy to believe he's only pretending. "Does Sunday suit you?" Dara pauses before replying. Is it reluctance that puckers his forehead and casts his eyes downwards? Something is wrong. Alicia can't name it, yet it passes like a tremble between them. Is he thinking about the cove and how her hatred spilled into his ears? How could she have confided something so private to him and expected him to understand? Since then, preparations for the marathon, her law lectures and hospital visits to her grandmother have occupied her time. Apart from running together and a drink afterwards in the BSL bar, they haven't been alone or on a date. Yet that conversation hangs between them in a waiting space that will have to be filled sooner rather than later. Her unease fades when he smiles. "It's very kind of you to invite me." He speaks directly to Helena. "Next Sunday is perfect." "That's decided then." Helena taps her hands together. "I know the 2 of you want to be in there with the other runners." She nods towards the center. "But don't stay long, Alicia. It's important that you relax and hydrate properly." After showering and changing, they meet in the bar where a buffet has been prepared. Speeches are short, and the food is quickly demolished. Later, towards the end of the week, there'll be a proper celebration. For now, all Alicia wants to do is lie down and sleep. "Are you sure you're okay to come to lunch?" she asks Dara. "I don't want you to feel under pressure." She wills him to cancel. It's too soon to subject him to Kenneth's interrogatory questions, her grandmother's gentler probing, and Imogen's watchful silence, which she'll break by making a subtle comment about Alicia that will have a sting in its tail. "No pressure," he replies. "I'm looking forward to meeting your family properly. I keep thinking about that night in the cove." Finally, she's able to mention it. "I didn't mean to burden. We won't talk about that now," he interrupts her quietly. "But it's been on my mind." Not another word. He presses his index finger against her lips. It's a conversation for another time. He calls a taxi and arranges with the driver to drop her home first. Later, when she's in bed, her phone bleeps. "I'm dreaming of you." He accompanies this text with a photograph, the two of them, arms raised, running together in perfect synchronization. She can't sleep. Something profound happened to her today on the run. She can't name it. It's just a feeling that Joanna is a step nearer to her. Her aunt's ethereal presence is not to be feared or dreaded. This is not a haunting. Nothing as crude as a chilling breath on her skin, or strange shapes illuminating the dark. It's linked to Dara and the belief that she has fallen deeply in love with him. Does he feel the same way? All her instincts tell her yes. She closes her eyes on that exquisite certainty and sleeps. Chapter 13. Dara. "You look remarkably chipper for someone who's just run a marathon." The taxi driver checks him out in the rearview mirror. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been pulverized by a wrecking ball." "Believe me, son, that's nothing as to how you'll feel tomorrow." The man speaks with authority. "I was into the marathons myself until the knees told me it was time to quit. I missed the buzz, though. I could feel it again when you and the lass got into the car. What was your time?" They talk about marathons as the distance from Broadwater increases. Dara is in a stupor by the time he reaches his apartment. His stomach swerves, a sudden swell of nausea when he thinks about Helena Hart's invitation to Sunday lunch. The word opportunistic flashed into his mind when she offered him access to her home. It continues to flash, as attention-seeking as a motorway sign on a gantry that warns of traffic congestion. And there had been congestion at every stage of his journey to this point. He imagines those fortress gates parting to allow him entry. Mission accomplished. The thought comes unbidden and sickens him. It seems ludicrous that he could ever have envisaged breaking into Seaster, yet he accepted the invitation, even though he'd a ready-made excuse at his fingertips, one that was perfectly true. Rachel is expecting him home next weekend. He must talk to Alicia, spill it all out and beg for her understanding. They'll meet at the official Arches celebration on Friday night. He'll tell her then. If their relationship is to have any meaning, it can no longer exist on a lie. This noble thought perishes on the vine the following morning when he rings his mother. If Rachel is disappointed to hear about an important work project that will need his attention throughout the upcoming weekend, she hides it. "Martin is in good form," she says. Sometimes he believes he's back in his boatyard in Broadwater. He worries that the repairs being undertaken do not meet with his exacting standards, and she must quell his anxiety. She has to be tired. This adds to Dara's guilt, though not enough for him to cancel the invitation to lunch with Alicia and her family. On Friday night, hoodies, leggings, trainers and sweatbands have been replaced by ruffles, sequins, lace and bows for the Arches marathon celebration. "And that's just the men," says Katie, which gets a laugh when she gives her speech. She presents the runners who'd improved on their personal best during the marathon with a medal. Alicia is included in this small group. She sparkles, not just the glitter that threads her dress, but in her eyes, her smile, in the promise he feels when she clasps his hand. She wears her medal throughout the dancing that follows, slow, dreamy dancing that can only end one way, but mustn't. "Can we slip away and go somewhere quiet?" he says. "I need to talk to you." "Let's go to your apartment," she whispers. "That's not a good idea." He holds her closer still. "It's what I'd like us to do, Dara." She arches her back and stares upward to meet his gaze. Her eyes have darkened. The wildness he sees there, the promise and the anticipation are irresistible. A lure that takes them from the BSL and across the river where city lights sparkle on the tide, and words that should be uttered are lost in the touch of her. The medal, her first ever, lies against her breasts until Dara gently but firmly removes it and hangs it from the shade of the bedside lamp. The fervor of their kisses and the silky touch of skin on skin, the newness of caresses that are timeless, drive them on. The sheets, crisp and laundered, soon tangle around their legs and knot them even closer together. The hotness of Alicia when he runs his hands along her thighs tells him where he must go, and she takes him there. His fingers funneling her pleasure until she cries out and he enters her, unable to hold back any longer yet afraid, knowing that for her this is new and may be painful. But no, she rolls with him, rocks him so hard he thinks he'll never endure the pleasure that roars through them. They sleep eventually and make love again in the pale dawn light. The following morning it doesn't take long for shame to settle.
An albatross that hangs grimly around his neck as he drives her back to Broadwater and drops her off outside Lindsay's apartment, as she insists. He's relieved she's not going home. One glance at her face would tell her family that she hadn't spent the night drinking Pinot and recalling all stages of the marathon with Lindsay. She looks beautiful and tousled, a smile playing over her lips, as if she's still savouring those sultry hours they spent together. He'll see her again on Sunday afternoon, when he'll take her from the shelter of her family and finally tell her the truth. Chapter 14. Dara. He reaches Broadwater an hour earlier than agreed. He parks his car in the small shopping centre and walks through the village. In the months that have passed since the night his grandfather almost drowned in Loch Magan, new memories continue to be released. Faint at first, like an X-ray vision stripped to the bone, but they are growing muscle and ligaments, cell upon cell building pictures from his forgotten past. He walks the short distance to the house on Minor Arch Terrace, where his grandfather once lived. The imposing three-story houses have been converted into offices and restaurants and small individual apartments. Number 8, where Sebastian and his mother grew up, is now a community health centre. He continues on to the harbour, where Martin used to run Broadwater Boat Builders and Sons, as had 3 generations of clerks before him. His grandfather was the last of the boat builders. All signs of the company have been removed from the harbour, and there's nothing to suggest that Sebastian spent his youthful summers helping to build, repair, and restore the boats and yachts that once crowded the dry dock. In Bevy Green, he stands outside a semi-detached house with a small front garden. Toys are scattered over the lawn. A woman with a child in her arms comes to the window and stares out at him. He's the only person on the road. It's impossible to imagine the frenzied rage that once filled this space and drove his family away. Walking the Ida Trail is the most upsetting part of this journey back in time. A dry stone wall on one side is partially obscured by hedgerows. On the other side of the trail, there's a safety railing, where once there was nothing to protect walkers from the sheer drop into the water. He stands in front of the marble plaque that marks the spot where the police believe Joanna was stabbed and flung or fell into the water. Her wide, confident smile radiates from the inserted photograph on the plaque. He touches her face. Is his blood tainted? Is it possible to inherit a murderous gene, one that could embed itself into his psyche and pass from one generation to the next? Despite his mother's warning that Sebastian had cut all links with his family, Dara had been unable to ignore the urge to meet this man who had destroyed so many lives. The name Dara Kennelly would not mean anything to him. According to Rachel, he'd no idea of the identities his family had adopted. He decided to write to his uncle. Sebastian needed to be able to identify him. A clue was necessary, one that would not be noticed by prison staff, who would read the letter before it was passed to him. Dear Mr. Clark, I hope you are in good health. I'm a researcher with Bayview Communications and work on the Scope Investigates team. I've researched your trial and the circumstances that led to your imprisonment. I was 4 years old when Joanna Hart died, yet I clearly remember the publicity surrounding her disappearance. I'd broken my arm after a fall from a swing and was in a plaster of Paris cast. Funny how certain childish happenings can be associated with major events for the strangest of reasons. Recently, I came across the cast when I was searching for something in my attic. The pirate drawings on it are still visible. This was such a coincidence that it encouraged me to write to you and request a meeting to discuss a project I've had on my mind for some time. I'm aware that there are prison regulations to be followed if a visit is to be allowed, and am contacting you initially in the hope that you will agree to meet me. Sincerely, Dara Kennelly. He waited 2 weeks before receiving a reply. Mr. Kennelly, To visit a prisoner, you'll need to personally contact Marshal's Visitor Center. You'll need ID on the day of your visit. Check the prison website for further information. He arrived at Marshal Jail with the necessary documentation and joined an orderly queue. It consisted mainly of women, some with children, and several men whose grim expressions never changed as they cast their eyes over Dara and away again. They remained silent, unlike the women, who were more relaxed as they spoke quietly together. Eventually, they wound their way through security to a visiting room, where tables had been placed at discreet distances from each other. Dara's restored recollections of an uncle who'd kicked a football with him on the terrace and drew pictures on his cast could have been illusionary. Yet, when he entered the visiting room, he recognized him instantly. Sebastian was still tall, but the way he walked, shoulders bowed, head bent, gave the impression that he'd shrunk. He was thin, almost emaciated. Dara would later discover he'd endured a hunger strike that seriously damaged his health before the prison authorities capitulated and made efforts to improve the prison food and sanitation. The fact that he'd agreed to the meeting suggested he must have some interest in Dara. Yet his uncle's eyes held nothing but indifference. "Did your arm heal?" No greeting as he sat opposite Dara, just an abrupt question. "It healed well," Dara replied. "You lied in your letter. You broke your arm a year earlier." "I also lied about the cast," Dara admitted. "Once it had been removed, I never saw it again. But I remember the pirate you drew on it when you came home on holidays." Sebastian's eyelids twitched, the movement barely perceptible. He studied his nephew for what seemed like an age, but must have been about a minute. Dara made no effort to break the silence. He was acting on instinct, one that told him to allow Sebastian to lead the conversation at his own pace, however uncomfortable it made Dara feel. "Why are you here?" His uncle finally spoke again. "I was anxious to meet you," Dara replied. "It's important to know one's own blood." He'd anticipated some kind of response, a softening of his features perhaps, a nod of recognition. Sebastian remained impassive. "What's important about it?" he asked. "I want to understand you." His uncle must appreciate the fact that Dara hadn't come in judgment, anger or curiosity, although, at different stages, all those emotions had led him to this meeting. "You need to understand me in order to know yourself. Is that it?" Sebastian's voice had a gravelly resonance, as if he didn't use it very often. "I've no difficulty understanding myself. But not your dark side. Is that what frightens you? Do you see me as the instigator of every destructive thought that's ever passed through your mind?" "I only discovered your existence recently," Dara replied. "If you're the dark side of my mind, you've been a bit late coming forward." He knew that his uncle was goading him, hoping perhaps that his nephew would leave and allow him to continue his isolated existence. Was he so used to being hated that he was unable to manage a situation that brought ambiguity into his cell? "I was never meant to come forward." Sebastian stated this with a flat conviction and half rose in his chair. Dara was convinced he was going to walk away, but he lowered himself again before leaning across the table towards him. "My life is here. I don't want to feel what you feel," which I'm assuming is some cockeyed assumption that blood trumps reality. "Blood flows freely here. That's the only scent I follow." "Don't you care about your family?" Dara asked. "I have no family," he said. "No binds." "Wrong. Your father has dementia. He almost drowned one night when he went wandering. He kept repeating your name and begging forgiveness." Sebastian gripped the table with both hands. Despite his thinness, Dara could see a bristling strength in him as he tried to lift it. Thankfully, it was attached to the floor, but the effort he made to move it brought color to his cheeks and a gleam to his eyes. "Why did your mother break her silence and tell you about me?" he asked. "She was afraid my grandfather would blurt something out and I'd start asking questions. Until she resurrected them, I'd buried the first 4 years of my life completely. They're back now. I'm not dealing with them very well. You learn quickly in here that you're responsible for your own problems." Sebastian held his hands up, palms towards Dara, as if this would give him the barrier he needed to remain detached. "Taking on anyone else's will only destroy you. I'm not looking for your sympathy." He'd noticed an alertness about a prison officer who was watching them. Any further agitation from Sebastian would bring the man over to their table. "What are you looking for?" "Answers. First, tell me how my father is." His uncle's voice deepened, a hard rasp that failed to hide the shake behind it. His eyes never left Dara's face throughout the telling of Martin's near-death experience at the loch. He sighed the first time he heard the name Martin, but he didn't correct Dara. His struggle to maintain control was hard to watch, but his brimming eyes soon hardened and his lips stopped trembling. At the mention of the name Rachel, he shook his head, as if warding off his sister's alias. "Is she well?" he asked. "She's a best-selling author who writes under the pen name Dorina Dale. She was always gifted with a good imagination." Was there a hint of a smile on his face? If so, it was fleeting. "What does she write about?" "Romance. Happy ever after endings. I doubt you'll find her books in the prison library. She started writing after my father died. It helped her to cope with the isolation, especially when I went to uni." "Peter is dead?" His uncle's shocked interruption brought home to Dara the full extent of the sundering that existed between Sebastian and his mother. He resisted the urge to remind his uncle that the name Peter had no place in Rachel's reconstructed world. Sebastian remained silent as Dara described the illness that had brought Stanley Kennelly home from London to spend his final months with his family. "Since then, she hasn't stopped writing," he said. "She calls it her escape hatch and says it gives her a reason for rising in the morning." From the beginning, his mother had created a narrative that could never be penetrated. The reclusive author, claustrophobic, but gifted with a romantic imagination. She refused to engage with any form of personal publicity, insisting that her books be allowed to stand on their own merit. It worked. She quickly became a best-selling author. According to the sales analysis, her mystique appeared to be one of her main selling points. "I liked your father." His uncle blinked rapidly, then fixed his gaze on Dara. "I'm glad she was able to find an outlet. What about you? What did you study at university?" "Media and print journalism." "Is that the reason you're here?" "No. Are you hoping to make a documentary about me?" His interruption was harsh and emphatic. "If that's your intention, we've nothing more to say. Prison seeps away any desire to explain one's actions. I've no intention of opening myself to public scrutiny." "I listened to the podcast Freya Cannon made," Dara said. "I was interested in what Sam Nolan had to say about your investigation." "A voice in the wilderness, that's all he was." His uncle stood. The visit was over. "Can I come again?" Dara asked. "That's entirely up to you." "Goodbye, Sebastian." He held out his hand, then dropped it to his side, afraid he was breaking prison protocol. His uncle nodded without replying. As Dara walked away, a name, unfamiliar and alien to him, seemed to materialize from the stale, angry air that fogged this visiting room and reach him before he was out of earshot. "Goodbye, Cathal." When he turned around, his uncle was still standing in the same position, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 15. Dara. Alicia greets him at the front door. She's been busy in the kitchen, helping her grandmother prepare lunch, and is flushed from the heat of the oven, or so she claims, when she lifts both hands to her cheeks. He knows differently, as does she, the information carried in her sideways glance. The half-smile that tells him she's also remembering Friday night. She leads him into a long, L-shaped living room. It combines a dining area that remains partially out of sight. Kenneth Morrison is relaxing in an armchair in front of the fire. He stands when he sees Dara and holds out his hand. His grasp is as bone-crunching as Dara remembers from their brief encounter outside the BSL. Does he use it to intimidate people? One glance at the thrust of his chin tells Dara that the man in front of him is at ease with his authority and knows how to exert it. "Have you recovered from the marathon?" After Alicia excuses herself and returns to the kitchen, he waves Dara into an armchair opposite him and sits down again. "Yes, it took a few days, but I'm back to normal." "I can imagine. Did you enjoy the celebrations on Friday night?" "Yes, I did." The question sounds too interrogatory for comfort. Dara resists the urge to clear his throat. Alicia looked quite exhausted when she finally decided to return home yesterday morning. Kenneth's benign nod does nothing to ease his discomfort. Too much dancing, that was her excuse. How is he supposed to respond to that comment? Alicia's a good dancer. Easy to lead, you mean? The interruption is laden with meaning, Dara must meet it head-on. "I'd hate to be the person who tries to lead Alicia," he replies. "I am sure you've discovered that yourself." He wills himself not to look away from his interrogator until Kenneth lowers his hooded eyelids and says, "Indeed." A bottle of red wine breathes on the hearth, and a log fire creates a welcoming blast of heat. 2 built-in cabinets in alcoves on either side of the fireplace are filled with trophies, cups and shields, medals, scrolls, statuettes, a dazzling array visible behind glass doors. A monument to the memory of Joanna Hart. "Can I offer you a pre-lunch drink?" Kenneth asks. "I'm about to indulge in a whiskey if you'd care to join me." "I'm driving, so a glass of water will do, thank you." "I'm not going to handcuff you for drunk driving if that's what you're concerned about." Kenneth throws the remark over his shoulder, along with a chuckle as he walks towards a cocktail cabinet. "I retired from the force some years ago." All the chuckle does is increase Dara's nervousness. "Was it difficult to adjust to everyday life afterwards?" he asks politely. No adjustment was needed. Ice tinkles in a jug when Kenneth fills a glass with water and hands it to him. "I left so that I could plow my own furrow without some upstart college graduate shoving forms under my nose. Now I run a private investigations agency and shake a stick at bureaucracy." He settles back in his armchair and sips his glass of whiskey. "What about you? What exactly is your role with Scope?" "I'm a researcher." "Which means exactly what?" His tone is dismissive rather than interested, yet it demands an answer. "My research determines whether we follow up on a story or drop it. I guess it lays the groundwork for what follows." "I see. So, what exactly are you researching now? Hopefully it won't be another slanted investigation." "What do you mean by slanted?" "Let's just say that Scope sails close to the wind at times." "In what way, Mr. Morrison?" There's something behind the man's genial expression, a calculated watchfulness that adds to Dara's anxiety. "Call me Kenneth," he says. "No standing on formalities in this house." One example of slanted, or should I say biased, reporting was that so-called investigation that claimed to expose police corruption. "It wasn't police corruption," Dara replies. "It was about one officer, and he was definitely corrupt, as was proved by the fact that he's now behind bars." "Let's just agree to respectfully differ on that one," Kenneth replies. "Does the current project you're researching interest you?" "It does." "What's it about?" "I'm afraid we're not allowed to discuss work in progress. It's Scope policy." "Oh, come on, don't clam up on me now that you have my attention." He tilts his glass towards Dara. "I'm in the investigating business. I understand the importance of secrecy. Not a word of what I hear will go beyond this room." "I can't say more than that." "More than what?" Kenneth scoffs. "You haven't told me anything." The fire is throwing out too much heat. He's beginning to sweat under the scrutiny of Kenneth Morrison, whose rapier glance across a table must have terrified those he used to cross-examine. He wills Alicia to appear and lighten the atmosphere. The door remains closed, and Kenneth is shrugging aside his efforts to explain the secrecy under which the Scope team operate when a documentary is in progress. "I get the message, Dara," he shrugs. "I apologize for my interest in your work. For all I know, you could be just the T-boy in Scope, no offense intended. However, as you and my stepdaughter are going out together, you can understand my curiosity to learn more about what motivates you and the areas of research that attract you." "Miscarriages of justice fascinate me." Dara's response is instinctive, a rush of blood to his head. He could have said drug warfare, which would be true, or environmental issues, equally true. Instead, he gave the one response that was sure to antagonize the man sitting in front of him. "And how many of those would you find, may I ask?" Kenneth frowns and casts off any attempt at cordiality. "Not too many," Dara admits, "but they happen. If such a documentary was to be considered, would you be interested in participating as an ex-member of the force?" Kenneth tosses his whiskey back. "And have my words edited to suit a particular narrative?" "I think not." "Can you name one miscarriage of justice that Scope Investigates could cover?" "Sebastian Clark." The name twists around Dara's tongue. What is he doing? He's teetering on a ledge of his own making,
risking exposure because of the antagonism he feels towards this man who put his uncle behind bars. He's watching Dara intently. Sebastian must have been subjected to that same interrogatory expression as evidence was compiled that would see him behind bars and his family scattered. To his relief, the door opens and Imogen enters. Her tallness wasn't that obvious when Dara met her after the marathon, but here in her home environment, she dominates the room. Her smile is vibrant when she greets him, yet it doesn't touch her eyes or mar the smoothness of her skin. A strikingly attractive woman, she must be at least 10 years younger than her husband. Alicia resembles her in appearance, the same thick, black hair swept back from her forehead, the same dark blue eyes, but that's where the similarities end. Alicia has warmth in her bones, an openness that's in stark contrast to her mother's reserved manner.
Lunch is ready. She walks ahead of them to the dining area where Helena, energized and smiling, has carried a platter of bread and a salad bowl to the table. Alicia serves smoked salmon, prawns and avocado as a starter before sitting beside Dara. A bottle of white wine stands in a cooler. 6 chairs surround the table. The empty chair is beside Helena, who touches the back of it before she begins to eat. It's a fleeting motion that no one except Dara appears to notice. As the wine is passed around the table, he can't shake off the thought that she's communicating with her dead daughter. That's what she does, according to Alicia. She finds it therapeutic. Her claim that Joanna answers her back worries Alicia, who fears Helena may be showing signs of dementia. This brings his mind back to Martin, and everything that has brought him here crashes into him again. "So, tell us about yourself, Dara," Helena says when the main course has been served. "I believe you're from Sligo originally, a stunning county. I've often hill-walked there. Where exactly did you grow up?" "Magan's Pass. It's not even a dot on the map." "Dublin must have been quite a culture shock when you moved." "I'm adaptable." "I'm sure you are, Dara." Imogen's smile reveals her perfect white teeth. "Are your family still living there?" "Just my mother and grandfather. My father passed away some years ago." "How sad." Helena lays down her knife and fork. "He must have been too young to go, like my Joanna." The clink of cutlery is stilled as all eyes settle on her. She lifts her shoulders, sighs. Sorry. Sometimes it's hard not to mention her name, even if it disturbs everyone." "You're not disturbing us, Gran." Alicia, who is nearest to her, reaches down the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm so sorry about what happened to your daughter," says Dara. He feels as if he's flinging words into a void, and Helena is struggling to catch them. She rewards him with a grimace that could be a smile, but is too fleeting for him to decode, as we all are. Kenneth stands and carves the lamb with forceful yet delicate precision. "I must say, this is amazingly tender, cooked to perfection. Anyone else for more?" No doubting his authority as he directs the conversation away from Helena and adds another slice to Dara's plate, then to his own, before sitting down again. "Where are you living now, Dara?" Imogen asks. "Black Rock. That's a long way to come for a run." The indent between Kenneth's eyebrows deepens. "Why on earth would you put that extra journey on yourself?" "To run with Alicia," Dara replies. Her knee discreetly presses against his. She must have washed her hair earlier. The scent reminds him of sun-ripened apples, like the ones his grandfather coaxed from his meager orchard every year. "Well, that to my mind is a perfect explanation," says Helena. She has barely touched her food. Here, as in the living room, photographs of Joanna hang on the walls. Some show her on the track, others feature her with dignitaries, athletes and celebrities. One particular photograph catches his attention. It takes an instant for him to realize that the athlete in a singlet and shorts, her hair cropped so short it reminds him of a skull cap, is the same woman sitting opposite him. Imogen was running with her sister on a circular track. They were alone, so it must have been a practice run. Joanna looks younger than she does in other photographs. She's probably in her mid-teens, and there's an awkwardness about her arms that differs from the fluidity Dara has seen in later images. That was taken in California. Imogen doesn't need to look behind her to know which photograph has captured his attention. "It's a fabulous shot," says Dara. "It's a miraculous one," she says. He waits for her to continue, but she adds nothing further to the conversation. Imogen is a cancer survivor.
says Helena.
She was in recovery when that photo was taken.
You look remarkably fit. Dara speaks directly to Imogen, who simply shrugs, as if his opinion is of no importance. But not fit enough, Helena sighs. Sadly, she was never able to compete seriously again. That must have been tough. Dara is appalled at how trite he sounds, but nothing more appropriate comes to mind. Dying is tough, says Imogen, but, unlike Joanna, I got to live my life. It's impossible to know if the cruelty is intended, but it hits like a whip across Helena's expression. We mustn't bore our guest with the past, Imogen continues. Alicia, will you organize the coffee? I'd like my usual herbal tea. I'll help you. Dara tries not to let his eagerness show as he rises to his feet and follows Alicia to the kitchen. How can she live in such a suffocating atmosphere? This house is trapped so firmly in the past, it's impossible to breathe properly. Helena comes across as a gentlewoman, a bit on the frail side, yet he saw a hardness in her gaze when she commented on Imogen's lost ambitions. She triggered her daughter. He'd noticed the clench of Imogen's fingers on the wine glass. The cruelty of her reply was an instinctive response. No wonder Alicia hates Sebastian. The night in Ida Cove returns to him. Not that it ever leaves him. He struggled to move on from it, but knows in his heart that it's impossible to ignore the gulf between them. His hope that he can persuade her to look differently at Sebastian's case is an illusion. He's caught between this reality and the reality of being hopelessly in love with her. How is he supposed to change a situation that he alone created? Chapter 16. Alicia. The air is fresh, salty and heavy with sea spray when they escape from Sea Aster and walk beyond the estuary to the open coast. They clamber over rocks and reach one that has a plateau-like flatness. He grips Alicia's hand as she follows him onto its slick, seaweedy surface. Far out on the horizon, a ferry sails towards port. It seems stationary in the vast expanse of water, a sea creature with smooth flanks and a snout that sniffs the prevailing wind. The incoming tide is moving stealthily over the rocks. She welcomes the spray on her face, relieved to be free from the stifling atmosphere of her home. An advancing wave is rising like a question mark above the smaller ones. It still has a distance to travel, but it'll wash over them if they don't step back. She shrieks in harmony with the seagulls as they retreat to a safe distance and watch the wave cascading into foam. That was dangerous, says Dara. She nods in agreement. That was the whole point of clambering over the rocks in the first place. Tempting fate, letting go of restraints as she did on Friday night after the marathon celebrations. Sea Aster will be empty when they return. Her family have been invited to a neighbor's house for drinks to celebrate a wedding anniversary. They'll have the freedom of Sea Aster for the next few hours. Dara tightens his grip on her hand. Are his thoughts the same as hers? This morning, she changed the sheets and duvet cover on her bed. She put flowers in a vase and removed her long, outgrown band posters from the walls. Her room still looks like a box compared to his bedroom with its sleek, built-in wardrobes and ensuite. What if she brought him upstairs into the apartment? Into Joanna's bed? Such a thought feels sacrilegious, shameful. It should never have entered her mind. But it has, and the creeping excitement Alicia feels rushes her breath forward as they climb up the embankment onto the road. Let's sit here for a while. Dara stops when they reach a wooden bench that offers them an uninterrupted view of the sea. I need to tell you something. We could go back home, she says. The house will be empty by now. No, I'm not comfortable there. He shakes his head and draws her down on the bench. He sits stiffly beside her, his hands pressed against his knees. The uneasiness he can arouse in her always catches her off guard. The sense that the air between them has a membrane, something so subtle she's unable to explain it, yet she knows it's there. And yet, she thinks about Friday night, when it seemed as if nothing could come between the happiness they gave to each other. This is going to be difficult to explain, he says. His face is contorted, as if he's fighting tears. But please hear me out before you say anything. Can you promise to do that? Yes, of course I will. She pauses as a dog walker approaches. 3 dogs are on leads, and the woman is having difficulty with one of them. The black Labrador, straining at the lead, appears to be heading in Alicia's direction. Alicia recognizes her. Noreen Nolan, widow of Sam Nolan, who battled death long enough to try and destroy Kenneth's reputation. She stops beside the bench and smiles at Alicia. The striped bandana she wears does nothing to hold back her frizzy grey hair. She looks wiry and energetic, rather than agitated, which was how she seemed on the day she came to see Asta after her husband died, and Alicia opened the front door to her. Kenneth had beckoned her into his home office. Perhaps it was the differences in their sizes and her obvious agitation that made it seem as if a slap from his hand would knock her over. Dara is staring at the ferry, his eyes shaded. He seems unaware that the dog, tail wagging, is ignoring Alicia and making a beeline for him. "Nice afternoon for a walk," says Noreen. "How are you, Alicia?" "I'm well, thank you." "And your family?" "All good. Give your grandmother my regards." Her gaze settles on Dara as the dog lurches forward. "To heel, Hugo, to heel!" Noreen's command is reluctantly obeyed, but she makes no effort to move on. The glance she gives them is speculative. Is she summing them up and trying to decide if they are a couple? Does she expect an introduction to Dara? And if so, how will Alicia describe him? Friend? Boyfriend? Dara, as if he's also affected by the woman's curiosity, bends forward to stroke the dog and allow his fingers to be licked. Below them, the sea rages over the rocks. Only their jagged spikes are now visible. The other dogs are becoming restless. "Well, I'll be off," Noreen says. "These doggies don't allow me the pleasure of engaging in idle chat." She moves on with a nod and a smile. "Have you met her before?" Alicia asks. "What makes you think that?" He's clearly surprised by her question. "Just the way she looked at you, I guess. And her dog took a shine to you, that's for sure. I like dogs, they can sense that. How do you know her?" "Her late husband and my stepfather had work issues, staghorns locking, that kind of stuff. What were you going to tell me before she interrupted us?" His phone rings as he's about to answer her. "I'm not going to take that." He sounds exasperated by another interruption. "Whoever it is can leave a message. I'll catch them later." He rejects the call, but the caller immediately rings again. "It's my mother." He glances at the screen. "I'd better take it in case something has happened to my grandfather." He walks a short distance away to speak to her. The ferry is moving, despite its perceived stillness. How is Alicia to judge anything when appearances are so deceptive? What madness to think of making love on Joanna's bed. She needs to rein herself in and stop allowing her imagination such leeway. "What is it? Are you sure he's okay?" She picks up snatches of Dara's one-sided conversation. His head is thrown back, his expression grim. "No, I can't just drop everything," he says. "I've work in the morning, a breakfast meeting to attend. Just tell me what's wrong." He walks back to Alicia when the call ends. "I have to go home," he says. "To Blackrock?" "No, to McGann's Pass. Something is seriously wrong. My mother's refusing to tell me what it is." "Your grandfather?" "Maybe. It's unlike her to be so upset. I'm going to have to drive there and back before morning. It's manic at work. I can't take the day off." "What did you want to tell me?" she asks as they walk back to see Asta. "Yes, that he's distracted or panicked, maybe both. Whatever he wanted to discuss with her must have been pushed into the background by the call from his mother. Can we talk about it tomorrow evening if you're free to link up?" he asks. "Yes, I'll be at King's Inns all day." "Meet me in Laws then." "Okay, see you about 6-ish. "I'll be there." "Ring and let me know what's wrong," she says, "and please be careful on the road." "I will." He hesitates. "I really am anxious to talk to you. I wish—" He stops and attempts to smile. His mind must be on the journey ahead and what awaits him at the end of it. "We'll do that tomorrow," she says. "Just drive safely." He shakes his head when they reach Asta, and she suggests a coffee before he hits the road. The kiss they exchange has none of the heat and fury of Friday night. The phone conversation has disturbed him. It has also unsettled her. This is the second time he's attempted to tell her something. He failed to do so in Ida Cove, and somehow, what with Helena being hospitalized and the intense training before the marathon, she forgot about it. Could it be the same thing? She has no idea what it will involve, but her uneasiness increases as he drives from Asta and beeps the horn in farewell. Chapter 17. Dara. Rachel is angry with him. She refused to explain why, just demanded that he drive to Piper's Rest for a conversation. She made it sound more like a confrontation. Has she found out he's been visiting Sebastian against her express wishes? If that is her reason for throwing a strop over the phone, then he'll tell her about the research he did before he first set foot in Marshall Jail. It included reading every feature and broadcast he could find in the archives about Joanna Hart's murder and his uncle's arrest. He acquired a transcript of the trial and read it twice. The second reading was easier. His heart had stopped racing by then, and his tears had dried. The cross-examination his mother endured at the hands of Kenneth Morrison was difficult to read. Only for Sam Nolan's insistence that the bedroom where the knife was found had been contaminated by the officers who made the discovery, she would have been charged as an accomplice. They came without a search warrant and failed to protect the crime scene from DNA cross-contamination. It had been Rachel's bedroom until she'd married and moved into Bevy Green. Her DNA was everywhere in the room, including the dusty, loose floorboard where the knife was hidden. So, also, was Sebastian's DNA. She claimed that they'd hidden a time capsule under the floorboard when they were children. When the capsule filled with childish mementos was found, it corroborated her story, but failed to convince Kenneth Morrison of her innocence. Nor did it prevent the prosecution counsel from calling her to the stand and subjecting her to a rigorous cross-examination. The hostility that built up around her during the trial was a factor in the riot that followed Sebastian's guilty verdict. The only report he found that suggested there were flaws in the investigation leading to Sebastian's arrest came from the podcast made last year by Freya Cannon. What were the chances of meeting her in-laws? And of her knowing Alicia? He'd sensed the change in her as soon as Freya joined the group. It didn't surprise him. Her family must have been outraged when the Spitting Nails podcast went live. The sergeant Freya interviewed was dead 2 days later. Sam Nolan had known he'd only days left to live when he agreed to talk to her. He'd spoken from his hospice bed about the need to clear his conscience before meeting his maker. He'd outlined what he believed to be failures in the system, slip-ups, carelessness, and evidence that was overlooked or ignored during the investigation. He believed the evidence should be re-examined and that a retrial was necessary if justice was to be served. The podcast was meant to be presented in 2 parts. Sam Nolan didn't live long enough to finish it, nor did he experience the public backlash to the first episode. He was gone by then, shriven and oblivious to online hate and the thugs who covered the headstone his wife erected over his grave with graffiti. Despite the passing of time, Joanna Hart's untimely death still has the power to inflame her public. Dara found Sam Nolan's obituary online. He noted the sergeant's address and the name of his wife. A week later, he knocked on Noreen Nolan's door. Today, on Coast Road, they pretended not to recognize each other. What was she thinking as she tried to coax Hugo to stay still? Probably, like him, she was remembering the morning Dara had called to her bungalow on Broadwater Lane and set the dogs barking. She'd silenced them with a brisk command before opening the door. Her size didn't equate with her loud voice. She was small and slight, dressed in denim jeans and an oversized sweater. Her Facebook profile stated that she was a professional dog minder. When he introduced himself as a researcher with scope, her puzzlement was reflected in her smile. "I admire that program," she said. "It scratches the nation's underbelly, but I've no idea why you'd want to speak to me." "It's about a podcast your late husband did with Freya Cannon. Is Scope planning to do something on it?" Her expression became guarded. "It's early days yet," he replied. "I've a few questions to ask about it, but I'll be talking to you purely off the record." She nodded. "I'm about to take my dogs to the park for a walk. I'll see you there, but I'm not promising to answer your questions." She'd 5 dogs on leads when she entered the park. She reached a fenced-off area where they could run freely and released them from their harnesses. The sun was shining that day. She sat on a bench and held her face upwards while the dogs played and snuffled through the undergrowth. "They're amazingly well-behaved dogs." He sat down on the bench beside her. "Of course they are." Her tone suggested no other opinion was possible. "I'm a professional dog minder." "That's easy to see," he replied. "I've never known anyone handle so many dogs at the one time and do so with such confidence." "I'm too long in the tooth for flattery, mister." She smiled nonetheless. "What exactly do you need to know?" One of the dogs came over and sniffed Dara's hand. Noreen picked up a twig and flung it across the grass. "That's Hugo." She chuckled as the dog streaked after it. His owner used to leave him alone all day in a cage. It was probably bigger than my kitchen, but it was still a cage. Now that I'm minding him, he stopped gnawing at his foot. "You obviously love dogs." "Who doesn't? When it comes to choosing between dogs and humans, there's no competition as far as I'm concerned." "Why are you interested in Sebastian Clark?" "The podcast Freya Cannon made hinted at some irregularities about his arrest," he replied. "If we did proceed with a scope investigation, neither your name nor Sam's would be mentioned." "You're damn right we won't be mentioned, because I've no intention of talking about it." "I'm sorry you had to deal with all that fallout," Dara said. "It can't have been easy." "It wasn't easy for Sebastian Clark either," she replied. "I heard he was beaten up badly afterwards by some of the prisoners." People have long memories. You're too young to remember the shock that followed that tragic runner's murder. The whole country was outraged and screaming for someone to blame.
The evidence led in only one direction. "Do you think he was guilty?" Dara asked. "What else am I supposed to think?" She bent to stroke a black and white collie who'd emerged from the bushes and slumped at her feet. "He never denied that the knife belonged to him. His fingerprints were all over the handle. His defense barrister argued that he'd used it from the time he was a kid and working summers in his father's boatyard," he said. "And he'd been helping out as usual in the yard after coming home with Joanna Hart for her sister's birthday party." The collie lifted her head and regarded Dara with brown, soulful eyes. But he couldn't explain how that poor girl's blood was on it. Noreen broke off and spoke sharply to the collie, who jumped upwards to snap at a wasp. "Sam illegally copied information relating to the Clark investigation. I planned on burning it. Flames disperse bad energy. Have you discovered that yet?" "I'm afraid not." Dara had no idea where their conversation was going. "I've often wondered what the outcome would have been if he'd finished the podcast. He died on the day Freya planned to interview him for the second part." "Did you burn the information?" he asked. After a brief hesitation, Noreen shook her head. "One of my husband's colleagues relieved me of it." Her expression snagged for an instant on what could have been an unpleasant or a bitter recollection. "Do you have a name for this colleague?" She shook her head emphatically. "Now, if you'll excuse me, playtime is over for my dogs. I need to be on my way." Her briskness had given way to a nerviness that brought her to her feet. She called the dogs to her and began to leash them. "Can I help?" He took one of the leads from her and clipped it to Hugo's collar. "Do you think that file has been destroyed by your husband's colleague?" "Knowing him, I very much doubt it." The lines around her mouth deepened. "That file will provide protection should there ever be questions about the investigation. No one on that team covered themselves in glory." "Can I ask why you gave it to him?" "I didn't at first, but let's just say I know a threat even when it's not spoken aloud. I live alone at the end of a lane. Dogs are my life. Anything could happen when I'm minding them. I couldn't take that risk, especially when I bumped into him on 2 occasions in this park. It was the way he handled my dogs that warned me. His heavy-handed stroke, the tickle under the chin that made them skittish. They sense danger a lot faster than we do." She headed towards the park gates and allowed Dara to walk Hugo, whose legs kept tangling in the leads. "I decided to bring the file to his house. Oh, he was polite, as always. I could easily have convinced myself I was imagining things. He had his back to me when he shoved the file into his safe and hit the combination. He didn't know I was able to see over his shoulder." "You saw the combination?" "His fingers weren't nimble enough for my eyes. I was a bank teller until I retired. I've a special relationship with numbers and a good memory for them." "You're an extraordinary woman, Noreen." "I'm very ordinary, just an old dog lover. Are you trying to prove that man's innocence?" "Like Freya, I've an open mind." They'd reached the park gates. Her patience and his time with her were limited. "Good luck if you decide to go ahead with a documentary," she said. "Just be aware that her podcast didn't make a whit of difference to Sebastian Clark's incarceration." Should it have? Making it was the only way Sam could find absolution, but death took him before he achieved what he'd hoped to do. She ushered the dogs into a van. "It was nice meeting you, Dara. Now I need to get this lot back to my house
so that they can enjoy their afternoon nap. "Goodbye, Noreen." He bent and waved through the back window at the dogs.
Some had dropped their heads to their paws. Others stared back at him, eyes bright, tongues lolling.
He handed his business card to her. "If you think of anything that might help with a scope investigation, will you contact me?" She shoved the card into the back pocket of her jeans. He figured she'd forget about it as soon as she drove away. He was wrong. A week later, a text arrived. It was brief and came with an emoji of a dog. "Kenneth Morrison, 296242. Her disclosure brought him to Ida Road. Twice he went there, stalking, spying, losing his mind, and bringing him eventually into Alicia's arms. Meeting Noreen this afternoon on Coast Road when he was with Alicia, and meeting Freya when they were together in Law's Last Stand. What is Dara to make of that? Coincidence? Or something more significant? Mysterious forces colliding. He shakes such a notion aside. He's on edge, worried about the distress his mother must be feeling if she's found out about his visits to Marshall Jail. 5 visits so far, and he's still no nearer to understanding what makes this taciturn man tick. Sebastian has more color in his face, which suggests he's spending time in the exercise yard. He works in the kitchen, according to Greg Whelan, one of the prison officers. A few friendly words as the officer processes Dara on his visits to the jail has established a rapport between them. An avowed fan of Scope Investigates, Greg believes Dara's visits are related to a possible documentary about one of Marshall Jail's most notorious murderers. "Why don't you ask me the question that brought you here in the first place?" Sebastian asked him on his last visit. A glance at his uncle's set expression told Dara that his answer would determine whether or not they would continue to meet. "I've many questions to ask you," Dara said, "but this is the most important one.
Why did you put the Hart family through a torturous trial by pleading not guilty when you admitted to my mother that you killed Joanna Hart? Read the runes and decide for yourself." Sebastian sounded as if he was grating the words and allowing them to fall into slivers on the table between them. His nephew could gather them up as he wished. A second, thread-like scar on his cheek, faint enough to belong to his early years in prison, twitched. Dara wondered what other scars were hidden under the grey tracksuit that hung from his skinny frame. "I've read the runes, as you say, and they leave me with another question," he said. "Why have you made the same not guilty claim to the parole board when you could be free by now if you admitted your guilt?" A prison officer approached their table. His purposeful walk suggested that he intended to step between them. 2 protagonists intent on wrestling truth to the ground. Was that how they appeared to him? The man walked past without making eye contact. Dara remained conscious of his presence and the possibility that their conversation could be overheard. "What do you believe, Dara?" His uncle's unblinking stare was a challenge, or was it a plea? A reaching out from his confinement, not just from his cell, but from the very essence of his soul. Dara was unable to understand what this gaunt, resistant man with his inflexible stillness had touched in him. "I believe you put the safety of your family first and sacrificed the support they were willing to give you by driving them away." He leaned forward and spoke with a quiet certainty. He visualized it all, the venom and vengeance, the arc of a firebomb, the chant of a mob who'd been robbed of their illustrious star. "For what it's worth," Dara paused, aware that he was taking on an extra heaviness when he was already bent from the knowledge his mother had laid on him. "I believe you could be innocent."
Chapter 18. Dara. Everything seems normal when he reaches Piper's Rest. Rachel is in the kitchen, her usual writing space, and is working at the table on her laptop. She turns when he enters by the back door. After giving him a brief nod, she returns her attention to the screen. Her fingers move rapidly over the keyboard, an ominous sign, one that has nothing to do with his grandfather. Otherwise, she'd be frantic with worry instead of angrily pummeling out sentences that she'll probably delete tomorrow. "Is Gramps all right?" he asks. "See for yourself," she replies curtly, and accompanies him to Martin's bedroom. His grandfather, propped with pillows, is sitting up in bed watching television. "Who are you?" He stares perplexed at Dara, then turns to Rachel. "Why is he on my boat?" "It's Dara, Dad." Rachel speaks soothingly to him. "He's come to see how you are." "Dara, Dara." Of course it's Dara. He smiles and grasps his grandson's hand. My boy, my dear boy, how are you? Dancers swirl across the television screen. Judges in bejeweled jackets award points for postures, pirouettes, and performances. Martin relaxes with a deep sigh and continues watching the program. You scared me on the phone. Dara keeps his voice low as he follows his mother back to the kitchen. I thought he'd had a stroke or a heart attack. Is everything okay with you? That depends. She pulls another chair closer to her and positions her laptop in front of him when he sits down. She touches the keyboard and opens a Facebook page. What on earth possessed her to set up an account? She steadfastly refused to engage with any of the socials, until now. His stomach cramps as he recognizes the Arch's Facebook page. What am I looking at here, Dara? She clicks on an album of photographs that were taken at the marathon. He knows exactly which one she's going to show him.
He remembers the instant it was taken. Alicia laughing as they linked hands and swung their arms aloft. They'd been tagged by their names, and Lindsay, who'd posted the photograph, had written a comment about the relationship between Alicia and her once famous aunt. What does this mean? Rachel continues to stare at the photograph. Tell me what you were doing with that young woman. I can explain. I doubt that very much. She presses her fingers against her throat. Does she know who you are? No, of course not. What are you doing with a running group in Broadwater? Katie, the woman who set the group up, she's a coach and has an excellent reputation. He falters, unable to continue. He's never had reason to lie to her until now. Her expression warns him that this is not the time to start. Did you deliberately seek her out after I confided in you? Her question comes at him with the speed of an arrow. She's flushed, her eyes glistening from unshed tears. I'll tell you everything, he says. Just bear with me and let me explain exactly what's going on. She listens without interruption as he describes each stage of the journey that led him to Alicia. Journey sounds over-emotional, as if he'd walked a straight line instead of wandering recklessly along a path strewn with lies. She gasps, but stays silent when he describes his visits to Sebastian. Her face is ashen, even her lips are colorless. Her fingers are linked now, knuckles white when he tells her about his visit to Alicia's house this afternoon. Can it still be the same day? A day cleanly divided between the two strands that link Alicia's family to his. He's afraid to look at her expression, in case he sees the revulsion she must feel. He can't blame her. The magnitude of his deception since he first set eyes on Alicia shames him. What have you done? She cries. For God's sake, Dara, what have you done? I swore you to secrecy that night. You promised you'd never betray me. On your oath, you promised. Her lips are drawn back as if the scream she wants to release is trapped by her own incomprehension. I haven't betrayed you. No one knows. It's still between us. How can you say that? This girl, woman, Alicia, what is she to you? I love her. He can't pretend otherwise. Speaking those words, his mouth feels cleansed. She raises her hand. He has no desire to avoid the blow to his cheek. His ears ring. He doesn't want her to stop. He staggers backwards when she strikes him again. His face smashes against a jutting shelf filled with cookery books. Black spots hover before his eyes. Rachel stares at her hand, as if it has suddenly developed a mysterious force. She runs to the fridge and removes ice cubes, folds a cloth around them, and creates a compress. He winces, still dazed, when she presses it against his cheek. You cannot see Alicia Hart ever again, she says. I can't agree. You will agree. This is flatly stated and explicit. I've lived this intolerable life to protect you from the shame of being associated with my brother. I didn't want you pulled down by his crime. Your father and I, and Martin too, we made this choice so that you could grow up free from his shadow. If that's the case, why did you tell me the truth the night Gramps went missing? He takes the compress from her and dabs his cheek more gently. I had no choice, she replies. Martin would have told you eventually, even if his version was garbled. He was talking more and more about Sebastian. I knew it was just a matter of time before you began to ask questions.
but I trusted you. You fucked up my entire reality." The fury he's been suppressing since the night she revealed his past bubbles to the surface. "What did you expect when you offloaded your history onto me? Did you think I'd calmly adjust to the fact that my life from the age of 4 has been a lie? Or accept that I've been suffering from dissociative amnesia? Oh yes, I looked it up. Thank you, Dr. Google. It sounds so much more clinical than suppressed shit, which is no longer suppressed and is doing my head in." "Yes, Dara, I did think of that, and more." Her anger is subdued now, yet he suspects it's brimming within her. "But I believed I was doing what was right. Now, you tell me some preposterous story about an investigation that could have been flawed and how you wanted to get inside the mind of the investigating officer through his stepdaughter, whom you love, and have deceived in the most despicable way possible. Am I leaving anything out?" He can't bear her scorn, but he makes no effort to silence her. "Did you even once consider me?" she continues when he shakes his head. "The only pleasure I've managed to wrench from this isolation is my writing. It allows me to lose myself, to make a success of my life, despite the odds. You've jeopardized everything I've achieved. Can you imagine what would have occurred if you'd revealed the truth to Alicia Hart? She'd have gone straight to the press or published it on social media. Dorina Dale exposed. How would you have felt then? How would I have felt? I'll tell you. I'd have gone straight for the low that almost took your grandfather. Unlike him, I'd have succeeded and would have had no hesitation about doing so." She's crying now, tears of rage raining down her face. The door opens. Martin looks at Dara, then slumps into a chair. What has he heard? What does he understand? Rachel has turned away from both of them and is wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "Are you okay, Gramps?" He lays the compress on the table and hunkers down in front of his grandfather. Martin takes his hand, his grip still firm. "You came all the way to see me, Dara. You're a good boy, a very good boy." He drives into the night, passes through sleeping towns and villages. The motorway has a ghostly radiance, a pulse that's stilled until the reach of early morning traffic causes it to beat again. He loves 2 women, 2 distinct kinds of loving. Each one has its own power, demands, expectations, heartache. The pain in his cheek has worsened. His collision with the bookshelf is nothing compared to the shock of being struck by his mother. His face burns, as if the mark of her fingers has scorched him. Who would have believed she was capable of such violence? But wasn't violence what had brought his family to such a pass? Her voice is an echo he can't silence. Let it end now. Don't you dare open a Pandora's box that's been closed ever since my brother told me he was a cold-blooded murderer. His appearance startles Alicia when they meet in Laws. His cheek is swollen and has turned a sullen purple. Does she believe his explanation about a fall in the apartment car park? The scope team accepted his story when he arrived at the studio, bleary-eyed and haggard from the 2 long drives and a sleepless night. Colleen, the sound engineer and his favorite person on the team, bought a tube of arnica for him on her lunch break. He cuts Alicia's concerns short. Rachel's words still seethe inside him as he outlines his reasons for ending their relationship. He's not ready for commitment. It's his fault. She deserves better. Such hackneyed phrases are dragged from somewhere deep and shameful within himself. He expects her to argue, to demand an explanation, to refer to the unforgettable night they spent together. He waits for her to accuse him of exploiting her. It must be on her mind, smash, grab and run. But she never refers to it. She could punch holes in his excuses, a Swiss cheese of contradictions, but all she says is, "This is your decision, Dara. I'd advise you to stick to it, because I've no intention of forgiving you, or of ever seeing you again." Then she leaves, her drink untouched on the table, shoulders straight, her heels clicking him out of her life. Chapter 19. Alicia. It's over. Just like that. At least he'd had the courage to tell her to her face, unlike Lindsay's last boyfriend, who did it by text. "You're too good for me," he said. "I'll only hurt you if we continue seeing each other. I've never been good with commitment. One cliché after another, weasel words, all adding up to sorry. Get out of my life. What did she just experience? An inferno that turned into a damp squib. She can't take it in, can't believe it. He looked as though he'd been in a fight, and his eyes were as empty as the promises he'd made to her on Friday night. The air between them charged and sparking as they took and gave and took again, insatiable for the touch of each other. Whatever changed his mind has nothing to do with commitment or the lack of it, nothing to do with his unworthiness. Nothing he said rang true, but there it is. He's gone from her life forever. That wasn't what he was going to tell her on Sunday afternoon. She suspects it has something to do with his mother's phone call, yet she's unable to fathom what that could be. She hasn't left her bedroom for 2 days. It's become a hellhole, stale air and snot, tears, useless rehearsals of explanations she should have demanded, insults she should have flung at him instead of sitting calmly, outwardly at least, in laws while he spluttered and prevaricated and lied. Helena knocks gently on the door and pleads with her to come out. She's made lasagna, Alicia's favourite, and sticky toffee pudding for dessert. Kenneth raps hard on the wood and demands that Alicia allow him to comfort her. He could be cajoling a suspect to confide in him so that he can lock him up and throw away the key. Her mother has been forced to stand still and worry about her daughter. Alicia is something she needs to put right, a project undone. What's happened to you? Her voice beyond the door demands an answer. Is it Dara? Have you stopped seeing each other? When Alicia doesn't answer, she taps again. Let me in, Alicia.
This kind of behavior can't continue. Is she checking her events calendar, cancelling appointments, texting apologies? When she still refuses to emerge, Imogen texts her. Broken hearts heal. I know how impossible that must seem right now, but time will prove me right. This is such a lie that Alicia buries her head into the pillows and screams. She deletes Dara's number. 5 minutes later, she enters it into her contacts again. She flings her phone at the wall and hears the screen crack. A heart with a line through it. That's what the crack looks like. An ironic symbol that makes her laugh out loud. Cackling like a cartoon witch, she thinks, and stops laughing just as abruptly. Lindsay is the first to prove her phone is still working. Your mum's been in touch, she says. She asked if I knew why you're so upset. I told her I've no idea. Is it over between you and Dara? I don't want to talk about him. I understand. If you need a shoulder, call me. Thanks, Lindsay. Have your blisters healed? Just about. I'm still battling one on my ankle and another on my big toe. Blisters versus running. I'm wondering if it's worth it. They talk blisters and other marathon-induced ailments for 5 minutes. Alicia manages not to mention Dara's name and confines their conversation to damaged limbs instead of damaged hearts. Nothing has changed when she finally ends the call, or so she believes until the stuffiness of her room becomes unbearable. She enters the bathroom. Hello, stranger. She addresses her reflection, limp hair, red eyes, red nose, red cheeks. After showering and shampooing her hair, she clears the steam from the bathroom mirror and begins to recognize herself again. Imogen opens her arms when her daughter returns to the living room and holds her close. This unusual demonstration reduces Alicia to tears again. She allows Imogen to lie her on the sofa and cover her with a rug. There is something appealing about being helpless, even childlike. It brings back early memories, so early that there is no weight to them, yet they always land with certainty. They must belong to a time when Joanna was alive, and she, Alicia, was the center of her parents' world. She remembers walking along Minor Arch Terrace with her father, who lifted her on his shoulders so that she could see the yachts on the estuary during regatta week. Imogen is by his side, laughing up at Alicia. She remembers an ice cream van, a playground filled with children and swings, to be pushed so that Alicia could scream with fear and excitement as she ordered her father to push her higher, higher. But he remains a faded shadow, unlike Kenneth, who, even in those fragmented recollections from her childhood, is full-blooded and constant. Her father's best friend, who became her mother's protector when Luke Jackson was no longer around to wipe her tears. You think I don't understand heartache? Imogen moves a chair closer to the sofa and holds Alicia's hand, stroking it over and over. She does not seem rushed or tense or abstracted as she normally does on a working day.
That text I sent you about hearts healing over time may seem like a cliché, but a cliché must carry elements of truth if it's to survive. Dara has hurt you deeply, but you've only known him for a short while. Hearts are sturdy organs. They're capable of surviving great losses, despite how improbable that must seem at the time. Did your heart survive, Dad? Alicia's misery fuels her need to venture into forbidden territory. It wasn't Luke's death that proved healing is always possible, Imogen replies. Courage and endurance, determination also, that's what I learned when I was diagnosed with cancer. It gave me the courage to deal with life's upheavals. Love prepares you for nothing. It's like a drug that seems to offer unlimited possibilities. In reality, they're hallucinations. By the time you discover that hard fact, it's too late.
You're addicted. Is that what she really believes? It's such a bleak way to sum up Alicia's short-lived experience of being loved and being in love. Is Kenneth an addiction? She asks. Imogen seems startled by the question. She regards her daughter for an instant before she shakes her head. Kenneth is my rock. I know. Alicia interrupts her before she can elaborate on Kenneth's sterling qualities. But what does that mean? It means that he was there when I needed him most. It means he'll always be around no matter what crisis enters our lives. Is she telling the truth or hiding behind a lie? As always, it's impossible to be certain that what she's saying bears any resemblance to her true feelings. I guess you confirmed that fact by marrying him so soon afterwards. Alicia can't resist pushing further into this unfamiliar terrain. Didn't you miss Dad, even a little bit? What kind of question is that? Imogen's tone is a warning that Alicia has gone far enough. It's a normal question, but of course it's not. There was nothing normal about her father walking down Broadwater Pier and into the water. We've had this conversation already, says Imogen. I'm not going to engage in it again. Why do you always push me away when I try to get close to you? Alicia breaks the concentrated silence that followed her mother's comment. Push you away? When have I ever laid a hand on you? Imogen sounds more surprised than hurt. I don't mean it literally. How else is Alicia to describe the feeling that her mother is viewing her from behind a sheet of glass? One that is crystal clear and displays none of the smears and grubbiness that comes from the hands-on loving that Helena gives her. All we do is shelter under Joanna's memory, yet we never speak about that time and how it affected you. What good does talking do? Imogen demands. Words can't change what's already happened. But it could help you to understand why your love for me changed after Joanna died. Alicia has no idea where this conviction originated, yet she knows with a calm certainty that it's true. What makes you say that? Imogen folds her arms, a defensive stance that's new to her. I'm aware that you think I'm cold and unapproachable at times. I never said that, Alicia interrupts too loudly. No, but you've said so to Helena, and she's spoken to me about what she calls my attitude towards you. She shouldn't. After Joanna died, you were Helena's reason for existing. Imogen's interruption is quiet but firm. I took a step back and allowed her to take care of you while I returned to work. It helped to keep her sane and seemed a small price to pay when I saw her recovering the will to live again. So you stopped being my mother? Of course I didn't. The love I felt for you when you were born remains exactly the same today. I'll always be your mother, no matter how difficult you... She breaks off when Helena comes in from the kitchen with a slice of sticky toffee pudding to celebrate Alicia's return to the world. Alicia turns her face away from the offered treat and tells her grandmother it's too soon for sweetness. Chapter 20. Alicia. A fortnight has passed since the breakup. The breakup. Alicia sees it in capitals that refuse to shrink. She recognizes parts of Dara in other men, a similar jacket, a walk, a profile, the back of his head, a gaze that's too intent to trust. Every time her phone rings or bleeps, her heart thumps then slumps when it's Sophia or Lindsay or anyone other than him, even though she doesn't intend to take his call, ever. All she desires to do is reduce Dara Kennelly to a memory that will fade and never resurface. Conversations with her family consist of a brief hello before she escapes to her bedroom. This pattern continues until the evening. Kenneth knocks on her door with such authority that she opens it immediately. You and I need to have a serious talk. He pushes past her and takes over the room, feet apart, arms folded, shoulders erect. What is it? She banks down her annoyance. What do you know about Dara Kennelly? He asks. Nothing. The lurch in her chest says otherwise. He's past tense. I've no interest in him. Well, I certainly have developed a serious interest in him. She won't give him the satisfaction of asking why. He's good at managing silence, and a fortnight of angst has taken its toll on her willpower. Why is that? She eventually asks. I was suspicious of him from the beginning. He taps a finger to his forehead, as if to confirm his astuteness. And, as it turns out, with good reason. What do you mean? She fights against the impulse to shrink from him, yet instinctively takes a step back. Were you aware that he's been visiting Sebastian Clark in Marshall Jail? That's a ridiculous thing to say. Is this some kind of obscene joke he's playing, or a contrived attempt to jerk her from her self-absorption? This faint hope barely registers before he speaks again. Ridiculous as it may seem, it's true. He's been visiting him regularly. You're lying. She spits the words at him, even as she accepts that he'd never hurt her in such a heartless way unless he'd irrefutable evidence. Once a cop, always a cop, and to prove this point, he swipes his phone and shows her a photograph. I'm sorry, Alicia. It doesn't give me any pleasure to pass such information on to you. Is it regret she sees on his face? Or pity for her as he delivers information that will tear her apart? I've seen how he's made you suffer by his behavior. You're wasting your tears on him. This photograph of Dara Kennelly was taken in Marshall's visiting room. I can only assume it's to persuade that murdering scum to take part in a Scope documentary. At first, the photograph on his phone is just a blur, like an image roiling through water until it steadies and reveals itself. Dara is sitting at a table. Other tables, neatly arranged around a clinical room with beige walls, all have the same alignment of stooped figures leaning into each other. Whoever photographed him did so from behind. His back is visible. She recognizes his hair, those floppy curls that always look as though they need combing. He wears the same shirt he changed into after the marathon, pale green linen, easily creased. His familiar leather jacket is draped over the back of the chair. Sebastian Clark's face is clearly visible. Yes, he's aged, but he's still recognizable, despite the spiky grey strands that pepper his cropped black hair. He has a scar on one cheek, and his mouth, set sternly, is somewhat lopsided, another knife injury, perhaps. How did you come by this? She asks Kenneth. Contacts are everything, he replies. They never let me down. A prison officer, then. Someone primed to notify him when anything, no matter how trivial, happens to Sebastian Clark. Dara is speaking to him. She can tell this by his stance, the bend of his shoulders, his taut head. Whatever he's saying has made no mark on the man in front of him. His impassive expression tells Alicia that he's simply passing time until he can return to his cell. He was using you, Alicia, to get to me. Kenneth's expression suggests he's come to the end of a tough cross-examination and is satisfied with the result. It's my belief that he was hoping to soften me up so that I'd agree to take part in a documentary about that murdering thug. He knew I'd do anything to please you. I'm sorry you're so upset. He pulls tissues from a box on the bedside table and hands them to her. I hate to see you hurting like this, but facts are facts. At least we found out the truth before any further damage was done. How long had you known that twisted little shit? A month? Maybe a bit longer? I got in early, thank God. I'll sort him out with his superiors at Bayview Communications. You mark my words. He keeps talking, as if somehow she'll find relief in his bluster. Alicia checks the photograph again. Sebastian Clark is thin, almost emaciated, his cheekbones accentuated by his gauntness. She enlarges the image and magnifies the crow's feet around his eyes that are fixed on Dara. As she gazes at him, she sees something familiar in the shape of his face. A thought rushes at her, and away again, then returns. Kenneth is talking about the letters this killer received from Dara. As yet, he hasn't made the connection that has leapt so ferociously at Alicia. She could be wrong. She must be wrong. You'll do no such thing. She's able to speak clearly at last. I'll never forgive you if you approach anyone in Bayview Communications or contact the Scope team. She moves forward until she's standing in front of him. Do you understand me, Kenneth? She jabs her index finger into his chest,
a hard thrust that causes him to gasp. "This is my problem. I'll handle it in my own way." He pushes his face close to hers. "Surely, you of all people understand the trauma this family suffers every time Sebastian Clark gets media coverage. Remember the podcast your so-called friend made? How long did it take your grandmother to recover from the speculation and outlandish conspiracies on social media? Her heart isn't able to take that kind of strain. Promise me you'll have nothing to do with that man again. Stop telling me what to do." She hears her voice rising and forces it down. The last thing they need is for Helena to investigate what's going on. "I won't have you interfering in my business. I'll handle it in my own way. So back off." She hands him back his phone and opens the door.
"I want you to leave now. I'm sorry I upset you. I'm not upset. Dara Kennelly means nothing to me." How can a lie sound so convincing? That's a relief. His exaggerated sigh adds to her anger. "I'm forwarding the photo to you. Keep it as a reminder that a bad tooth needs pulling before decay has a chance to set in." The photograph is now on her phone. She transfers it to her laptop and examines Sebastian Clark's face from all angles. The walls threaten to close in on her and take what's left of her breath. It was the cheekbones that first alerted her, then his ears. They protrude more than they should, and with Sebastian Clark's short hair they are noticeable and shockingly familiar. She'd never noticed Dara's ears until the night she brushed them with her lips and whispered endearments that make her blush when she recalls them. Until now, she's never had any interest in finding out about the public reaction towards Sebastian Clark's family. Information is still available online. She reads about the attack on his father's house and how it was partially burned. His daughter and her husband were living with him at the time. Threats were made to kill their young son. He was 4 years old. The family left one night, never to return. Alicia thinks about her aunt, her body snagged on a discarded underground pipeline. No wonder Joanna's fans were furious. They marched in protest over her murder and hammered on the sides of the Garda van that was used to escort Sebastian Clark to trial. Onlookers were regularly removed from the courtroom, still yelling obscenities at him. Lorraine Nally had been questioned by the prosecution. A judge had decreed that her photograph should not be published. To protect her security, she was taken in and out of court through a private entrance. But protesters traced her and her family and drove them from Broadwater. Alicia thinks about the conversation that took place between her and Dara in the Cove. Why didn't he say something then? But what could he have said when she was pouring out her hatred towards this man, who must be his relation, probably an uncle or a cousin? Kenneth is wrong. Dara's connection to her has nothing to do with a Scope documentary. She now understands the disquiet she sometimes experienced when they were together. It was a resemblance between him and Sebastian she'd glimpsed. Had Joanna been warning her? Beware, Alicia, beware. Run faster. She's stiff when she reaches for her phone, shivery, like she's coming down with some unnamed malicious virus. She sends a text to Dara and attaches the photograph that was taken in Marshall Jail. Meet me at midnight in the Cove. Chapter 21. Alicia. Imogen and Kenneth are in bed, and the house is in darkness when she leaves. The street lights and the footpath end just past her house, and the grassy bank edging the road can be treacherous at night. She uses the torch on her phone to light the way to Ida Cove. Dara has already arrived. His car headlights are on. As she makes her way over the surface with its loose stones and half-buried rocks, she feels like an actor about to step into the spotlight. How did he react when her text arrived with the photograph? Shocked, she's sure, and guilty too. How could he not? He's visible in the beam as he leaves his car and walks towards her. She stumbles but regains her balance and opens the passenger door before he can assist her. This man carried her to heights she'd never experienced before, then cast her aside like a used rag. That was how she felt when she walked from Laws, his abject apologies still ringing in her ears. She didn't believe his excuses, but, until now, she was unable to see beyond them. He turns off the headlights when they are inside the car. The darkness is absolute. Just as the silence becomes unbearable, he clicks on the overhead light. He looks thinner. his cheekbones more distinct. Or is she projecting another image onto him? Kenneth is right to accuse him of using her, but that is just a small part of Dara Kennelly's story. She's not leaving his car until she understands all of it. "I'm glad you contacted me," he begins. "I've been in hell, and you can stay there," she interrupts him, impatient to get to the point of their meeting. "You lied to me from the beginning." "Please, let me explain. I don't want to listen to excuses, just answers. That's all I need." She opens the gallery on her phone and points to the photograph. "Did you know who he was when I told you how I felt about him?" "Yes." "You must have found that very entertaining. Did you laugh all the way back to your apartment?" The anger is behind her eyes, in her temples, pressing against her skull. "Of course I didn't. You've no idea how much it upset me to see you so distressed." "But not upset enough to tell me you knew him." "I was going to." He stops what he was about to say, then continues. "It was just too difficult to tell you that night. Kenneth believes you're making a documentary and using me to get an introduction to him. He's wrong, but right. I don't know how to explain this. But right when he said you're using me. If he's at a loss for words, she'll provide the ones he needs. My stepfather is notoriously suspicious when it comes to engaging with the media. I was to be the soft touch, an easy target. Is that how you saw me?" No, it wasn't like that, not at all." Again, he stops, his struggle obvious as he searches for an explanation that she'll understand. He must realize he doesn't stand a chance. "I'm sorry, Alicia. Save your apologies. They're worthless. Just tell me how you know Sebastian Clark." "I can't do that. I desperately want to tell you everything, but that's not possible." "Then let me take that responsibility from you," she says. "Sebastian Clark is related to you."
"Based on the age difference, I guess he's your uncle. Your family changed your identities and moved to Piper's Rest after he was convicted." She feels his tremor, as if the information she's revealed is coursing through him. "You have it all figured out, Alicia. Or was it Kenneth who discovered the truth?" "No, I worked it out myself. As far as Kenneth is concerned, you're an ambitious thug, anxious to make your mark with scope. That's the way it will stay. I've no interest in making your life more difficult than it already is. Just tell me why your mother demanded you return immediately to see her." "She saw a photograph of us on the Arches Facebook page." "Ah, now I understand. She must have believed that her carefully constructed life was falling apart." "I was unaware that my own life had been reconstructed until recently." Is he angry or bewildered? Perhaps both. "What do you mean?" She watches their reflections in the window, cameo images caught in the grip of midnight. She can't allow pity to enter this conversation, yet she needs to understand what has brought them to such a pass. Repressed memories. He runs his hand across his forehead and rubs it repeatedly. "It's a form of amnesia. I used to have dreams about Broadwater. Not that I knew where it was or that such a place even existed. Dreams about a bedroom that must have been mine. Dreams about the sea and yachts and swans, which was weird when I grew up near a mountain. I never thought they were anything but dreams until my mother told me the truth." She's unable to feel sympathy for him. That might come later, but even then, it will be irrelevant. The impasse they have reached forces them into silence. Her anger has left her. It's strange to feel calm after the gamut of emotions she's experienced since she walked away from him in Laws. "I've one final question," she says. "Why did you use me to get to Kenneth?" "I didn't use." Once more he stops what he was about to say.
"I can't lie to you. I hoped you'd help me gain access to a file that was copied and removed from Broadwater Garda Station by Sam Nolan. It's in Kenneth's safe. The one Freya Cannon based her podcast on?" Her anger sparks again. "Have you any idea of the effect her podcast had on my family?" "It can't have been easy. It was horrendous." Her interruption is loud enough to silence him. Yet it was nothing but smoke and mirrors, insinuations, distorted facts. "Have you listened to it?" he asks. "I didn't need to listen. Freya Cannon is well named. She takes aim and doesn't care where her accusations land." "There would have been more solid information in the second episode," he says. "On whose information do you base that opinion on?" "I can't tell you that."
Never betray your sources, I suppose. Well, assuming you're right, how did you plan on acquiring this file? By asking me nicely to hand it over to you? Or maybe you intended removing it when you came to lunch? I tried to break into your house once, he admits. I couldn't do it. That was before I joined the Archers. I'm sorry. Stop saying you're sorry, I don't care. All I needed from you was the truth. Now that I have it, I'll be on my way. My head wasn't in a good place when we met. He reaches across as if to stop her leaving, then lets his hand fall. That's not an excuse, it's a fact. I thought I was strong enough to see us through this. He breaks off, floundering, she believes, in his own deceit. When you told me how you felt about Sebastian, the trauma you carried from the past, I knew it was an impossible situation. But I allowed myself to believe that as we got to know each other better, it would become easier to tell you. It took that argument with my mother to shake me out of that fantasy. He slumps back against his seat. This is such a mess. All I can do is tell you that I love you. This is not a declaration, she thinks.
It's an announcement that smacks of helplessness, as if love rides in on a tsunami that's impossible to avoid. And maybe he's right. That night, he begins, don't talk about it. She cannot bear to remember. You made the right decision to end our relationship. It hurt at the time, but now that I understand the reason, I can live with it. She refuses to allow him to drive her home. Her legs hold her upright until she reaches her bedroom. She sinks to the floor and gathers her knees to her chest. This time, there will be no lockdown, no tumultuous tears or uneaten meals. A severing has taken place. When it comes to honoring Joanna's memory, no other decision is possible. The sense of her aunt's presence is stronger tonight. It demands that Alicia listen to her own feelings. Always, she's reacted to the emotions of others, responding to Helena's grief and loneliness, Imogen's remoteness, Kenneth's iron-fisted protectiveness, Sebastian Clarke's brutality. She's never been able to think about Joanna in any other context, but that's changing. Did the change begin when Dara ended their relationship? Did it open a wound Alicia never realized she carried? The wound of separation. Has she ever grieved in her own right over this loss? Her aunt has emerged from the shade, her presence so strong that Alicia is swept up in its essence. It's akin to the loss of Dara, yet also utterly different. Understanding her situation won't alleviate the pain, but it gives her the strength to accept that she and Dara Kennelly can never meet again. Chapter 22. Helena. 9 months later, Helena enters her daughter's room and closes the door quietly behind her. Joanna smiles at her from the walls. She opens the glass doors that leads onto the balcony. Twilight is settling over the estuary. Sometimes it descends in a blaze on the water, but this evening the air is smudged in a purple haze. She leaves the balcony and lies down on Joanna's bed. Since Alicia moved out, she's been coming to Joanna's room more often to listen to the voice, or voices. Joanna had two sides to her. When she speaks, Helena is never sure if it's the daughter she loves or the mysterious and competitive athlete who always scared her a little. She's at ease when Joanna is filled with nostalgia, remembering the good days, the triumphs, the plan that Helena devised from the moment she gave birth to her daughters. This other voice is a connection that breaks on the instant Joanna is about to become audible, and instead becomes a garbled message that doesn't make sense. Alicia is the only person who knows about the voices. No one else would understand. Maybe Alicia doesn't either, but she accepts that grief has many outlets, some so strange that Helena no longer tries to understand the forces at work. Lying down isn't helping her breathing. Sitting up could disturb the energy she always feels in this space. It's important to remain calm. Let her thoughts lap at her memory rather than creating a surge. Memories of her young life have sharpened. She was good then. All she needs to do is read the newspaper reports that were written about her to remember how much promise was invested in her. And she did well, though not as well as she'd hoped. She thinks back to her first meeting with her husband-to-be in Boston. She was competing there when she met Maurice. They seemed so alike, soulmates with the same rigorous ambition. He was the first to see his dreams fade when stress fractures shattered his career on the track. She too suffered injuries, each one leaving her more vulnerable and uncompetitive. After they married, Maurice moved with her to Ireland.
They bought Sea Aster just before Imogen was born. Joanna followed 4 years later, but marriage, a family and a house were not enough to assuage his disappointment, which he sank into a bottle of whiskey. It was left up to Helena to guide their girls towards winning the Olympic gold that had eluded her. At first, she believed Imogen would fulfill this ambition when she was offered an athletic scholarship in Sylvan Valley University. They moved to California, where Joanna would later be offered the same scholarship. She was one of the youngest students ever to receive it. Helena had achieved everything she'd planned and then was forced to watch it all fall apart. Maurice accused her of burdening their daughters with her own failed dreams and left her. Shortly afterwards, Imogen became ill, and the responsibility fell on Joanna to shine. Somehow, Helena held on until her younger daughter had the coaching supports in place to manage on her own. By then, Imogen was working for a graphic design company and had married Luke. It seemed to happen very suddenly, the feeling that Helena was no longer needed. Joanna insisted on living her own life without her mother's constant interference. Since when did looking out for a daughter's interests count as interference? In the end, or rather, on the adamant advice of Joanna's coach, she decided to return to Sea Aster without her family. Helena never forgot the loneliness of that year when they were too busy to see her, and rebuffed her suggestions that she visit them for that same reason. It all worked out in the end. Imogen had her miracle baby and returned to Ireland with Luke. Such a relief to know that she'd finally found happiness after the terrible health setback she'd suffered. They rented an apartment on Minor Arch Terrace. They could have moved into Sea Aster. Helena had been looking forward to getting to know her granddaughter and was shocked by Imogen's possessiveness. Alicia was her baby, she said, and she wasn't going to allow Helena to dominate her, as she'd done with her own daughters. Such a hurtful thing to say, and so unfair. On the brighter side, Joanna began to visit regularly. She paid to have the attic converted into her own self-contained apartment. Independence. That was what she wanted and what she got. Helena walked on a tightrope around both her daughters, nervous that a stray, unintended word would be taken out of context and cause them to make accusations of dominance and meddling. Her breathing is wheezy. She needs another pillow to elevate her body. She staggers when she leaves the bed and holds onto the headboard for support. The lid of the wooden chest where spare pillows are kept feels so heavy when she lifts it. Everything is such an effort these days. She removes a pillow and pauses as she walks past the dressing table. The argument she had with Alicia over a tube of lipstick was so silly, except that it didn't seem trivial at the time. Alicia is now a junior barrister. Who would have believed it? For a while it seemed as if she would fall by the wayside and drop out of King's Inns. And all because of a broken heart. But she rallied and recovered, and now she's working in 2 bars. That was her joke when she last visited Helena. Called to the bar and called to the wine bar. Working for Arnold Bland, who's her mentor, and working in the wine bar, which pays her rent, she's busier than ever. She has to train under her mentor for a year before she earns a penny from the law. Deviling is the proper legal term, according to Alicia. Exploitation, that's what Helena calls it, and Arnold, in her opinion, is a cheapskate barrister. She misses Alicia, but she must admit that Sea Aster is a lot more peaceful since she left and moved into a shoebox apartment with her friend Sophia. Things were so tense after her breakup with that young man. He'd seemed nice initially, until it turned out he planned to make a documentary about Joanna's killer. Not that it ever got off the ground, thankfully, unlike that awful podcast that upset them so much. Yes, Sea Aster is a lot quieter these days. Imogen is as busy as ever, and Kenneth spends more and more time investigating fraud and malpractice, while Teddy Evans looks after the spouses who need evidence of betrayal. No wonder they're always working. Tonight, Teddy is downstairs with Kenneth. They went into a huddle in his home office, which Kenneth seldom uses since he opened new premises in the Broadwater Business Park and took Teddy on. A bad decision, but Helena kept her thoughts to herself. He and Teddy have been friends since they joined the Gardaí. Kenneth rose, Teddy fell. A counterfeiting charge that linked him to a criminal gang. He served his time, Kenneth argued, when Imogen questioned his decision to employ him. You don't drop your friends over one mistake. Helena believes otherwise but keeps her counsel. The older she gets, the harder it is to form an opinion and stick to it. Imogen is working late at Ink Hive, something she's been doing more often of late. She was too busy to bring Helena to her last consultation with Professor Mason, as was Kenneth. Only for Alicia, who took the afternoon off work and met her outside the hospital, she'd have been on her own when Professor Mason broke the grim news. The tests had become part of her routine ever since she'd been hospitalized last year. The results were always good. She'd no reason to believe it would be otherwise on that occasion until she saw beneath her consultant's professional smile when he greeted her. Alicia held her hand throughout the consultation and demanded answers to questions Helena would never have thought of asking. Later, in a cafe, thankfully it was mercifully quiet that afternoon, she swore her granddaughter to secrecy. "You must give me your word that what we heard today will stay between the two of us." "That's not possible." Alicia was still in shock. "You can't keep that kind of information from Mum." "Later, yes, when it's time to tell her. But not yet. I want my last months to be peaceful."
The only way that can happen is for nothing to change. Change? How can you say nothing can change? Everything is changing. Alicia's tears were not far away. She managed to keep them under control as she tried to persuade Helena to share the news that the damage to her heart was irreparable. Bluntly speaking, although Professor Mason had been gentle with her, Helena had been given a life sentence that was due to expire within a year. "Listen to me, my darling," she'd coaxed her panic-stricken granddaughter to heed her. "Your mother won't be able to cope with this. You know what she's like around sickness of any kind, especially one that's incurable. I want to spend the time that's left on my own terms. I'm not afraid of dying, but being helpless appalls me. When I go, I want it to be fast. It's been such a long, long wait." "Is that what you've been doing all those years? Waiting to join Joanna?" Alicia's tears finally broke through. Helena had shaken her head. She wanted Alicia to understand the courage it had taken to continue after losing her daughter, and only a short while later, her son-in-law, whom she'd always liked far more than Kenneth. She never gave Imogen's second marriage a chance. Not after Luke. The shock of it all on top of Joanna's tragedy. Would they ever have survived without Kenneth's support? Imogen was so lost at that time. Flailing is the word that comes to mind. They all were. Only the strong survived. Isn't that always the case? The weak sink, as Luke did when he left Seaster at midnight and never returned. "I've lived a full life since Joanna left us," she told Alicia. "You've been a crucial part of that life. Now you've a whole new future in front of you. My time here is spent. Joanna is waiting to guide me through the veil." "Do you believe Dad will be there with her?" Alicia had asked. The question took Helena by surprise. Alicia seldom mentioned Luke, which was hardly surprising considering how little he was discussed in the family. If he is, he'll be in her shadow. Helena hadn't meant to sound dismissive, but the thought of Joanna and Luke sharing the hereafter together was upsetting. "Do you hate him like Mum does for what he did?" Alicia asked. "Imogen doesn't hate him. She loved him dearly, but he was a weak husband, unlike Kenneth." She sighed and brought the conversation back to its central point. "You must be strong for my sake. Promise me you'll keep my secret." "I promise," Alicia eventually agreed. "But Mum must never know that I agreed to keep it. If she finds out, she'll never forgive me." "Don't worry, my darling. This remains between the two of us. After I'm gone, stop frowning. I need to be honest with you. You'll inherit Joanna's room. I trust you to look after her possessions. Be happy there, as she was whenever she came home to visit. Perhaps you'll also hear her voice and be able to understand what she's been trying to tell me for all those years." It seemed surreal at the time to be discussing her impending death over a cappuccino. Since that conversation, Alicia has been coming back to Seaster more often. She always asks the same question. "Have you told them yet?" "Soon," Helena replies. "I'm still feeling strong and want to continue living my life as normal." Her consultation with Professor Mason has become more dreamlike with each passing week. It's impossible to visualize her family continuing their lives without her, yet she knows that that's exactly what will happen. Joanna's room is cold.
It gets like that sometimes, even though it's south-facing. She pulls the duvet over her shoulders. Her family believe she seeks solace here. They're wrong. She seeks answers. Answers from the void. Patience is necessary. She has to believe that one day she'll understand the garbled words her daughter speaks. Tonight, she's weary waiting. Weary demanding transparency, but sometimes she wonders if she possesses the strength to endure the insight that will come with revelation. The pillow she removed from the chest is uncomfortable. Something hard is caught in the pillowcase. She runs her hand inside it and removes a folder. The kind that's used for photographs you can hold in your hand instead of staring at them on a screen. It contains only one photograph and a letter in an envelope. Joanna's handwriting is instantly recognizable. Helena reads every word twice. Her eyes mist as she stares at the photograph. The figures so familiar, yet strange in a way she's trying to grasp. She kneels by the side of the bed. The mattress is heavy, and her strength, her once magnificent strength, is now a fragile thing. She manages to lift the mattress sufficiently to push the folder with the photograph underneath. The letter still lies on the duvet. Funny, she was convinced she'd replaced it in the folder. She folds it carefully in its original creases and slides it into the envelope. Once more, she grips the mattress. She will not be able to sleep if that letter is within her view. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, she'll burn it and the photograph. Joanna's room no longer feels like a haven. The pain in her chest is severe and comes with a wave of nausea. She lies down and closes her eyes. She's so tired. She hears a tangled rush of noise, angry, like bees in a frenzy. No, like a bell tolling, a veil shredding. Many men loved Joanna. Sebastian Clark claimed to love her more than life itself. That was all the defense he could offer, along with his not guilty plea. But history is rife with men who killed because they loved too much. Wisdom, she realizes, can come slowly or strike like lightning. Helena lies perfectly still as this understanding flows through her. At last, she sees. There never was a veil, apart from the one she created in her own mind. One that gave her comfort and allowed her to believe that the voice she heard, however unclear it was, spoke of love and longing. Now, armed with this new knowledge and the information she uncovered, she's ready to listen. Her heart is beating too fast. She sighs. It is, as she suspected, unbearable. She's drifting towards dreams that glide her along a golden track, one with no start line, no finish line. Once, gold was all she coveted, but that gold turned to gilt. There is nothing gilded now. This is gold in all its purity. Figures shimmer and sing in an indistinguishable choir. They glow and fade, then glow again, as hands reach out to welcome her. Joanna. She whispers her daughter's name as she goes willingly into her arms. Imogen will find her in the morning. She'll open the glass doors that overlook Broadwater Estuary and bring life into this room where grief has been entombed for 21 years.
Chapter 23. Dara.
He's driving along the M50 when he hears the news about Helena Hart. The details are sparse. No mention is made of a long-term illness or that she died peacefully, surrounded by her family. All he can tell from the report is that her death was unexpected. His first inclination is to ring Alicia. Her number is still on his phone. 9 months should make a difference, yet the more he tries to put her behind him, the more forceful she becomes. As soon as he reaches the studio, he goes online. Someone, not Alicia, has posted an old photograph of Helena sprinting across the finish line in a stadium crammed with Irish supporters. Her achievements as a young athlete are listed. They were many, But ultimately, in death, she's remembered as the mother of the slain Olympian. Sebastian is once again in the hostile glare of the public. His usual photograph is posted, along with the fact that he has again been refused parole. Social media is busy over the days leading to Helena's funeral. An anonymous post declares that she suffered a heart attack and was found by her daughter in Joanna's bed. The apartment that Alicia had called a shrine is being described as a museum. Efforts are made to scale the wall around Sea Aster to photograph it. He wonders if Alicia was there when Helena died, or in the apartment she now shares with Sophia. Freya Cannon has been in touch with him twice since he was promoted to junior producer. She's still angling for an interview with Lawrence Tobin. Despite Dara's refusal to help her, she has kept him up to date on Alicia, who's a barrister by day and works at night in a wine bar. This latter piece of information Dara already knows. He was in Vining with Colleen Breen one night when Alicia came to his table to take his order. She held her ordering tablet in her hand and was formally dressed in a white shirt, black waistcoat, dicky bow, and a knee-length skirt. "Good evening and welcome to Vining," she said.
"Are you ready to order?" He'd recognized her voice, the husky intonations that suggested a laid-back personality, yet had the capacity to strengthen with authority when needed. Her stupefied expression must have mirrored his own when they recognized each other. In that moment, neither of them seemed able to look away. When she did so, her eyes slid to the table where Colleen's fingers were still curled around his. Colleen had squeezed his hand in a celebratory gesture after he'd told her about his promotion. He was acutely aware of the picture they presented. He wanted to tell Alicia that Colleen's husband was minding their son, Josh, so that Dara could treat her to this meal. It was his thank you gesture to her for supporting him when he joined Scope, a wet-behind-the-ears novice, afraid he wouldn't fit in with the hard-bitten crew of investigative researchers and presenters. He wanted to shout out all this unnecessary information to Alicia, when in fact, no explanation was needed. They were history. Before he could speak, she touched her earpiece and was addressing Colleen directly. "Can you excuse me?" she said. "I'm needed in the kitchen. A member of staff will be with you directly to take your order." Without waiting for a reply, she walked away. "What was that about?" asked Colleen. "Do you two know each other?" "Why do you say that?" "Your face when you saw her." "What about it?" "You're normally so cool, but you were absolutely flummoxed. Who is she?" "Someone I used to know." "Used to know really well, I suspect." "Not very. We met a few times, that's all." He resisted the urge to run towards the door marked private that had opened and closed behind Alicia. "She looked just as stunned as you did," Colleen said as the waiter, a man this time, came to their table to take their order. Dara is still unable to remember if he ate anything that night. His eyes constantly skimmed the wine bar for the sight of Alicia, who still hadn't appeared by the time they left. He never returned to Vining, but that didn't stop him walking past it on a few occasions, hoping, but failing, to see her coming to or going from work. A bandage, he realized, had been ripped from a scar that hadn't even started to heal. He stopped his aimless wandering and decided, yet again, to allow Alicia Hart to recede into the background of his busy life. His promotion helped. Decisions to be made, budgets to pass, film to be edited, his day never seemed long enough to manage his new responsibilities. The death of Helena Hart has burst that protective bubble. He searches social media for Alicia. Has she posted a heartfelt tribute about her beloved grandmother? Has she posted a plea to allow her family to grieve in peace behind their high walls without worrying about them being climbed by some voyeur with a video camera? He's unable to find any recent posts from her, which is not surprising as she removed her social profile shortly after their breakup. He shouldn't attend the funeral. That would be an unwise decision, but he's never been sensible when it comes to Alicia. He'll stay in the background and out of sight. Just a glimpse, that's all he wants. He'll slip away before she notices him and drive to Piper's Rest, where his mother will be expecting him. Chapter 24. Alicia. It is as Alicia expected. The onlookers outside Sea Aster gather early and separate dutifully when the gates open to allow the funeral cortege to pass through. Who are they, these people with their cameras, phones and craning necks? Some are journalists, but the rest, those who've been posting on social media and have turned her grandmother's death into a ghoulish spectacle. What motivates them to come here with their theories and conspiracies? She's tried to stay off social media in the days after Helena's death. It's impossible to look away. It draws her back. Such a relentless pull, such a tide of misinformation. From where does it flow? It began with an exposé that revealed how Helena had been found dead in Joanna's bed. It included photographs of the apartment and the fact that it has remained undisturbed since her murder. Alicia suspects it was written by a paramedic or someone who was on the scene in the aftermath of Helena's death. The mourners outside the church are a more dignified gathering. She recognizes many of the people who've come to pay their last respects. Teddy Evans embraces her in a bear hug. He's put on weight since the breakup of his marriage. "Helena was a lovely lady," he says now. "Her going was so sudden. You must still be in shock." "I am," Alicia admits. "I loved her so much." "As we all did." Teddy nods and gives her another hug. He used to tease Helena when he visited Siasta and made her laugh against her will when he told her she ran too fast for him to catch her. Otherwise, he'd make kissing noises and press his hands against his heart. He can't stay for the service. He's en route to Cork, where he's doing surveillance, and just stopped off to offer his condolences. The service passes in a blur. As she follows her grandmother's coffin down the aisle, she recognizes Bella Dartrey near the end of a pew. Helena always referred to her as Long Jump Bella, and the one-time athlete, still looking youthful and sprightly, shakes Alicia's hand. In doing so, she creates a gap through which Alicia meets Dara Kennelly's sage-green stare. So intense, so familiar, it cuts across their months of separation and reduces them to nothing. It's too late for him to turn his face aside. He half attempts to do so, then, as if realizing the uselessness of the gesture, his eyes fasten on her again. Just as they did when she saw him with his girlfriend in Vining. She releases Bella's hand and walks on. Imogen is smiling at people she knows on the other side of the aisle, and Kenneth is looking straight ahead. Are Dara's eyes following her? She feels their burn on her neck. She's sure of it. What a foolish thought. She saw how he was with the woman in the wine bar, so attentive, hanging on to her every word, the two of them so snug together and holding hands when Alicia went to take their order. She allows herself a moment to remember how distressed she was that night, then attempts to banish it. This is a technique she's devised. Suffer a memory, roll with it, then send it into the vast vault of her unconsciousness. It will work if she persists in believing that memories are controllable. The sun glints on Helena's coffin as it's carried to the hearse by members of the BSL. Strangers hug Alicia. They tell her how wonderful her grandmother was. She's dazed from trying to put names to faces, while all the time her eyes are raking the crowd for another glimpse of him. What will she do if he extends his condolences, hugs her, kisses her cheek? The undertaker gives a discreet signal. It's time to move to the cemetery. As the cortege moves off, she searches for Dara, and does so again when they gather around Joanna's grave. It's open, recently dug to provide space for Helena's coffin. Alicia recognizes some of the people she saw earlier outside Siasta. Their expressions can't hide an all-consuming curiosity that does not recognize boundaries. Cameras click as journalists move into position. They are discreet, unlike the others who try and push closer to the edge of the grave, hoping perhaps for a glimpse of Joanna's coffin. The priest sprinkles holy water and recites a decade of the rosary, his voice rising to combat the noise from the onlookers. The lump in Alicia's throat, bearable until now, threatens to choke her. She runs from the graveside, pushing through the mourners, batting aside the spectators with their cameras, blindly seeking somewhere to scream. She reaches a yew tree, wide-girted and shedding ancient needles onto a carpet of mulch. That's when he comes and holds her. She weeps into his jacket and breathes him in, the lemon soap he uses. She saw it in his bathroom when she stayed over, and she smells it now. A faint aroma that brings that night and all that followed back to her. "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me." She draws away from him when her surroundings come into focus again. "I need to go back," she whispers. "It's okay, stay a moment. You're not ready to return yet." He holds her for an instant longer, then drops his arms. When she opens her handbag and removes a tissue, he takes it from her and dries her eyes. "I'm sorry about your grandmother," he says. "I shouldn't have come, but I had to see you again." His hand moves over her face, drying tears on her cheeks, her lips. The bark of the yew tree is textured by time, and the ridges dig into her back. When she steps aside, he brushes the back of her jacket. It's surreal, this moment when he's fixing her to rights, while inside, she's in turmoil. "I agree that you shouldn't have come," she says, "but I'm glad you're here for me. Can we see—" "No," she shakes her head vehemently. "Don't say it. We can't. Nothing has changed. Nothing ever will." "I wish it would." He shoves the tissue into his pocket. "I should have been straight with you from the beginning. You've no idea how much I regret that." "I have to go back." She's beginning to panic. "Don't let Kenneth know you're here. I don't want to have to deal with him right now. I can't." She walks away. She tells herself she won't turn around, but she does. He's still standing there, shaded by the tree, watching her walking away from him once again. Chapter 25. Dara. Dara's visits home have become more frequent. His grandfather still enjoys being driven to Ross's Point or Strand Hill, where he and Dara stop off for coffee or a drink. This allows Rachel time to write without interruption for a few hours. Yet nothing seems to ease the rift between them. Outwardly, they are civil to each other, but their conversations mainly revolve around Martin and his needs. Alicia's name was only mentioned once, and that was when he assured Rachel their relationship was over. He hasn't told her about the night on Ida Cove, when Alicia revealed what she'd surmised about his family. He had to believe she'd keep his secret, otherwise he'd go crazy imagining his mother's house of cards collapsing. Dorina Dale exposed. Sister of notorious killer, writes happy ever after romances. Sugar sweet, hearts on fire, liar, liar, pants on fire. Today, in the cemetery, Alicia laid his fears to rest. Not with words, it was her steadfast gaze that told him his secret was safe with her. Piper's Rest comes into view. The walls and the gateposts have been painted a bright yellow shade since he was last here. Martin is sitting on a bench in the front garden, a hat pulled low over his forehead. He tilts it back when Dara sits beside him. Does he recognize his grandson? His eyes, once so alert, no longer send signals. He appears content to contemplate the garden he once dug and nurtured into a thing of beauty. Not easy, considering that Piper's Rest is exposed to the mountain elements, yet Martin created the windbreak of pines that soften the edges of this isolated cottage and somehow coaxed his plants to bloom. The clack of the laptop leads him into the kitchen where Rachel is writing. "Sorry I'm late," he raises his voice above the staccato beat. "I'd problems getting out of the city. Saturday traffic in Dublin is as bad as the weekday peak." Her fingers pause. "I hope the traffic didn't make you late for Helena Hart's funeral." Without waiting for his reply, she hits the keyboard again. So, that's how it's going to be. These days he never knows what to expect when he visits. "I paid my respects and came directly here." No sense trying to bluff this one out. That's all there was to it. "That's all?" She slams her laptop closed. "Respect for the deceased had very little to do with your reason for being there. As soon as I heard about her death on the news, I knew it would give you an excuse to link up with her granddaughter. Does that mean you're going to hit me again?" She inhales loudly and tilts her chin, as if his question, which he instantly regrets, has landed like a punch. "I should have apologized to you before now," she says. "I was out of control that night and behaved accordingly. It's not going to happen again. But that doesn't mean I'm not angry with you. I'm also upset. The risks you're taking. And for what? There's no future in your relationship with her. You've said so yourself. So, why go looking for trouble when it's only going to cause you grief? I spoke to her briefly, that's all. She made it clear that nothing has changed. Then she has more sense than you. Probably." Rachel looks stressed, her features more defined by worry and tiredness than on his previous visit. Martin seems in good form.
He sits down beside her. "Today's a good day so far." A smile softens her face. "I'm going to make tea. Do you need something more substantial, or did you eat on the way here?" "No, I'm not hungry. I stopped off in Tubbercurry for a bite and bought some groceries. I'll bring them in from the car." Martin helps to unload the groceries. His face is ruddy from the sun, his thoughts focused when he talks about the days they mountaineered together and swam off Ross's Point. He falls asleep as soon as he goes to bed. Dara finally has an opportunity to talk undisturbed to his mother. She fills him in on Martin's hospital visits and the changes in his medication. How does she endure it, he wonders? The isolation and the loneliness, now that she can no longer engage with her father on a normal level. "Are you getting a chance to write without too many interruptions?" he asks. "Some days are more difficult than others," she admits.
"But I should manage my deadline. What's the latest book about?"
"Oh, the usual. Girl meets boy, all goes well until the proverbial hits the fan. Heartache and misunderstandings follow, but it all works out in the end." "Do you ever get tired writing the same story?" he asks. "My fans would be outraged with you for that remark," she laughs, unoffended. "Every one of my stories is unique, just as every love affair is unique, as well as the obstacles that bend it out of shape." "How about a love story that doesn't work out, like in real life?" She regards him thoughtfully, then sighs. "It's been 9 months, Dara. Surely time has made some difference to your feelings." He shrugs. "That time span may work in your books, but not in my reality." "Sebastian loved Joanna Hart to distraction," she says. "That's why she's dead. Obsessive love is dangerous." "It's not obsessive, it's like we're connected. A connection that was way stronger than the motive I had for contacting her. I'm still in love with her." "I could use that line in one of my books and it would sit well on the page," she says. "That's because I'm writing fiction. Let me tell you this." She pauses to add emphasis to what she's going to say. "The reason Alicia Hart has had this impact on you is because, from the very beginning, you knew there was no future for either of you in the kind of relationship you've just described. If you'd been rational when you met her, instead of reeling from the information I'd shared with you about our past, you'd never have contacted her, nor would you have visited." She stops abruptly and asks, "Are you still visiting him?" "Yes." "Oh my God, I need air." She stands up from the table and grabs her jacket from a hook on the wall. "Where are you going?" he shouts when she flings open the kitchen door. "For a walk. I need some time on my own." Her hair blows around her face as she braces herself against the mountain wind. He stands at the kitchen door and watches her walking along the paved path that Martin laid down soon after they moved here. She calls these sudden disappearances her meditative walks. One day she'll walk away and won't come back, he thinks as she disappears between the trees. "Where did you go?" he asks when she returns an hour later. "Around the loch a few times." "That's dangerous." He's back there again in his mind, struggling with Martin in the icy water. "You need to be careful. If something happens to you—" "It won't," she says. "If I have an accident, I've an alarm on my phone that will go directly to the local Garda station." "Still, don't put a hex on the only bit of freedom I have, Dara." Sorry. I'll come more often." "No need to do that. We're managing fine." He cooks dinner and does some chores around the cottage. The wind rattles the windows. They need replacing. She's been talking about doing that for ages. When Martin is settled for the night, she accepts an Irish coffee that Dara makes for her. He takes a beer from the fridge and carries the drinks into the living room. "Did you know that Alicia lived on Minor Arch Terrace for a while when she was a baby?" Her expression is thoughtful as she sips her drink. "No." He's surprised by this information. "I never knew that." Her parents rented rooms in one of the houses a few doors away from Martin. "I was visiting him one afternoon when her mother called to inquire about bin collections or some such query. Martin introduced us. Alicia, who was only a few months old, was sleeping in her pram. You kept demanding that I lift you so that you could look at her. She woke up and saw you. Such a smile on such a tiny face. Funny the things you remember. Moments. They're the most vivid." He tries to imagine Alicia staring back at him, her lips responding to what? A premonition of things to come. "I keep remembering stuff," he says. friends I had in preschool, places I knew.
But I've no memory of her or her parents. Did you know Imogen or Joanna when you were kids?
No, I never knew them. They lived at the far side of the estuary and went to a different school. They left Broadwater when they were young. Imogen only moved back to Ireland after Alicia was born.
How long did she live on the terrace?
A few years. They moved in with Helena after Joanna died, after Sebastian destroyed all our lives.
You talk about time making it easier to endure a loss, but that hasn't worked in your case.
He takes a long swig of beer and lowers the bottle to the floor.
You still hate him as much as ever.
Love, not hatred, has been my torment.
Rachel speaks so quietly he must bend forward to hear. He committed an unspeakable crime, yet I've never stopped loving him.
Have you ever considered the possibility that he was lying to you about his guilt?
We never lied to each other. We made that vow after our mother died. We were only children then, and her death made us more dependent than ever on each other. Even when we grew up, we still kept that promise.
She hesitates, seemingly at a loss for words before continuing.
He asked me how I felt about Joanna. I admitted that I found her difficult to like. That hurt him a lot. But he'd asked me a direct question. I gave him a truthful answer. I thought Joanna was loved by everyone.
Oh, she was, Rachel replies. She was talented and vivacious. Her face was born for the camera. What's not to love? But she had a ruthlessness at her core. I suppose you could call it ambition, and where would she have been without that? Sebastian was a filler in her life, nothing more. She pauses, lost in thought. He waits, reluctant to disturb her. When he found out that she was going back to California to be with someone else, he snapped. I don't believe he snapped. Dara is startled by his vehemence, his absolute conviction that he's right. This belief grows stronger each time he visits Sebastian.
Is that what you really believe, or what you want to believe? She asks.
You've no idea how often I went down that same road, especially during his trial. He put Joanna's family through that awful ordeal and waited until he was found guilty before confessing the truth to me. Even after that, I tried to stay in contact with him. I lost count of the letters I sent requesting a visit. They were always returned unread. Eventually I gave up. I couldn't handle it anymore. I still can't, especially when something happens, like those prison riots last year or his recent parole hearing. It's like I'm back there with him, and he's telling me what he did to Joanna, while proclaiming his innocence to everyone else. Those riots started after the jury's verdict, says Dara. What if he told you he was guilty to get you out of danger? To build a new life without the taint of his name? Do you really believe he's incapable of such viciousness? She asks. Yes. Because of some file that you think contains crucial information? Not that. No. He hesitates, reluctant to add to the friction that's running through their conversation. It's just a feeling I have. How inane that sounds. He's not surprised when Rachel purses her lips in disbelief. Feelings? Look where they got you, she says. Do you think it was feelings that the jury based their verdict on? Of course not. It was hard evidence. I can't forbid you to see him. No more than I can prevent you from finding excuses to meet Alicia Hart. All I can do is warn you that nothing good will come from either of those encounters. Take my advice and focus on your new position. Is it going well for you? It's a sharp learning curve, but I think I'm managing the climb. He's reluctant to change the subject, but fears another argument could erupt. He still feels the sting of her slap, the first time she ever raised her hand to him. And what of Alicia? She clung to him today as if she was drowning, then pushed him away. His uncle is behind bars, yet his reach is deep. Joanna Hart is in the grave, and her reach is even deeper. Chapter 26. Alicia. 2 months have passed since her grandmother died. Time to grieve has not been possible. Properly grieve through the 7 stages instead of sudden struggles to fight back tears, while Arnold Bland is instructing her on an upcoming trial or she's waiting tables in Vining. In between her 2 jobs, she returns to Seaster
to carry out her grandmother's wishes. I've made my will and left Joanna's room and her possessions to you. I trust you to look after them. Be happy in her room, as she was whenever she came home to visit. She'd had conversations with Helena before her death on how this should be done. The trophies and medals that are proudly displayed in the cabinets in the living room have been donated to the Alignment of Stars Museum. Nell Enright, the curator, whose dream of acquiring this collection has finally come true, is planning her first exhibition. The running shorts and the singlets Joanna wore when she won gold have been reverently removed from her wardrobe, along with her collection of sports and activewear. The designer clothes she chose for formal occasions and the gifts of jewelry and other precious items she received have also been donated to the museum. Alicia has no difficulty choosing what to give away and what to keep. Yes or no and nothing in between. She feels possessed of an instinctive wisdom when it comes to making such decisions, and her work with Nell is almost done. Imogen remains uninvolved in these transactions. She refuses to enter Joanna's room to take what she'd like as keepsakes, or to engage with the curator. Helena chose you to take care of Joanna's legacy for a reason, she says after Nell's first visit. She understood that I'd been unable to overcome the trauma I suffered from Joanna's murder. I carry it here and here. She presses her hand to her chest and forehead.
Unlike my mother, I never sought solace in that room. Entering it now would be impossible. If you found it so difficult living here after Joanna's death, why didn't you and Kenneth move out of Seaster years ago? Alicia asks a question that has often puzzled her. My mother needed me, Imogen replies. But she needed you even more. As I've already told you, you kept her sane and gave her a reason to continue living. Her dependence on you only increased with time. There never was a right time for us to leave. Helena's will has divided Seaster in two. Upstairs belongs to Alicia. Downstairs is Imogen's inheritance, apart from the kitchen which she and Alicia will share. Imogen, who'd expected to inherit Seaster in its entirety, had struggled to remain impassive when Helena's will was read. Moving back home is a retrograde step, she says, after another consignment of Joanna's possessions has been dispatched to Nell. You claimed you couldn't breathe properly here, nor have you ever hidden the fact that you've a challenging relationship with Kenneth. I'll pay the full market price for your share of Seaster. You'll be able to afford an apartment or use the money to establish your career. You've lived independently since you moved out and enjoy living in the city. She's right. The city hubbub excites Alicia. She likes the anonymity of apartment living, of being part of a faceless, transient crowd. Sophia is an easy flatmate who makes no demands. She never mentions Joanna or Dara Kennelly, and managed to persuade Arnold Bland, her godfather, to become Alicia's mentor. Arnold had no interest in being shadowed by a junior barrister, but Sophia worked on what she insisted was his soft side, a side Alicia was yet to discover. After such conversations with her mother, Alicia is torn with indecision until she enters Joanna's room. Is there something in the air that steadies her? The scent of roses? It comes and goes, this scent, a wafting presence that stills her thoughts, yet is so fleeting as to be imagined. Does it give her strength to resist Imogen when she outlines her plans to modernize Seaster and make it into a home where she can finally be happy? Alicia has seen the architectural plans. The attic will revert to its original function as a storage area. The stairs will be removed and the bungalow extended at the back. All evidence of Joanna's connection to Seaster will be eradicated. This will give Imogen the means to move on with her life in surroundings that are not haunted by the past. Does Alicia have the right to stand in the way of such change? She feels battered by her mother's needs and an overwhelming sensation that if she gives way to Imogen, she'll be betraying her grandmother's dying wishes. In the end, she realizes there's only one decision she can make. I'm moving upstairs. She speaks with an authority she never realized she possessed, and ends the long, drawn-out discussions. Gran willed Joanna's room to me for a reason. I'm going to respect her wishes. She steels herself against her mother's disappointment and Kenneth's obvious annoyance. The time for arguing is over. She'll sleep in Joanna's bed for the first time tonight, the bed where Helena drew her last breath. A bed with an uncomfortable history, yet Alicia believes it will not cause her any distress. The atmosphere is closing around her and forming a new contour. The wardrobe is no longer crammed. A selection of Joanna's clothes and shoes remain, items Alicia likes and believes would have been favored by her aunt. She hangs her own clothes next to them and arranges her makeup on the dressing table. She keeps Joanna's lipstick as a reminder that it's unwise to fall headlong in love with a liar and a fake. Joanna's room is mine. Alicia repeats this statement out loud. If she says it often enough, it will become true. A week has passed since she moved upstairs. My room, she reminds herself.
Gradually, she's beginning to believe it. One last drawer at the bottom of the dressing table needs to be emptied. Alicia has an hour before she leaves for her shift in Vining to do it. She smiles as she sorts through a frothy tangle of lace and ribbons, satin knickers and thongs, and those bras, nothing sporty about them. They were definitely not designed for the track, and are far too intimate to be donated to a museum. She wraps each piece in tissue paper and lays them in a suitcase that Joanna must have used on her journeys home. She lifts up a camisole in a delicate shade of ivory and holds it against her. Blood rushes to her cheeks as she thinks about Dara. How dare his memory come at her like that without warning? He does it all the time, suddenly and vigorously alive in her mind. She sees him running over the finish line with her at the marathon, holding her hand as they stroll along the Liffey boardwalk. And that night in his apartment. She folds the camisole into the suitcase and slides it with unnecessary force under the bed. It snags against something and refuses to budge. Alicia pulls out the case and lies flat on the floor to see what's causing the problem. Dust tickles her nose. She sneezes as she shines her phone torch underneath the bed. The mattress sits on a wooden base. One of the slats has cracked and bulged downwards to snag a corner of the case. As she maneuvers it past the crack, she notices a fragment of paper caught in the split. Unable to reach it without crawling under the bed, she lifts the mattress and eases it out from the other side of the slat. It's a photographic folder containing one photograph. Alicia sinks to the edge of the bed and opens it. She stares at an image of 3 people, all instantly recognizable. She's only seen a few photographs of her father, shown to her by Helena, who would do so furtively, as if offering her a glimpse of him was betraying Imogen. In this photograph, he's lounging back in an armchair, his fingers strumming a guitar. Imogen is perched on the arm of his chair, and Joanna is sitting opposite them in an egg-shaped hanging chair. She's smiling. This smile differs from her studied poses or her wild, exuberant smiles when she was first past the finish line. She's dreamily happy. That's what Alicia decides as she stares at her aunt's expression, and then, in a heart-stopping instant, she understands the reason why. Alicia captures the image with her camera phone and downloads it to her laptop. Always, in every full-length photograph, Joanna's stomach is almost concave in its tautness, but here, it's hugely, roundly bare and exposed between the cropped top she was wearing and her loose, harem-style trousers. How slim Imogen looked, so lithe in her tight hipster jeans. Nothing to ripple her smooth, tanned waistline. No date is on the back of the photograph. Nothing to identify when it was taken. Alicia zooms in on their faces. How happy they look, relaxed together and making music. Part of the room is visible in the background. A beanbag, some bookshelves, and a roll-top desk. She searches for a clue, anything that will indicate when the photograph was taken. She sees it eventually on the wall above the desk. The calendar that hangs there shows an image of Joshua trees. It's probably a Californian view, which suggests that that's where the photograph was taken. She trembles as she enlarges the date. The numbers blur and dance before her eyes. She runs to the bathroom where she splashes cold water over her face until she shudders back to normality. When she's ready for the truth, she looks again at the year, her birth year. If the calendar is to be believed, this photograph was taken a month before she was born. This vast space that Alicia has cleared so diligently is closing in around her. The walls will crush her if she doesn't escape. She stands on the balcony and gazes over the estuary. Windsurfers skim the waves. The white sail of a yacht is visible on the horizon. Bile rises in her throat. She swallows it down. She cannot give way to panic. The calendar could be out of date, one of those calendars that people never bother flipping the pages throughout the year. She examines the photograph again. It's still the same. Her aunt remains happily, hugely pregnant. It's not true, it can't be. But if it is, then she has no option but to decipher this truth, no matter the cost. Chapter 27. Alicia. Sea Aster gradually fills with sounds that are faint, yet familiar as they drift upwards towards Alicia's room. She hears the front door opening. Imogen has arrived home from work. Saucepans clink, and the theme tune from an arts program tells her it's now 7 o'clock. The floor tilts, then rights itself when she holds onto the wall and walks towards the door. Once outside her room, she's able to breathe normally again. The television is on in the living room. Decorators have been at work. The white walls that served as a backdrop for photographs of Joanna have been papered in a bold pattern that features vibrant jungle flowers and vigorous green vines. The only familiar item is the mirror above the fireplace. Imogen stands in front of it. Her reflection seems sculptured, cut precisely from an unfamiliar substance. "Alicia, are you going to join us for dinner?" Her surprise is evident as she turns from her reflection to stare at her daughter. "I thought you were working this evening." "I cancelled my shift." "Are you ill?" She moves closer and lifts her hand as if to touch Alicia's forehead. "My goodness, you're white as a sheet. What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." Alicia flinches back from her, an involuntary movement that stills her mother's gesture. "I want to talk to you, that's all." "Then come and sit down." Imogen drops her hand and gestures towards the sofa. "Talk to me."
Has something happened?
Alicia trembles inwardly as she tries to frame the questions she must ask. She should hold out the photograph and demand an explanation. Her mouth feels dry, words difficult to assemble in an order that will make sense. Time, she realizes, is necessary to come to terms with her discovery. "What is it, Alicia?" Is her mother's glance more probing than usual, her voice sharper? "It's a personal issue that's been bothering me for some time." Somehow she manages to speak normally. That sounds serious and a little bit alarming, to be honest, but go ahead. Imogen smiles and crosses her legs. Those long, slender legs that once promised to carry her to the winning podium until fate intervened and Joanna lapped her. "It's about your health." A slight hesitation, an indent of impatience in her voice. "You know how I feel about discussing personal health issues." "But why do you feel so strongly about that? Is it because you had cancer when you were so young?" "I'm sure it is, Alicia. I've never analyzed it and have no intention of doing so now. All you need to know is that it left me with a desire to live in the moment and pack as much as I can into every day that's gifted to me." "How did your illness affect you? What's this about?" She studies her daughter for an instant before continuing. "Has it to do with Helena's death?" "No. I understand Helena's illness, but I know nothing about your medical history. I watched a documentary about the breast cancer gene. What if I've inherited it?" "Then let me enlighten you. Any pretense that they are having a normal conversation has gone. You don't need to worry about that. My cancer was elsewhere. I don't intend elaborating on it any further. To do so would mean opening a horrendous period of my life and cause me deep distress. Is that what you want to do?" "Of course not. I'm sorry for upsetting you." Yesterday, Alicia had admired the wallpaper.
It seemed easier to breathe in the present instead of the past, but now she feels repelled by the imagery. What is Imogen hiding behind the brash design that has replaced the familiar photographs of her sister's triumphs? "I'm not upset, Alicia, just puzzled as to the reason behind this conversation. I was worried after watching the documentary. It made me realize how little I know about that stage of your life. I hope I've reassured you." Imogen glances at her watch. "Kenneth will be home soon. You're welcome to join us for dinner." "Thanks, but I've eaten already. I've a brief to finish for tomorrow morning." "Then don't let me detain you any longer." Imogen kisses her cheek. Her lips feel taut, her anger barely suppressed. Has she changed at all since that photograph was taken? Outwardly, it appears not, apart from a slight weight gain that only enhances her beauty. Alicia is viewing her through a different lens and disassembling a jigsaw she's never quite managed to complete. Her room is silent, nothing to alarm her, nothing to comfort her. She's beyond following the ebb and flow of her emotions. Did her grandmother know? The ache of missing Helena becomes more acute with each passing day. It's now reached another dimension. Dara will understand her sense of dislocation. Their brief encounter at Helena's funeral cut like a knife through the feelings she'd struggled to control. It unnerved her enough to wonder if they could find a way to overcome the crushing presence of Sebastian Clark in their lives. Now, she has a different consideration, one that fills her with dread. Yet the need to contact Dara grows with each passing day. A week after her discovery, she picks up her phone and texts him. "Are you free to meet tomorrow night in the Cove?" Dara's reply is immediate. "What time?" Chapter 28. Dara. Twilight is fading when he drives over the stony surface of the cove and parks on a grassy embankment. No sign of life here, apart from a pair of swans that glide past, their ghost-like reflections rippling on the water. Joanna Hart has left her shadow on more than the water. He closes his eyes against the image of her falling and shivers, suddenly cold despite the balmy air. Alicia's text took him by surprise. He's been on tenterhooks since. He has no idea why she wants to see him, but the memory of their last meeting in the Cove is still acute. Tonight, she's wearing white, a long dress and something wispy over her shoulders. The material has a sheen that adds to the ephemeral image she creates as she approaches. She lifts her dress and slides into the passenger seat, bare legs and sandals, with straps wound around her ankles. He can't take his eyes off her. "Thanks for coming at such short notice," she says. The catch in her voice is noticeable. Something has upset her. It's the reason she's here. Not for a reunion, of that he's certain. His curiosity is mixed with disappointment as he waits for her to continue. "Are you still visiting Sebastian Clark?" she asks. "Yes, I am." He's surprised by the directness of her questions. Surely Sebastian is the last person she wants to discuss with him. Why? "He is my uncle." She considers his answer for an instant. "Does your mother visit him?" "No." "And why is that?" She spreads her hands, palms splayed, as if she expects his answer to fall into them. She believes he's guilty. "Yet you believe otherwise." "Yes." "How do you square that with her?" "I don't. She's very strong-willed." "Does he ever mention Joanna?" She clears her throat and touches her lips with her finger. "Not directly," he replies. "But I believe she's never out of his mind." "That's called guilt." "Or love," he states flatly. She sighs before speaking again. How could he have loved her and committed such an unspeakable act? Exactly, he couldn't. He was framed. Dara is surprised by his own answer. He'd seen his uncle's conviction as unjust, or the result of a negligent investigation. Until now, he's never considered the possibility of a deliberate framing. Framed? Her dismissive tone tells him what she thinks of that observation. "Yes," he replies, "I believe that's a strong probability." Is he trying to convince himself or Alicia? "I want to meet him," she says. "Can you arrange for me to do so?" "You want to talk to Sebastian?" He can't have heard her correctly. "Yes," she nods. "I've questions to ask him." "I don't understand. Meeting him is the last thing I thought you'd want to do." "I don't want to meet him." She's charged with purpose, sparking with an energy he doesn't recognize. "I need to speak with him. There's no one else I can turn to except you. Please make this possible." "I can try, but honestly, Alicia, I don't know if I can help. Sebastian is, well, he's not the easiest when it comes to talking." "He won't have to say much. Just tell him it's important for both of us to meet." "Okay, I'll see what I can do." Eventually, he agrees to her request. "Just don't be disappointed if he refuses to see you. If he agrees, I'll accompany you. I know the ropes. Marshall is an intimidating place to visit." "I want to do this on my own." "But, on my own." Her tone is hard and decisive. "Okay." Arguing with her is useless. Alicia Hart has something steely at her core. He thinks of briars, their prickly stems, and the rose within the sharpness of thorns. He resists the urge to reach out and touch her hand. This is not the moment. Did they ever share one that was not unsullied by their past? "I'll bring you home," he says,
and I'll let you know as soon as I hear back from Sebastian. No, I'd rather walk back. I don't want them to know I'm with you. She stiffens when she reaches for the door handle, then bends towards the front window and peers into the darkness. Someone else is in the cove and on foot. The beam of a flashlight spans outwards as an invisible figure approaches Dara's side of the car. The knock on the window is loud. "Oh no, this isn't happening," Alicia mutters. "Don't open your window. I'll deal with this." "Stay where you are." He grabs her arm as she's about to reach for the passenger door. "You don't know who's outside." "Oh, but I do." She pulls free from him. "I know exactly who this is. It's my stepfather." The emphasis is sibilant with anger. "He must have followed me here." When Dara rolls down the car window, Kenneth Morrison shines the torch directly in his face. "Are you all right, Alicia?" he shouts. "For heaven's sake, turn off that stupid torch," she shouts back at him. "How dare you follow me?" He does as she asks. The darkness swallows him, but as Dara's eyes adjust, the man's shape is visible. Bulky shoulders and a solid torso, his face framed by the hood of a fleece. "Imogen sent me out to look for you." Ignoring Dara, he thrusts his head forward. "She saw you leaving. What kind of reckless behavior is this?" "Well, as you can see, I'm fine. I'll be home as soon as Dara and I finish our conversation." "Conversation? Is that what he calls the lies he tells you?" "I'm not lying to her." Dara imagines his fist slamming against her stepfather's face, and she, probably suspecting his thoughts, clutches his arm warningly. "As Alicia said, we're having a private conversation." "You're having nothing of the sort," he directs his authority at Dara. "I've no idea what your game is, Kennelly, but be warned, I've every intention of finding out why you're sneaking around here with my stepdaughter in the dead of night." Before either of them can reply, he opens the back door and sits into the seat. "Time to go home, Alicia," he says. "Drive on, Kennelly." "Do as he says, Dara," she whispers. "Don't make this worse than it has to be." He does as she asks. The gates are open when he stops outside C. Astor. He swings into the driveway and pulls up outside the front door. Lights are on in the living room, the curtains open. Imogen Hart Morrison is clearly visible, her figure silhouetted in the glare as she waits by the window for her daughter's return. Chapter 29. Alicia. "What exactly was going on out there?" she demands when they enter the living room. "I was in Dara's car," Alicia replies. "Last time I checked, that wasn't a crime. But, as usual, Kenneth threw his weight around and treated us like criminals." Her stepfather stands inside the door, his solid figure braced to withstand whatever insults she throws at him. "How dare you follow me and humiliate me in front of my friend?" She speaks directly to him, frightened by what is about to unfold, yet anger has bypassed her fear. "For some reason you seem to believe you've the right to interfere in my personal life when, in fact, you've no authority whatsoever regarding anything I do. You never have had it, and you never will." "Enough of the dramatics, Alicia," Imogen says. "The cove is an extremely dangerous place, particularly at night. It's not that long since it was used by that gang to bring drugs ashore. Did you really expect Kenneth not to investigate what was going on when you sneaked out of the house? You've become so... She shakes her head, apparently at a loss to describe her daughter's behavior. "Can you really be so indifferent to the hurt you're causing us by continuing to meet that man?" "That man is my friend." "A friend who visits Sebastian Clark on a regular basis," she says. "How is such a friendship even possible?" Her thumb rubs against her engagement ring in a quickening circle. "I don't understand you anymore. I really don't." "There are things I don't understand about you either." Alicia's legs will buckle if she doesn't sit down. She holds onto the arm of a chair and collapses into it. The photograph. She's been unable to think about anything else in the week that has passed since she found it. "What exactly do you mean? Why did you never tell me that Joanna had a baby?" The words are out there, unadorned, no softening agent to relieve them of their harshness. An eternity passes, or so it seems, while she waits for her mother to respond. Imogen reaches back to find the arm of a chair and sits down, her back rigid. "Where did you hear that?" Her voice breaks when she finally speaks. Alicia hears the fracture, but it's too late to change the course of their conversation. "From Helena. The dead cannot challenge a lie,
and Alicia is still not prepared to hand over the evidence. She wants to hear the truth from her mother. This need is suddenly and overwhelmingly necessary. That's not true. Imogen's reply is definite. Your grandmother would never have told you such a preposterous lie. Are you certain of that? Alicia asks. Of course it's a lie, says Kenneth. He's adept at reading body language and must know that Alicia speaks with assurance. He moves towards his wife and lays his hand on her shoulder. She reaches back to link their fingers together. Her rock, Alicia understands it now, the sense of protection he provides, and how, behind the aloofness Imogen projects, she relies on his solidness. I'm asking you again where you heard that rumor, Imogen says. I want the truth from you this time. I'll tell you where she picked it up, he says when Alicia doesn't reply. Dara Kennelly has filled her head with his poison. That's not true, she begins, but he continues to speak over her. It's to do with his documentary. He's looking for an angle. The fact that this one is completely untrue is irrelevant. Throw enough mud and it sticks. I can't believe you're allowing him to use you again. Dara has nothing to do with what we're discussing, she says. I read about Joanna's pregnancy in a gossip magazine.
Is it true? Don't lie to me. Please let me know I can trust you. Please, please, please. A gossip magazine. Since when did you start believing the nonsense they write? Imogen demands. There were always rumors swirling around Joanna. If she had a baby, I'd have been the first to know about it. The media would have been all over the story. But aside from that, she never intended having children. All that mattered to her was her career. Nothing else, and that's the truth of it. Not once during this exchange has Alicia been able to read her mother's expression. No telltale flush on her cheeks, no flickering eyelashes or raised eyebrows. Coldly and deliberately, she's lying to her. The birth story she told Alicia, a story she never tired hearing when she was a child, what was that all about? You slipped easily from me, Imogen would say. No big drama, no hours of agony and screams, no rushed cesarean or midnight dash to hospital, no roadside delivery. All neat and easy. A slippery little fish, that's what you were, Alicia. So smooth when you were born. Unlike the other babies with their creased faces and closed eyes, yours were open, so like mine, and you recognized me instantly. Such a moment, Alicia. Such a moment. Her mother was lying to her then, just as she's doing now. How has she kept this information locked inside her for so long? Is it possible that she's pushed it so far back in her mind that denial has taken over from memory? Alicia can't bear to listen any longer. This feeling won't last. It will rear up again and demand more information, more and more. Her head reels. She feels nauseous. Hard facts. Joanna had a baby. The date on the calendar is correct. Her mother, the poised woman sitting opposite her, who exists in a constant swirl of busyness, did not give birth to her. What is her reason for lying? Why is she depriving Alicia of the right to know her true birth story? She climbs the stairs to her room. The power of lies. She, too, is guilty. She should have been honest with Imogen and shown her the photograph as soon as she discovered it. What held her back? Unable to find an answer, she tosses restlessly throughout the night. Does Sebastian Clark know the truth? This forlorn hope is what brought her to the cove tonight. It also terrifies her. How can she prepare herself for this meeting when all her instincts warn her to stay away from him? A stronger force is at work. She can't name it, but it eases her panic every time she stares at the photograph of Joanna cradling her stomach like a treasure that only she can protect. Chapter 30. Alicia. She cycles to Broadwater Station and locks her bike to the security railing. Liam, the station porter, comes out from the ticket office and takes her helmet, as he always does when she uses the train. Are you working late tonight? He asks. Yes, I'll be on the last train. Will you leave my helmet in the usual place outside the door if the office is closed? Will do, sunshine. How's life treating you? Same old, same old. You? Ah, you know, I just keep taking the tablets. She's known him since she was a child. They've never progressed beyond such small talk, yet right now she feels as if she knows him better than she does the mother who reared her.
The train brings her into the center of the city, where she catches a bus to Marshall Jail. It hulks behind ominous grey walls and a high gate that slides open with creaking indifference to admit a straggling queue of visitors. Dara arrived before her and is parked in a designated area. She ignores him, afraid she'll lose her courage and allow him to accompany her. He made this offer each time he texted her. She continued to insist on meeting Sebastian Clark without a go-between. Forcing back her fear, she straightens her shoulders and enters the visiting room. The chairs are red, the walls a featureless shade of beige. The urge to flee is strong. It's too late to retreat. She has seen him, a lone figure at a table. He seems mesmerized by her arrival. He stands and lifts one hand in a hesitant acknowledgement. The distance between them is lessening. She's unaware of moving, yet she must be doing so because he remains stationary, a gaunt, steely figure who's recognizable from the photograph Kenneth showed her. Alicia. He whispers her name, then clears his throat before gesturing towards the chair opposite him. "Thank you for meeting me," she says when she's sitting down. Is it possible that he can hear her heart pounding above the drone of conversation surrounding them? "I was surprised when Dara asked if you could visit me," he says. "I refused at first. Did he tell you that?" His voice has a gruff resonance. She suspects he doesn't use it very often. "No," she replies. "He never mentioned any difficulties. What changed your mind?" His insistence. He pauses, his gaze finally leaving her and settling on his hands, which are linked and resting on the table. "And my curiosity. Why are you here, Alicia?" "I've wanted to meet you for a long time," she replies. "I never had the courage to do so until now." "Why now?" he asks. "What gave you that courage?" She can still run. Nothing to stop her turning her back on him and leaving the question she's brought with her unasked. Over the years, Alicia has studied old newspaper and magazine photographs that traced Joanna's social life. She'd dated a Spanish footballer for a while. He'd been replaced by a Formula One racing driver who would later crash and die on the circuit. Joanna had also been seen in nightclubs with an Olympic swimmer and other men whose names had meant nothing to Alicia until now. The man challenging her with his direct stare had not been linked romantically with Joanna until a later date. But how much later? She can hardly breathe as she opens her tote bag and slides an enlarged copy of the photograph she found under Joanna's bed across the table towards him. "This is the reason I'm here," she says. "Tell me what you know about it." His eyes are fixed on the image of Joanna. "Was she carrying your child?" The enormity of her question fills the space between them. She notices the sharp ridges of his shoulder bones as he bends over the photograph and a scar on his skull, the raised wheal where hair no longer grows. His face also bears witness to attacks with knives. A patch of shriveled flesh on one hand suggests a burn. She struggles to sit still. The air is desperate in here. Sweat and tears, yearnings, lies and broken promises. How could it be otherwise? She wants to leave, but cannot do so until he answers. Dara should be here with her. Why did she ignore him? She needs to hold his hand so tightly that he'll absorb her shock when this hated figure sitting grimly in front of her speaks. All those years of hating him, how have they shaped her? What would she have been like without the drag of history? Emptiness. That's all she sees in his expression when he finally looks at her. But even as she thinks this, the pain in his eyes becomes impossible to ignore, as is the tremor in his finger when he presses it gently against the image of Joanna. "I never knew—" He stops and swallows. His throat sounds constricted, also his thoughts. "This can't be true. When was it taken?" "Look at the date on the calendar." He squints and bends closer to the photograph. 24 years ago. His tone has flattened. Not from disinterest, she thinks, yet he hides it well behind his blank expression. "How long have you had this photo?" he asks. 2 weeks. "And it brought you here?" His laughter is sudden and abrasive, a humorless sound that ends as abruptly as it began. "Yes." He waits for her to continue, but what else is there to say? "I can relieve you of that fear right now." He shakes his head slowly. "I'm not the father. I can't give you any information other than that." "I've no reason to believe you," she says.
"You've been lying for over 21 years. Why should now be any different?" "You came here for a reason," he says. "I've answered your question. Whether or not you accept what I've told you is a matter of indifference to me." "Is that how you feel about her murder? Indifferent?" Alicia grinds the word at him. "We've nothing more to discuss," he says. "You should leave now." "That's what I intend to do. But I have one more question to ask. For as long as I can remember, I've hated you for what you did to my aunt and the grief you brought upon my family. I can't even begin to describe that feeling. It's cured into me, like some kind of awful disease. Have you felt it in here?" She embraces the visiting room with her hand. "Did it reach into your cell?" She sucks in her breath, unable to continue. "Everything reached me," he says. "It still does. Unlike love, hatred is a vacuum that needs constant filling. It was brave of you to come. It takes courage to face your demons." "I don't have demons." She finds her voice again. "Just questions. My gran told me you were driven by jealousy. Was that the reason you killed Joanna?" I know what Helena believed. I still have her letters. She wrote to me often in the early years. Each letter contained the same accusation. She was wrong. I was never jealous of Joanna. "Then why is she dead? Will it make any difference if I tell you I'd nothing to do with her murder?" He waits for her reply and sighs when it's not forthcoming. "A few words from me won't change your mind," he says. "I'm not interested in breaking through walls that are cemented with the beliefs of others. I know my own mind," she says. "I've studied your case. The evidence was irrefutable." "Did it terrify you then?" he asks. "The thought that I might be your father?" "I never said that you—" She stops, unable to believe the conclusion he reached in the short time they've been together. "Yes," she admits. "It terrified me, and still does." In this place, there's no room for pretense. "How did you know—" She stops, unable to ask the question. "I knew you were Joanna's daughter as soon as I set eyes on you." He answers it for her. Their faces are close together, their hands almost touching on the table. His lips still have the sensual fullness she has seen in earlier photographs, but a slash from a blade has disfigured one side of his mouth. His scars are impossible to ignore, but what about the invisible ones? Alicia is aware that her cheeks are wet, drenched with tears that have come from nowhere. Why is she weeping? Not for him, definitely not for him, but for the woman he killed. Has Joanna led her to this desperate place? His hand lifts, his touch so fleeting it could have been imagined. Her tears are now on his fingers. They're hot and fevered, bitter from the loss of a woman she hardly knew, yet also freeing in a way she can't fathom. She must pull away from him. She hates him. But there is something soothing in their closeness. A smelting power she does not understand, but one that seems capable of breaking her resolve. She straightens, suddenly conscious of the people around them. She pulls tissues from her bag, blows her nose, wipes her tears. "Joanna was the love of my life," he says. "She loved me too. At least she tried to do so for the time we were together. She told me she didn't want children. She couldn't, not naturally. She'd had a procedure done. A tubal ligation, I think it's called. She must have had it done shortly after your birth. She set the terms for our relationship, and I accepted them. I knew there'd been someone else. He'd left her at what she called the most vulnerable stage of her life. I thought she was talking about an injury she sustained when her career was at its peak. She had to take time out to heal. Your photograph proves that that was a lie. She took time out to have you." Perhaps the man who fathered you took that photo. I never saw her smile like that. Never. His eyes remain fixed on the image. Alicia doesn't want to witness his vulnerability. If doubt latches onto her, how is she to deal with it? "Dara believes you're innocent," she says. "He must be the only person who does." "What he believes is irrelevant." "How can you say that?" she asks. "You believe in my guilt," he replies. "That's equally irrelevant. Surviving in here, that's what's relevant to me. I weaken when I lose that focus." He runs one hand over the stubbled contours of his skull and touches the scar. "People think they're helping if they shine a spotlight on me. But I'm still here when the spotlight turns off. I've made peace with my situation and the knowledge that this is where I'll probably end my days. It's not the cruelty in here that will destroy me. It's the well-intentioned interference of those on the outside." Is he referring to the Spitting Nails podcast?
She thinks of Freya, pushing, always pushing, then moving on to her next story. "I want Dara to stop coming here," he continues. "Tell him he's no longer welcome. He blows fresh air through this place, then takes that oxygen with him when he leaves. You'll do the same. I've very few rights in Marshall, but one of them is my refusal to meet visitors." He stands and waits for her to do the same. She understands why he needs to be alone. Loneliness is his strength. She has stripped away his defenses, but what has he done to her? The world looks different when she emerges from Marshall jail, sharper, brighter, noisier. The pent-up tension that carried her into the prison and kept her upright during her meeting with him is turning to anger. It feels as raw as the tears she shed in front of him. His fingertips, that soothing touch. Did she imagine it? His guilt or innocence? How can he consider that to be an irrelevance? Dara is still parked in the same spot. The passenger door swings open. She debates walking on. She's a mess, red-eyed, puffy skin, dazed. She needs time for her thoughts to settle. He's like kindling, smouldering and blazing in turn. Right now, she can't cope with the heat he creates. "I thought you might need some support," he says. "Marshall is a tough place to visit. Would you like to go somewhere and talk?" "No, I'm going straight to work. I'll drive you there." "I'm fine. I'll catch a bus." "Alicia, you're anything but fine. Just get into the car and catch a breath." She wants to argue back. He doesn't deserve her anger. He did what she asked. It's her responsibility to deal with the result. She shrugs and opens the car door. "I appreciate you waiting for me," she says. "Waiting for you has never been a problem." How is she supposed to respond? He's playing with her head, just like his uncle did with his cold, keen gaze. "I knew you were Joanna's daughter as soon as I set eyes on you." Unspoken and belonging only to her, those words remain tethered. Now, they are free to run wildly in any direction they want. And that is what she fears. Chapter 31. Dara. He watched her coming and going from Marshall jail. Her decisive stride, the swing of her long black hair. She seemed completely in control of the situation, but, up close, one look at her distraught expression tells him that the visit has taken a toll on her. She sits silently beside him as he drives towards the wine bar. Her silence unnerves him. Why add fuel to a kindled spark? He'll wait until she's ready to speak. "Tell me why you think he's innocent." There's an unfamiliar curtness to her voice when she speaks again. "Even your own mother can't bring herself to visit him because she believes he's guilty." She's tried to visit him many times. His urge to defend Rachel is an involuntary reflex. Sebastian always blocked her. "He's also decided to block you," she says. "You steal his oxygen."
That's what he told me to tell you. What's that supposed to mean?
The traffic is moving slowly. Saturday is like any other weekday, a snarl of drivers fretting impatiently as they forge their way through the center of the city. "How should I know?" she replies. "I'm just the messenger." "Why are you so angry, Alicia?" Her abrasiveness is new and is rubbing against him the wrong way. "I've many reasons to be angry, Dara," she replies. "But mainly it's because you forced Sebastian Clark into my life." "Forced?" His grip on the steering wheel tightens. "You asked me to arrange that visit." "It's not the visit that bothers me. It's the fact that you joined the Archers with only one purpose in mind. You wanted to infiltrate my home and steal that file." Hearing it put so bluntly shames him, yet he also feels the unjustness of her accusation. "If I could go back to the beginning and change everything, I'd do it in an instant, no matter the cost. But that's not possible. As for forcing Sebastian on you, he was already dominating you when we met. You admitted it yourself. You're unable to love because you're controlled by the hatred you've been carrying around inside you since you were a child. If he messed with your head today, I'm not to blame. It was your choice to meet him." "He didn't mess with my head," she retorts. "But he believes your visits are damaging him. All you're doing is shining a light on his helplessness. So now you're his therapist." He stops abruptly when the traffic lights turn red. "One visit and you know everything about him. Enlighten me further about his thought process." "You don't bring him hope, Dara. You weaken his resilience. Just like Freya Cannon did when she..." At least she tried to do something positive and... Positive? She slaps her hand against her forehead. Let me tell you something about Freya Cannon. We studied law together in Trinity, but she dropped out. Do you know why?
Law is too evidence-based for her. So, what does she do to gain a name for herself? She interviews a man who's dying and has a grudge against my stepfather for all sorts of petty reasons. Her podcast helped me to make up my mind about my uncle's innocence, he says. It takes a warning beep from the car behind to alert him that the traffic is moving again. I've no idea why you wanted to see him. Whatever the reason, I wish you hadn't involved me in your little excursion to Marshall Jail. Well, I'm glad you arranged it. My visit confirmed all the reasons I have for hating him. I'm happy to have been of service. This is their first argument, he thinks, but there'll be no making up at the end of it. No one asked you to be of service, she says. I told you I wanted to do this visit on my own. Why didn't you listen to me? I knew you'd be upset after seeing him, but I didn't expect you to take your temper out on me. If that's what you think I'm doing, then there's a simple solution. Stop the car and I'll catch a bus from here. I can't stop in traffic. Yes, you can, she shouts. Let me out of your car immediately. Okay. He accelerates so fast she's flung back against the seat. At least wait until the traffic lights turn red and I can brake safely. She nods, her hands clasped across her stomach. When she speaks again, her voice is muffled. I feel as if I'm choking on lies. I never meant to lie. I'd no right to take my anger out on you. She closes her eyes and holds her breath until she's forced to release it on a slow exhalation. I appreciate the trouble you took to organize that visit. I won't bother you again. You've moved on with your life and have a girlfriend to consider. I don't have a girlfriend. That's not the impression you gave when the two of you came to Vining that night. You mean Colleen? I don't know her name. We weren't introduced. You never gave me a chance to do so, he says. If you had, you'd have discovered that Colleen is married and has a child. We worked together. I took her out for a celebratory meal. I'd just told her I'd been promoted to junior producer on Scope, and she'd grabbed my hands to congratulate me. I don't have a girlfriend, Alicia. There hasn't been anyone else since we split up. The tension between them has eased, but not her determination. We have to move on, Dara. Pain is our only gain when we're together. We're too bound up in the history of our families. We'll never pull free from it as long as we keep seeing each other. He wants to take her in his arms and kiss away this self-evident truth. It seems such a little thing to want, yet so far beyond his reach. He's no longer able to battle the conflicting emotions that pull them together and force them apart. He stops outside Vining and waits until the door of the wine bar closes behind her before driving away. She was all bristles and fury when she emerged from Marshall Jail, until she wasn't, and even then she kept him at arm's length. Moving on, how easy she made it sound, as if all he needed was a packed suitcase and a ticket with a destination stamped on it. He's hurt that his uncle has cancelled his visits, and yet he understands the reason. What does Dara bring with him from the outside? Conversations that lead nowhere. Opinions that are meaningless to someone whose sphere of existence is confined within prison walls. Believing in his uncle's innocence is all very well, but it'll never unlock the door of his cell. Evidence is the key. Somehow, he has to move beyond the narrative surrounding his uncle and dig deeper into the trenches where the truth has remained hidden for too long. He heads northwest and drives without stopping until he reaches Piper's Rest. Chapter 32. Alicia. The lights are on in Seaster when she returns from her shift at Vining. Any hope of escaping unobserved to her room fades when Kenneth opens the hall door before she can insert her key in the lock. You're home at last. He makes this self-evident comment sound like an accusation. We've been waiting up to talk to you. I'm tired, Kenneth. I've been on my feet since 3 o'clock this afternoon. Whatever you need to discuss can wait until the morning. No, it can't. Imogen is very upset. We need to speak to you right now. He walks ahead of her to the living room without waiting for her reply. She considers ignoring him, but that will only prolong this inevitable confrontation. He's found out about her visit to Marshall Jail. It was a risk she took when she made her decision to meet Sebastian Clark, and it hasn't paid off. Imogen is standing in her usual position in front of the mantelpiece. The icy brilliance of her smile warns Alicia that she knows exactly what her daughter was doing this afternoon. "Where were you today?" Kenneth asks as he takes his place beside his wife. "I don't believe that's any concern of yours." "Answer him, Alicia." Imogen moves closer to him, judge and jury, their eyes fixed on her. "No, I won't answer him. He has no right to interrogate me about how I spend my time. Even when you spend it visiting Sebastian Clark," he snaps. "Why ask me when you obviously know the answer?" The fear she's tried to control since she discovered the photograph surges through her. "Are you running a network of spies in Marshall Jail, Kenneth? Have they given you another photograph to show me?" "We're asking the questions, Alicia." Anger flames his cheeks. The last time she sensed that coiled rage inside him was after Freya's podcast went live. "Tell us exactly why you were in contact with the man who murdered your aunt." "I knew how you'd react if I told you what I intended doing," she replies. "It's exactly how you're reacting now. I didn't do anything wrong, yet you're carrying on as if I've committed some heinous crime. How could you make such a decision without consulting us first?" Imogen's icy composure is in stark contrast to her husband's anger. Fire and ice. Alicia can't decide whom she fears the most. Her heart races ahead of the words she's about to utter. "I'd every right to visit the man who murdered my mother." There it is, a statement with vibrations that hum. She's convinced she can hear it, an off-key whine like wire stretched too far. She's braced and ready for the snap. "What did you just say?" Kenneth moves closer to her. She's conscious of his heft, even though he isn't touching her. Her hands shake as she opens her tote bag and reaches for the photograph. Time is on her side. She can hold off this moment, allow it to pass, and prevent the pain she's about to inflict on the woman she's always recognized as her mother. It's too late. The photograph flutters into the open and is snatched from her by Kenneth. "Explain to me what this is about," he asks as he scrutinizes it. The flare of his nostrils tells her he knows exactly what it means. He's been trained to study evidence. The date on the calendar won't have escaped his attention. "That photograph was taken a month before I was born," she says. Imogen lifts her hand in an involuntary gesture to push her hair back from her face, even though there's nothing shielding her eyes from the image Kenneth holds out for her to see. She utters a low cry and bends forward as if the sight of it has broken her spine. "You've been lying to me since I was born." Alicia wants to wind back time, just a minute or two, long enough to rip the photograph to shreds or, better still, burn it until it coils into ash. Instead, she keeps talking. Talking. "Don't deny it. Your slippery little fish never existed. I'm Joanna's daughter, and this proves it." "Where did you find it?" Imogen's voice is barely audible.
"Among Joanna's possessions when I was clearing her room." "You've had it since then, and never showed it to me. Why would you do that, Alicia?" "I was scared, I guess, and confused." Alicia tries to recall how she felt after the discovery. Those emotions have faded, and what's left is simply the need for clarity. "I hoped you'd tell me the truth. I asked you straight out if Joanna had a baby, and you denied it. You took me by surprise that night. I wasn't ready." Imogen's attempt at an explanation falters. "We all need to sit down and discuss this calmly." Kenneth holds his wife steady as he guides her towards the sofa. He sits beside her and gestures at Alicia to do the same. "You deserve an explanation," he says, "but you need to give your mother time to recover from the shock she's had." Imogen is pale but calm when she speaks again. "The one thing that doesn't need explaining is the love I've carried for you from the moment you were born. Even before then, yes, even when you were in Joanna's womb, I loved you with every fiber of my being." Alicia doesn't doubt her sincerity. In a troubled island of lies, that love shines like a beacon. Imogen's voice strengthens. "The cancer treatment I received affected my fertility and reduced my chances of having a child. On the plus side, I was alive and clear of cancer. I even believed for a brief while that I could run again. but that window of opportunity had closed on me. I returned to college to study art and became a graphic artist. That's where I met Luke. After we married, it soon became clear that we'd never have a family. I was coping with that disappointment when Joanna told me she was pregnant. She presses her hands to her stomach. Is she aware of the gesture? Alicia's anger is ebbing away. It seems so futile under the circumstances. It was unplanned, she continues. A one-night stand, Joanna said. We were living in California at the time.
She was determined that her pregnancy was not going to interfere with her career. Her pause fills the air with questions that Alicia is afraid to ask, in case she interrupts her flow. I apologize if I sound cruel, but that's the truth, Alicia. Initially, Joanna refused to listen to me or to Luke when we offered to adopt you. In the end, I agreed to go with her to an abortion clinic. I wanted to support her, even though I was utterly heartbroken over her decision. At the last minute, she changed her mind. We moved to a cabin in the woods that belonged to Carlos, her coach. He was the only one who knew about her pregnancy. There was speculation in the media that she had burnout or a serious injury. She taps the photograph Kenneth is holding. We hired a midwife to deliver you. She had no idea who Joanna was. Her only interest was the fee she would earn. Joanna never held you, never looked into your eyes. The first person you saw was me. She returned to her career. I moved back to Ireland with you and Luke. How simple she makes it sound. A backwoods midwife, no questions asked. A secret that should have been impossible to keep. That doesn't make sense. Alicia needs more information. What about documentation, passports? Luke handled all of that. Carlos had contacts, dodgy ones. I didn't ask questions. I was too busy loving you. You must know the identity of my father. Joanna refused to tell us. I suspect he was married. Carlos, perhaps. They were very close. He died some years ago. I guess we'll never know. You were her sister. Surely she told you. Joanna told me what she wanted me to know. Never what I wanted to know. Is it bitterness that sours her expression, or regret? Imogen, as if aware of Alicia's thoughts, shrugs. I loved her, Alicia. Everyone did. But Joanna had a tremendous sense of her own worth. It didn't allow her space to see the worth in others. Everyone wanted to bask in her smile. I was no different. Her coldness could be cruel, but giving birth to you was an unselfish act that has left me eternally indebted to her. You should have told me the truth years ago. That was my intention, and Luke's also. His name, so seldom mentioned, has an unfamiliar timbre each time she repeats it. Joanna's murder changed everything. You were too young to understand the horror of those early years. Helena never knew. Telling you would have meant telling her. She wouldn't have been able to cope with the fact that Joanna and I had lied to her. I left her with her illusions. I understand why you'd want to protect Helena. But I'm different. It was my right to know. Try to understand, Imogen begins before being interrupted by Kenneth. Your visit to Marshall Jail makes sense now, he says. Did you show Sebastian Clark that photograph? Yes. Alicia takes back the photograph and stares unseeingly at it. I needed to find out if he was my father. Why would you have thought that, even for an instant? Imogen demands. Joanna made sure that nobody, even Sebastian, whom she claimed to love, ever found out. You were 2 years old by the time they got together. By then, she'd taken the necessary steps to prevent another pregnancy. She told me she'd no intention of ever again making such a costly mistake. That's how she summed you up, Alicia. A costly mistake. She winces, as if the emphasis she hurled at Alicia is equally hurtful to her. My intention was always to protect you from the harsh reality of your birth. Now, your behavior has made that impossible. You should have come to me when you discovered the photo instead of behaving so heedlessly. Alicia sways when she stands. Please don't talk any more. Later, but not now. I need some time alone. Her legs will give way before she reaches the door. Kenneth rises, as if to support her. She holds up her hands to ward him off and walks stiffly from the room. Her mother is still lying to her. Alicia has no idea why she should doubt Imogen's sincerity, Yet the shivery sensation that overcomes her as she climbs the stairs to her room is a chilling reminder that a veil exists. Unlike Helena's belief that it prevented her from communicating clearly with Joanna, Alicia sees it as a wispy yet opaque covering that shifts occasionally to offer glimpses of a deeper story that Imogen has yet to reveal to her. Chapter 33. Dara. He runs early in the morning before the others are awake. In the afternoon, he'll drive his mother and Martin to Strand Hill, and they'll walk the promenade together. He missed a call when he was running. No name, just a number, and probably work-related. With Scope, the boundaries between work and out of hours is vaguely defined. To his surprise, Greg Whelan, the prison officer, answers his return call. "I got your number from the visitor file," Greg says. "All very unofficial, so mum's the word. I figured you'd want to know that Sebi Clark's in hospital." "In hospital? Are you serious?" "Afraid so, mate. Hope you haven't any intentions of interviewing him soon. He's bad, mate, really bad." "What happened to him?" "Heart attack." "Are you serious? I didn't know he had a heart problem." "He didn't," says Greg. "But when you have the shit kicked out of you, it affects the heart, if you get my meaning." Dara is not surprised by the officer's reply. His uncle's scars bear witness to these sudden attacks. "When did it happen?" "Earlier this morning in the showers, kicked in his chest, head and stomach and God knows where else. The authorities are keeping a tight lid on it. You know how the media respond when anything happens to him." "Do you know which hospital he's in?" "The Mater. Listen, mate, keep this between ourselves. Me talking to you like this is highly unprofessional." "Of course. Can you keep in touch and let me know how he's doing?" "Will do, mate."
I don't normally interfere in prison politics, but Sebi's one of the quiet ones. He shouldn't be in intensive care, that's for sure. "Who's in hospital?" Rachel had entered the kitchen while he was speaking to Greg. When he doesn't answer immediately, she grips the back of a chair. "Is it Sebastian?" "Yes." He hesitates, worried at the impact this information will have on her. "What's happened to him? For God's sake, tell me." "He suffered a heart attack and is in hospital." "A heart attack? How serious is it?" "Serious enough, I'm afraid." "Is there no end to this torment?" She nods, as if he's already answered her. "Of course there isn't." Strands of hair have escaped from the clasps that keep it knotted at the back of her head. Auburn, shaded with silver. When did that happen? He's shocked by this sign of aging. But what right does he have to expect her to remain ever young? "What else do I need to know?" she asks. There's always more. His heart attack was caused by a beating he received. Apart from a harsh exhalation, she remains silent as he continues. "The main thing is that Sebastian is now in the right place. He'll be treated in hospital like any other patient. I'll know more about his condition later. He's strong. I'm convinced he'll pull through." "Pull through to what?" She refuses to be comforted. "More of the same. Why doesn't he admit he's guilty? He's done his time and more. At least then he'll have some chance of being released. But this hell, I keep believing it can't get worse, and then it does." "Which hell are you referring to?" he asks. "Marshall Jail or Piper's Rest?" "Both," she cries out. "I want to see him. I've wanted to do so for forever. But I'm scared. I'm so scared, Dara. He'll reject me again, and I'll be back where I started. If he dies, I've told you, he won't. He's tough. Tough has nothing to do with it. A knife in his ribs will cut through any degree of toughness." The dread in her expression.
In the guise of Rachel Kennelly, she must live in an abyss, uncontactable should anything happen to her brother, and dependent on the media for information. Dara is only beginning to appreciate the depths of her alienation. No wonder she escapes into the fictional world she created as Dorina Dale, where the foibles of love can be controlled. "I'm going to request a hospital visit to see him," she says. "I can't let this go on any longer. You talk to him first. Make him see me. Promise me you'll make it possible." "I'll do my best, I promise." No sense adding to her anxiety by revealing the ban Sebastian has imposed on visitors. A ban that has become utterly irrelevant. He walks to the loch. It's tranquil today. The reeds sway with lazy indifference as waterfowl swim through the stalky labyrinth and out again. He debates ringing Alicia. Why would she be interested in hearing about Sebastian's attack? She made her feelings perfectly clear yesterday, and yet the need to tell her bypasses his doubts. Her voicemail comes on. "Sorry for breaking our agreement about not making contact," he says. "This is just to let you know that Sebastian has been brought to the Mater Hospital." He plays his message back and deletes it. Hard decisions taken. That's the true meaning of moving on. Chapter 34. Alicia. Footsteps on the stairs, heavy, decisive. They belong to Kenneth. "Alicia, I need to talk to you." He raps on her door. "Open up." She unlocks the door and stands before him. "Do I need an invitation to step inside?" he asks. "What I have to say to you won't take long, but it's important." He brushes past her, his eyes raking the room he'd hoped would be demolished. "Have you any idea how your behavior last night impacted your mother?" He stands with his back to the door, his arms crossed. Alicia is reminded of a watchdog, poised for action, merciless when he bites. "You've broken her heart." "I doubt that very much, Kenneth. Imogen's heart will survive. If it can withstand all those years of lying to me, then it should be able to cope with the truth." "You're smart with your answers, Alicia. I'm not here to argue with you. I appreciate your reasons for visiting Sebastian Clark yesterday. Doubtlessly he put your mind at ease regarding your fears, but your decision to visit him was reckless and dangerous." He sounds as if he's addressing a wayward child. "If you'd consulted me first, I could have pointed out the risks involved. Instead, you just bulldozed your way into his life." "My visit was planned in advance. He could have refused to meet me." "Be that as it may, but you need to know that he's been rushed to hospital with a cardiac arrest, a serious one. It's doubtful if he'll recover." "That can't be true." She's unable to hide her shock. "He was perfectly healthy when I saw him." "And now he's in intensive care." "Are you suggesting I'm to blame?" "Only you can answer that question. It should have crossed your mind that your visit could have a detrimental effect on his health, and that's exactly what's happened." She locks her door when he leaves and picks up her phone. A missed call from Dara shows on her screen. She checks her voicemail. No message. He answers her call immediately. "Were you ringing me about Sebastian?" she asks before he can speak. "Kenneth told me he's been taken to hospital after suffering a heart attack." "I thought you'd want to know." "You thought right. How seriously ill is he?" "He's in intensive care. It's too soon to say." "Kenneth found out about yesterday's visit. He believes I'm to blame." "Why is he blaming you?" Dara sounds surprised. "You'd nothing to do with his attack." "Seeing me must have triggered something in him. He told me I reminded him of Joanna. His heart wasn't able to take the strain. His heart wasn't able to take the beating he got." "Did Kenneth mention that attack?" "What beating?" "I thought so." His tone changes. "According to Greg, he's my contact in Marshall, Sebastian has broken ribs, a broken bone in his face, and internal bleeding in his stomach. Funny that your stepfather should overlook those details. He can't have known about the beating." "If you say so." She's unsure if he's being sarcastic or skeptical, and this uncertainty disturbs her. "Are you suggesting Kenneth was involved in some way?" "I don't know. What do you believe, Alicia?" He throws the question back at her. "He'd never do anything so cruel." "You may be right." "Maybe. To believe what he's hinting is unthinkable. What do you want me to say? You know my views on Kenneth." "Your views are baseless." She feels it looming, bleak words that will drive them back to their separate corners. "Are we going to have another argument?" he asks. "No, we're not," she replies. "This conversation is over. I hope your uncle recovers. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Alicia." Sparring partners? That's what they've become? Which of them will deliver the knockout blow? Later, when she feels calm enough to go downstairs, Kenneth is in the kitchen speaking intently to Imogen. His eyes are fixed on his wife, as if his words alone are not sufficient to demand her attention. On noticing Alicia, she presses his arm to silence him. "Do you have an update on Sebastian Clark's condition?" Alicia asks him. "His state of health is of no interest to this family," he replies.
I'm of this family, Kenneth, and I am interested. You claimed my visit caused his heart attack, yet never thought to mention the real reason for it. What are you talking about? His jaw slackens. For once, he's taken off guard. Don't pretend you haven't heard. You're kept informed on everything that happens to him. He was beaten up. That's what caused his heart attack. Alicia's anger refuses to recognize caution.
Did you know that was going to happen?
What's wrong with you, Alicia? Imogen's wounded expression silences her. Last night you ambushed me with that photograph. You ruined what should have been one of the most important discussions we'll ever have. Now this vile accusation, I don't understand what's happening to you. He blamed me. I gave you the information that was at my disposal. Kenneth's interruption is forceful. Sebastian Clark is one of the most reviled prisoners to serve time in Marshall Jail. If he received a few kicks, it's hardly newsworthy. Joanna died by his hand. How could you, in one afternoon, throw all that aside and consort with her convicted killer? A saucepan of water bubbles over the edge and sizzles on the ceramic surface. Alicia must end this conversation and escape to her room before her suspicions bubble up and hiss with the same ferocity as the boiling water. Imogen lowers the heat on the hob and turns back to Alicia. You went behind our backs to meet a man who's caused me nothing but grief and heartache. You chose to go to him instead of me to seek the answers you needed. How do you think that makes me feel? Her eyes are glassy. Is she struggling with tears or going inward, retreating to a place where no one, even Alicia, can reach her? I never meant to hurt you. The tension between them is becoming unbearable. I apologize for upsetting you both. It was stupid and thoughtless of me to see him without mentioning it to you first. I believed he was guilty when I visited him, and that conviction will never change. That's what she believes, must believe. To think otherwise, even for a second, is to undermine everything that holds her family secure. Chapter 35. Dara. 2 weeks have passed since the attack on Sebastian. He's been moved out of intensive care and into a small, single ward with a prison officer on duty outside. Not that there's any danger of him absconding. His body hardly dents the bed covers, and the weight he's lost since he was hospitalized emphasizes his gauntness. A phone call from the prison service gives Dara permission to visit him on his lunch break on Friday. Sebastian seems pleased to see him. His voice, though hoarser than usual, is still strong when he says his last wish before he dies will be granted when he meets his sister. You're not going to die? Dara hates the heartiness he projects. It's instinctive, this desire to deny his uncle's assertion, and Sebastian, hearing him, grimaces before turning his face away. You've got to keep living. He bends closer to him. Don't hand victory to those who wish you dead. I've fought too many rounds. Sebastian speaks with a serene certainty. I'm not interested in winning this one. All I want to do is make my peace with Lorraine. Rachel. Dara corrects him, then immediately regrets doing so. Their conversation is short. Sebastian has difficulty breathing. It's clear he has no tolerance for pep talks or persuasions of any kind. I never told her that Alicia Hart knows the truth about our family, he says before he leaves. Can I trust you not to mention her visit to you? Does his uncle nod in reply? His eyes are closed when Dara leaves, his thoughts as imprisoned as ever. He drives to Piper's Rest when he finishes work. Rachel is nervous, unwilling to listen to his warning that the brother she knew may be unrecognizable. She's left everything that Martin needs in readiness. She fusses, repeating herself as she outlines his medical regime until Dara firmly steers her out the door on Saturday morning and waves her off. Tonight, she'll stay in his apartment and return home on Sunday. Martin awakens and accepts Dara's presence without comment. Once breakfast is over, he sits in the garden, his face turned to the sun, a wide-brimmed hat shading his face. This will be a good day. Dara sits beside him and listens to his grandfather talking about riggings and bilge pumps and barnacles that attach themselves to the hulls of boats and take the devil's own time to be removed. He thinks about Alicia. She's a barnacle he can't scrape off. He smiles at the simile and allows the old man's reminiscences to flow over his head. Rachel should be in Dublin by now. He imagines her shock when she sees Sebastian. What will they say to each other? He tries but can't imagine their conversation. Will there be tears? Will they be allowed to hug? He prepares soup and sandwiches for lunch. They'll eat out of doors, and he'll take Martin for a drive afterwards. When he looks out the kitchen window, his grandfather has disappeared from the back garden. Dara hurries to the front of the cottage and relaxes when he finds Martin leaning over the gatepost, talking to a man on the other side of the locked gate. The man is middle-aged and overweight, a flabbiness that suggests he's not in the habit of hill walking, which is popular in the area. His jeep is parked a short distance away. A Dublin registration plate, red with black trim. It's a solid-looking model and popular. "How are you doing?" The man smiles benignly at Dara. "It's a fine day to be out and about. I've been having a word with this gentleman here." He extends his hand towards Martin. He knows the lie of the land right enough, but he can't tell me the way to Collooney. "Google Maps should put you on the right road," says Dara. "My phone is out of charge, so I'm depending on the old ways for a change." A camera hangs from his shoulder. He holds it up and turns to photograph the distant peaks. The landscape is hazed with sunshine, the slopes alive with shadows of flitting birds. "I'm only an amateur photographer, but I can't get enough of this scenery," he says. He stands back to photograph the cottage and clicks his camera in quick succession. "It's magnificent," he says.
"I know a thing or two about buildings, and this is an awesome restoration. It certainly reflects the local environment." He speaks too fast. His compliments come too easy. Dara mistrusts him. He's included Dara in the shots of the cottage. Why this should make him uneasy is puzzling, but it does. Martin tries to open the gate. "Where is she? Sebi, where is she?" His sing-song wail is filled with anxiety as he tugs harder and is unable to budge the gate. His mood changes happen suddenly and always take Dara by surprise. "Collooney is signposted if you drive straight on," says Dara. "You can't miss it." The man lowers his camera and touches his index finger to his forehead in a mock salute. "Thanks, Sebi. I'll leave you to it." "My name isn't—" Dara begins, but the stranger is walking back to his jeep. He drives past with a wave and shouts at Martin through the open window. "Thanks for the chat, sir." They watch the jeep until it's reduced to a red dot, then nothing. The encounter disturbs Dara. No, not the encounter, he thinks. It's the jeep, its squat, sturdy familiarity. He's seen a few of them lately on his way home from work. Yesterday, when he stopped off for petrol on his journey here, the same model had parked at the petrol pump parallel to the one he was using. Is he being stalked by a red jeep? The idea is so outrageous that he laughs aloud. Martin, hearing him, stops tugging at the gate and grins. He's calm again as Dara puts his arm around him and coaxes him back to the cottage. It's late in the afternoon when they reach Strand Hill. They stroll along the promenade and watch the surfers. Martin still has a strong stride, though he tires easily. The crowds don't bother him today. He's content to sit in a busy cafe and eat ice cream. Rachel phones shortly after they return to Piper's Rest. She's weepy but content. "A good visit," she says. She'll tell Dara everything when she returns tomorrow. She's left a casserole for their dinner in the fridge. After they return home, Dara reheats it and sets the table for two. A moth flutters above his head, an emperor moth. He recognizes the species and opens the kitchen window to allow it to escape. As it disappears into the gathering twilight, he notices a slackness on the latch at the bottom of the window. It's damaged, which doesn't surprise him. He still hasn't persuaded Rachel to replace the windows. Who would bother breaking into a cottage in the middle of nowhere, she asks, when he complains about her lack of security. He'll make some inquiries for her and get the job underway. It takes time before he notices that one of the kitchen drawers is only partially closed. This is followed by his discovery of a family photograph lying face downward on the sideboard. He remembers when it was taken. His father had set the timer on his camera. His summer holiday was over, and he was about to return to London. The four of them had smiled, arms around each other. It was the last family photograph he took. 6 months later, Stanley came back to Piper's Rest after being diagnosed with an aggressive cancer. His headstone carries a name that never belonged to him. Dara opens the kitchen window again. Apart from the loose latch, everything seems normal until he notices dirt marks on the outside ledge. He goes to the back of the cottage, his alarm growing when he notices broken stems of flowers in the planter. It's secured as usual to the window ledge, but a bracket lies on the ground.
He's standing on loose clay that must have fallen from the planter. Did someone replace it after removing it from its customary position to gain access to the cottage? Back inside, and panicking, he checks Rachel's bedroom. He opens a cardboard box that once held creams or perfumes, if the faint scent is an indication. Inside it, he finds letters addressed to Sebastian and returned to her by the prison authorities.
She keeps her jewelry in a casket. The casket is still locked. No effort was made to force it open. Nothing is missing or disturbed in either his room or Martin's. He's overreacting. Flowers break, brackets come loose. Martin could have knocked over the family photograph, just as he could have partially closed the kitchen drawer. Dara is about to leave his bedroom when he notices his denim jacket hanging from a hook at the back of the door. His leather jacket is underneath it on the same hook. It's months since he's worn his denim jacket, and he distinctly remembers hanging his leather one over it. Someone must have searched the pockets and replaced the jackets in the wrong order. He sits down on the edge of his bed and stares at the door. Why would anyone break into Piper's Rest and leave empty-handed? It doesn't make sense. Unless it was information, not possessions, the intruder was after. A male intruder, he thinks, heavily built but agile, and driving a red Jeep. He's awakened in the morning by a phone call. Rachel is in the kitchen of his apartment. She's camera-shy, usually preferring audio phone calls rather than video, so Dara is startled to see her on the screen. Her expression is terse, her face ashen. Sebastian. His mind leaps towards his uncle. Something must have happened to him overnight. It's impossible at first to make out what she's saying. She moves her phone erratically over the kitchen walls before focusing on the table where she's placed a newspaper. The image steadies. Dara recognizes the banner of Sunday's Call. He knows the tabloid. Its reputation for sensational headlines seldom matches its vapid content. Not so vapid on this occasion. The headline on the front page dances, then steadies before his eyes with a sickening clarity. Secret Life of Sebastian Clarke's Sister Exposed. Chapter 36. Alicia. Footsteps on the stairs again. Alicia tenses when she recognizes Kenneth's heavy tread. She hears her mother's lighter footsteps and knows, even before his commanding tap on her door, that the news she's about to receive will be bad. "Open up, Alicia. We need to speak to you." His harsh order jolts her upright in the bed. "I'm not dressed," she shouts. "I'll be down later, we can talk then." "This can't wait." Imogen sounds harried. "Please, Alicia, it's important." "What's going on?" She slips on her dressing gown and unlocks the door. "Has something happened?" "Yes, something has happened." Imogen follows him into the room and sits on the edge of the bed. "Show her the newspaper, Kenneth." He's like a conjurer, Alicia thinks, as he sweeps his arm forward and hands her a copy of Sunday's Call. He claims the tabloid is a rag that's not fit to shine his shoes. Imogen also would never buy it. This must be something to do with Sebastian Clarke. He's featured in it regularly over the years, normally with lurid headlines and the usual information about Joanna's murder. "A friend of Kenneth's rang us after reading this article," says Imogen. "Kenneth had to buy the paper before we could believe him. You need to read this, Alicia." She taps the front page. "Then we'll discuss it." Secret Life of Sebastian Clarke's Sister Exposed. Kenneth has his hand on Imogen's shoulder. Alicia has never noticed the gleam of his wedding ring until now. She stares at it until her breath steadies and she's able to read the printed words. Lorraine Nally, sister of the notorious murderer Sebastian Clarke, has been traced. She disappeared from public view after her brother was found guilty of the vicious killing of gold medal-winning Olympian Joanna Hart. For 21 years, this mysterious woman, known as the Quiet Accomplice, has lived under a false identity in Piper's Rest, a cottage located in a remote townland known as McGann's Pass on the slopes of the Ox Mountain. In an exclusive exposé, Sunday's Call can now reveal that Lorraine Nally writes under the pen name Dorina Dale. The best-selling author is famous for her romantic novels that have earned her a worldwide readership. During Sebastian Clarke's trial, it was alleged that she hid the murder weapon in her bedroom. Due to procedural mistakes in the investigation, the Gardaí were forced to drop a charge against her of being an accessory after the fact. After her brother was found guilty, the public outrage at the senseless death of such a beloved athlete spilled over into a protest that took place at his childhood home in Broadwater. His family disappeared shortly afterwards. Until now, their whereabouts have remained a mystery. Lorraine Nally changed her family's name to Kennelly. She lives quietly under the name Rachel Kennelly. Her son, Dara Kennelly, is a junior producer with Scope Investigates, the often provocative but highly respected television program. Her father, Brendan Clark, who ran Broadwater Boat Builders and Sons, now defunct, assumed the name Martin Sheridan. Peter Nally, her husband, died 10 years ago. The name Stanley Kennelly is carved on his headstone. How did such a public family hide in plain sight for over 2 decades? The simple answer is that the media was blocked from publishing their photographs. Their faces were unknown to the public. Lorraine Nally, aka Dorina Dale, has followed that same practice throughout her writing career. She built her reputation on her reclusiveness, a ruse that added to her mystique and fame. Meanwhile, her brother continues to claim his innocence and will remain incarcerated until he admits his guilt for the killing of Joanna Hart. "This expose explains so much," says Kenneth when Alicia hands the paper back to him. "My instinct seldom lets me down. I knew something was amiss as soon as I met that young man. But never in my wildest imaginings did I realize his duplicity. I'm sorry you've been so woefully deceived, Alicia. I'd like you to go, if you don't mind." She sounds calm, which is an extraordinary achievement considering the shock waves raging through her. "I need time to absorb this information." "Don't you want to talk to us about it?" Imogen asks. "We're here for you, just as we've always been." "I know that, Mum. We'll discuss it later." Their nearness will suffocate her, yet it feels as if they've moved even closer to her. "You seem remarkably composed," says Kenneth. "I thought you'd be appalled by what you've read, but You're wrong," she interrupts him curtly. "To see a family destroyed by a piece of sensational journalism is appalling. All they did was protect themselves from the publicity and riots that followed Sebastian Clark's imprisonment. Your attitude shocks me." He ignores his wife's restraining hand and leans towards her. "You sound almost sympathetic towards a woman who was lucky to get off on a technicality. Otherwise, she'd have been jailed for her involvement in his crime." When did she become afraid of him? It seems sudden, and yet this fear has a familiar pull. She wants to stand under the shower until her skin is raw. But even then, she'll still feel the cling of those destructive sentences. "Leave her be, Kenneth." Imogen moves between them. "Can't you see that Alicia's had a shock? She needs some time alone." She kisses Alicia's forehead. "In the long run, it's always better when lies are exposed. Get dressed and come downstairs. Teddy is joining us for breakfast. Why don't you do the same? You know how fond he is of you." They leave reluctantly when she agrees to join them. Sounds reach her from downstairs. The clack of crockery as Kenneth prepares his traditional Sunday fry-up. The theme music for Sunday Miscellany comes on. She'd always believed his rock-like strength supported her mother. Recently, she's realized that he leans just as heavily on Imogen. Together, they are indivisible. She's never been able to articulate that certainty until now. They create a wall that she'll never penetrate, no matter how hard she chips away at it. She rings Dara and ends the call without speaking when she hears his voicemail. Does he believe she's responsible for the exposé? Her conviction grows when he doesn't ring her back. Against her better judgment, she contacts him again and listens to the same message. She leans over the balcony and breathes deeply. She needs to contain herself and not ring him again. Teddy Evans arrives, wasp-like in a dome-shaped helmet. He took up cycling after the breakup of his marriage and occasionally joins them for breakfast on Sunday mornings. Not that it's made any difference to his weight, which is definitely not enhanced by his lycra shorts. She watches as he wheels his racing bike around the side of the house towards the back entrance. Imogen calls her. Breakfast is ready. To refuse will add to the tension that already exists. As she approaches the kitchen, Teddy's loud guffaws stir memories of childhood. He used to bring her Smarties and cans of Coke. When Helena fretted about teeth decay, Teddy would laugh and wink, and sometimes he'd slip a €10 note into the sleeve of Alicia's jumper or tuck it into her hairband. As soon as breakfast is over, she runs upstairs. No missed phone call from Dara.
She tries to control her anxiety as she studies the two photographs that accompany the exposé. A cottage, it must be Piper's Rest, is in the background of the larger photograph. The frail, elderly man leaning on a gatepost had to be his grandfather. Dara, standing next to him, looked alarmed, his arm half raised as if to cover his face. The second photograph showed a smiling family group. Dara was a teenager then, and the older man was stout and robust.
The man in the center of the photograph must have been Dara's father, and the woman beside him bore a marked resemblance to a diner who'd sat alone at a table last night in Vining. Single diners are unusual on a Saturday night when the tables are occupied by couples, family groups, or occasional hen and stag parties. This woman was a late booking and had been content to accept a table positioned in a little used space near the kitchen. Convinced she's mistaken, Alicia photographs the family group on her phone and enlarges the image. No mistake. She sees the resemblance between her and Dara. The same angular face, wide forehead, narrow chin, striking eyes. Rachel Connelly had been dressed in a camel-coloured blazer with a cream shirt, black trousers, and comfortable-looking loafers. A casual chicness that Alicia had admired when she took her order. She'd felt like apologizing for the cramped space the woman had been allocated, but Rachel seemed content to be partially obscured from most of the diners. Her manner had been polite and friendly. No reason for Alicia to feel she was being closely observed, which would have been an unfamiliar sensation in an arena where she usually feels invisible. She'd once joked with Sophia that the only common denominator between working for a barrister and waiting tables in a wine bar was her belief that she was unseen in both. She knows for definite that that was not the case last night. Rachel Connelly had been in Vining for the sole purpose of checking her out. Chapter 37. Dara. Does Alicia Hart know who you are? Rachel is pale and stony-faced as she confronts her son on his phone. Don't lie to me, Dara. Did you tell her about Sebastian? She's put 2 and 2 together and made 4. Lying to her is impossible. I didn't have to tell her anything about us, he replies. She'd figured it out by herself. What do you mean she figured it out? How could she? I was afraid something like this would happen. You wouldn't listen. And now what am I to do? Tell me how I'm supposed to deal with this disaster. He feels like driving straight to his apartment to console her, but Martin is already moving around in his bedroom and will soon demand his attention. Alicia wouldn't do anything so malicious. She wouldn't. He flounders, afraid of upsetting her even further by disagreeing with her, yet knowing he must. He checks Sunday's Call online and quickly scans the piece. It's worse than he thought. Everything Rachel achieved has been destroyed. Her hard-won privacy is now in the domain of social media. The print media will be on the story, preparing the questions they will fire at her when she returns home. His own career is ruined. Scandals aren't tolerated at Bayview Communications. No questions asked, no excuses or explanations accepted. His last conversation with Alicia, the words they exchanged, her terse response when he mentioned his suspicions about her stepfather. Could she? He shakes his head. He refuses to follow this line of thought. Rachel thinks otherwise. How do you know what she would or wouldn't do? She demands. She may have blinded you into forgetting her background. She believes my brother devastated her family, and this is her way of destroying us. The quiet accomplice. That name ran through my nightmares for years, and now it'll do so again. I can't believe it, I can't. You're wrong. She'd already figured out my relationship to Sebastian when we split up. If that was her intention, she'd months to go to the press with that information. Then how? I've been so careful. Who else would do this to us? Someone broke into the cottage yesterday when I was out with Gramps. A break-in? Oh my God! She's instantly concerned about her father. Is he okay? He's fine, honestly. He's unaware anything happened. What was taken? Nothing. I'd never have known except for some small signs of entry. Now, I believe it was information that was stolen. Martin shouts from his bedroom. He's panicked and demanding immediate attention. I better go to Gramps. He's becoming agitated. Dara continues talking to her as he hurries towards his grandfather. Stay in the apartment. Don't come back to Piper's Rest. I'll drive up to you and bring Gramps with me. You need to lie low for a few days. You're safer there until this blows over. He hears a thump from behind the closed door of his grandfather's bedroom, followed by another cry. He ends the phone call before Rachel realizes what's happening. Martin has fallen out of bed again. He howls when Dara attempts to lift him. The pain seems to be located in his right shoulder. It's clear that he can't be moved until an ambulance arrives. Dara wraps a duvet around him and turns on Martin's radio. His favorite station is entirely devoted to Elvis Presley songs. The honeyed voice so beloved by Martin quietens his fear, but pain remains etched on his face. His distress reaches a new level when his bedroom is filled with paramedics in high-vis jackets. Ella, the senior paramedic, is skilled at calming frightened patients, and he's quickly transferred to the ambulance. Dara will drive behind it. Until his grandfather is safely in hospital, it's impossible to concentrate on the details that have been spread across the front of Sunday's call. The lock has a grey sheen that warns of rain, and the trees are already bending in anticipation. This remote location made headlines this morning. He doesn't need to check his phone to know that social media is active. He notices a car across the road. The woman who emerges from it wears a pink tracksuit and aviator sunglasses pushed into her hair. Her phone is outstretched like a weapon aimed at the heart of his family's existence. She'll be followed by others. He thinks of a hydra snake, heads multiplying, voracious and anxious to cannibalize the lives of those in distress. Martin is on a hospital trolley and sedated before Dara is able to check his phone. He'd turned it off before leaving Piper's Rest, fearing calls from the media or from Rachel. No sense adding to her anxiety until he knows more about his grandfather's injury. Alicia has tried to contact him twice. "I've read the article," she says when she answers his return call. "I'd nothing to do with it, you must believe me." "I know that, Alicia," he reassures her, happy in that instant to hear her voice. "I haven't had a chance to contact you. My grandfather's in hospital. That's where I am now. I think he's fractured his shoulder. He's very confused. I can't leave him for any length of time." "Has your mother seen the newspaper?" "Yes, she alerted me to it. She's staying in my apartment until we figure out the best approach to take." "She's in Dublin?" "Yes, she visited Sebastian yesterday." "Oh, that must have been difficult for her." "It went well, from what she's told me. She'll be okay in the apartment. My address wasn't published, but whoever did this knows where I live. He delivered the paper to my door." "You think it's a man?" "It could be. Someone broke into the cottage yesterday. I believe that's how the information was acquired." "Are you going to report it to the Gardaí?" "What's the use? Nothing was stolen. I can't prove anything." "Does your mother have any idea who could have leaked that information?" He hesitates, reluctant to divulge Rachel's suspicions. "She blames me, doesn't she?" Alicia answers her own question. "Sebastian must have told her I visited him. I asked him not to mention that you'd been to see him. Dara, be honest with me. Does she believe I'm responsible? Ever since she found out about us, she's been afraid word could get out somehow. So, yes, you were on her mind, but just briefly." A nurse beckons him back into the emergency ward, where Martin is awake and struggling to get off the trolley. "She's alone in the apartment, but there's nothing I can do about that for now," he says. "My grandfather's accident on top of everything else will be too much for her. Tell her I'm on my way." Alicia ends the call before he can reply. He hurries back to his grandfather's side and tries to soothe him. He's surrounded by faces strained with misery, helpless, angry, bewildered, and long-suffering expressions. If he closes his eyes, he could easily believe he's in the visiting room of Marshall Jail. Chapter 38. Alicia. Helena used to read Dorina Dale novels. She had a bookshelf filled with them. They were her escape route, she said, when Alicia teased her about her fondness for romantic fantasies. This irony is not lost on her as she presses the buzzer to Dara's apartment and waits to meet the woman who sells an illusion that every love story has a happy ending. "Thank you for coming." Rachel Kennelly ushers Alicia into the apartment. "And thank you for giving me such attentive service last night." She's no longer smiling. The hours that have passed since she was in Vining seem to have reduced her in size. Crushed, Alicia thinks. She's been hollowed out, destroyed. In the wine bar,
Her hair had been knotted in a chignon. Now it hangs loose, uncombed. She's still wearing her dressing gown. "Why didn't you introduce yourself last night?" Alicia asks. "It was a sudden decision to book the table. A crazy one, but I wanted to see the young woman who's made such an impact on my son."
"I'd have embarrassed both of us if I'd tried to have a conversation with you." "I can't believe I didn't recognize you. Dara has your eyes. And your mouth." His lips. That's what Alicia means. Those lips that once left their imprint so deeply on her skin. She swings away from the thought and follows his mother into the kitchen. Rachel sits down and picks the tabloid up from the table. "I liked what I saw in the wine bar," she says. "However, I have to admit you were the first person to come to mind as soon as I read this so-called exposé." "Is that what you still believe?" "Dara is adamant that you aren't responsible," she replies. "I'm sorry for doubting you. Ever since I discovered you knew each other, I've been worried that something like this would happen. He should never have contacted you." "You're right, but he did." Alicia is unable to hide the rush of resentment she feels when she thinks back to their initial meeting in the running group. The deliberateness of it. "He was not in a good space at the time," says Rachel. "That's not an excuse, it's just a fact. Can you understand why I insisted he must stop seeing you? It took time to understand why he ended it. When I figured it out, I knew it was the only option. Except that it isn't over. Am I right, Alicia? We did end it, but circumstances keep connecting us." Circumstances being Sebastian. Rachel winces when she speaks her brother's name. Is it an unbearable burden to say it aloud when she has spent 2 decades hiding from it? "Yes," Alicia replies. "Sebastian is our relationship." Rachel inclines her head to acknowledge the emphasis. She must be about the same age as Imogen, but that is their only similarity. Her red hair is threaded with grey, and the lines on her face, though still faint, chart her years of laughter and tears. "Did he tell you that I paid him a visit recently?" Alicia asks. "No, he did not." Rachel's tone is as startled as her expression. "May I ask why?"
"I wanted him to answer a question about Joanna. I'd rather not say any more than that."
"Did he answer it to your satisfaction?"
"Yes, he did." "And now he's in a hospital ward and close to death. Is there any connection between those 2 incidents?" "How can there be?" Alicia wants to ignore an insidious internal voice that keeps demanding her attention. "But if there's any connection, I intend to find it. How is your brother?" "He's capable of making a good recovery, but he's lost the will to live. He can't cope any longer with being incarcerated and watching his back at all times. It must have been a difficult visit for both of you." "It was a long overdue visit, and yes, it was difficult," Rachel agrees, "but it was also cathartic. Now, my main concern is my father. He'll be totally disoriented. I wanted to leave as soon as Dara told me he's in hospital, but he insists I stay here. Did he tell you that someone broke into my home yesterday?" "Yes, he believes they were looking for information. It has to be connected to this." Her fingers tap restlessly against the tabloid. The words look uglier each time Alicia sees them. Rachel, as if affected by the same revulsion, shoves it to one side. "Just as your visit is connected to the beating Sebastian received. I can't put the pieces together yet, but I believe you and Dara inadvertently blew the dust off the past when you met. We're being swept along on the gust you've created. You said it yourself. Sebastian is your relationship. Can I ask you a question about him?" "I'll try to answer it honestly." Rachel nods. "Why doesn't he admit his guilt? He could be free if he took responsibility for his crime and expressed remorse." "He believes he's innocent, but you believe he's guilty. It's not as simple as that, Alicia. Whoever wrote this piece was wrong about one fact. My brother was not responsible for the death of your aunt." She lifts her hand to stall Alicia's questions. Once the knife was found with his fingerprints and her blood on the handle, his conviction was inevitable. Rachel is carrying hard memories, yet she speaks evenly as she relates the threats that were made against her family, and Dara in particular. "The Gardaí did their utmost to involve me in the crime. They couldn't make it stick. When Sebastian was found guilty, I became the target of the crowd's rage, the threats, and the riots that followed. That's when Sebastian decided to drive me away from him in an effort to keep my family safe. But he'd no right to make that decision for me. If only I'd been braver and ignored his wishes. It's easier to run from danger rather than confront it, especially when there's a child to consider. Time and time again, he rejected my efforts to keep in touch with him, and finally, I believed in his guilt. It made my life bearable. Yesterday, I understood fully the sacrifice he made so that those he loved could be safe and live as normal a life as possible. And that's what I did. And what Dara did, until now. Is it possible that you can believe me? There's a watchfulness about her that's barely noticeable, yet it evokes a response in Alicia. She shakes her head. No, it's not possible. I have to believe the evidence. To think otherwise, no, I can't. I'm sorry. I appreciate your honesty. Rachel walks over to the coffee machine and touches it tentatively. I'd love a coffee, but the mechanisms of this machine are beyond me. She doesn't seem upset by Alicia's rebuttal. I can work it, says Alicia. It's similar to the one at home. She removes cups from the kitchen press and carries the coffee, when it's made, to the table. Do you know what age you were when you met Dara for the first time? Rachel adds milk to her coffee and sips it slowly. I was 23. Alicia is surprised by the question.
Wrong, Alicia. When Sebastian heard your parents were moving to Ireland, he told them there were rooms to rent on Minor Arch Terrace. They ended up living close to my father. Whenever I visited him, Imogen would bring you to his house to play with Dara. Even then, he couldn't take his eyes off you. That's so weird. Alicia tries to sound nonchalant, but she's unable to ignore the jolting pleasure this admission gives her. I never realized our families were that closely linked. It was an innocent time. Little did we realize our lives were about to fall apart. Rachel swallows and touches her throat. Does Imogen talk about Luke? Her tone hasn't changed, yet Alicia picks up a vibration in the question. Only when I ask, Alicia replies. It hurts her to talk about him. I always feel guilty for bringing his name up. If it wasn't for Kenneth... She stops, conscious that Rachel is watching her intently. Detective Inspector Kenneth Morrison. Her expression tautens. I remember him well. His tactics. I'm sorry, Alicia. I don't have good memories of your stepfather. What tactics? How did he treat you? Monstrously. He threatened to remove Dara from me and put him into care if I didn't cooperate with his investigation. Her voice strengthens. He'd no authority to carry out such a threat, but I was too terrified to realize he was bluffing. I'm sorry you had to endure such a cruel interrogation. And we're still dealing with the fallout. Rachel swipes the tabloid from the table and watches the pages flutter to the floor. Unlike Imogen, Rachel Kennelly has no veneer, no protective coating that can keep the past at arm's length. I can't hide out here any longer, she says. I need to look after my father. Dara can take care of him. He believes you'll be safer here. Yes, he does, Rachel agrees, just as Sebastian believed I'd be safer if I ran away. This time I intend to prove I'm capable of standing straight and making my own decisions. I'm going home. Despite the exposure, I don't regret visiting him. I'm no longer tortured by doubts. They're so treacherous. Certainty is the only antidote for brain fog. After Rachel leaves, Alicia goes directly from the apartment to Vining and is immediately swept up into the Sunday rush. No time to focus on anything except the next order and how best not to irritate the chefs. Being busy should also be an antidote to brain fog, yet Alicia is lost to it. Hazy, dense, muddled. She and Dara were friends from the cradle, or so Rachel said. Baby memories. Do they have any substance? Is it real, this image that runs like a shiver through her as she moves between tables, taking orders, smiling, serving diners who talk over her? The boy in the garden with her on that sunny summer afternoon was Dara. This memory is as freshly spun as the cobwebs that tickled her face when they hid together and spied on the grown-ups. A hidey hole in the bushes. The boy's mother calls his name. They giggle and remain hidden. Loud music. Fairy lights twinkling like stars. The smell of earth when they lie and watch the leaves making shapes with the sun. Eyes closing. Dara is still sleeping when she awakens. Alicia peers through the leaves. Auntie Joanna is close by, her voice clear, angry.
A man is speaking, pleading. Grown-ups don't cry. But he does. He wants Joanna to stay. She wants to go far, far away from him. Please don't, Joanna. Please. Why? Just tell me why. His words like a drumbeat, choking him. His hand on her face, like Gran's hand when she tells Alicia she loves her to the moon and back. We're going around in circles. Joanna slapping him away. Slap, slap, slap. She's angry, fierce like a dragon. My mind's made up. No more talking. It's over. She walks into a tree. Smack bang. It's so funny. Alicia presses her face to her knees so that the grown-ups won't hear her giggling. A man with a scary chin is taking photographs. Joanna uses the F word,
and the chin man goes away. So does the sad man. Dara is awake, crouching beside her. His mammy orders them out of the hidey hole. Leaves in their hair, muck under their nails. Auntie Joanna, big sore on her cheek, laughing. Spinning Alicia in a circle. Cross mammy, shouting, "Put Alicia down, down, down." What is this memory that surfaced during the marathon, and now has an added depth, telling her? Could it be a false memory, engineered by her conversation with Rachel? Or something so profound that she's unable, or unwilling, to allow it the space it needs to harden? Chapter 39. Alicia. She finishes her shift and catches the late train to Broadwater. Texts ping when she switches on her phone. Rachel has returned to Piper's Rest. Martin's shoulder will be operated on in the morning. Dara has taken a few days leave from work while the board of Bayview Communications discuss his future. He'll stay with his mother until people grow tired photographing Piper's Rest and journalists stop ringing to demand interviews with the woman they call the quiet accomplice. She puts on her earbuds and listens to the Spitting Nails podcast for the first time. Sam Nolan's voice had an eerie quality, an airiness that could have been due to the morphine he was on. It could also have been primed with an awareness that, once his words were released, he could go in peace to his grave. He spoke about information that was overlooked in the rush to convict, hinting, but not stating outright, that this was a deliberate policy. Sebastian's solicitor, Josephine Cox, who is also Freya Cannon's grandmother, was interviewed for the podcast. In legal circles, Josephine Cox is a legend who refuses to bow to age and retire. In Alicia's family, she's the solicitor who supported Sebastian Clark throughout his trial, and afterwards. Alicia sees her occasionally in the criminal courts of justice, chatting to barristers or stiffening the spines of defendants. Avoiding her is impossible. The law demands impartiality, but Alicia knows how demanding this ideal can be. A stiff nod is as much as she can manage whenever Josephine Cox smiles in her direction. On the podcast, Josephine was scathing about the investigation. No wonder Kenneth's fury rocked C. Astor for days after the podcast went online. What would Sam have revealed if he'd remained alive and made the second recording? That information is contained in the file his wife handed over to Kenneth, the file Dara needs. Thinking like this about her stepfather is a betrayal. She cannot allow her dislike for him to lead her down a false and perilous path. Yet Rachel's words keep running through her mind. "I can't put the pieces together yet, but I believe you and Dara inadvertently blew the dust off the past when you met. What dust has been disturbed?" That is something Alicia has to find out. The first step is to contact Freya Cannon tomorrow. "Do I need to wear a stab vest?" Freya asks when Alicia rings and asks to meet her. "That's not a joke," she adds when Alicia laughs and says she's on a peace mission. Freya is waiting for her in Law's last stand. Purple hair this time, shaved on both sides and rising in a plume. She reminds Alicia of a feisty rooster with a penchant for black lace and leather. "I know it's late in the day, but I apologize for the grief that podcast caused you and your family," she says when their drinks have been brought to the table. She sounds genuinely remorseful. "I've often wondered if it was worth the cost." "Was it?" Alicia asks. "I believe so. I wish I could say otherwise. My grandmother told me that Sebastian Clark's in hospital again. She said the attack was vicious. He's critically ill."
She must have been upset when she heard about the beating, Alicia says. Upset and angry, Freya agrees.
It's not the first time he's been attacked. You made that clear in your podcast. I told the truth about his treatment. I'd like to understand why you made it. Are you sure you want to hear this?
I asked the question, so yes.
Josephine has always believed in Sebastian's innocence. I respect her judgment. When Sam contacted me from the hospice, I decided to go for it on her advice. Neither of us anticipated such a vicious online reaction. It might have been different if Sam had lived long enough to give me that second interview. Why would it have made a difference? I'll never know. Maybe it's just as well. I was able to shake off people's reactions, but it was different for Sebastian. He was in the public eye again, and he suffered for it. The scar on his head, Alicia recalls how he touched it, a trigger gesture. They are on their second glass of wine, and Freya is watching her closely. Has your sudden interest in my podcast anything to do with the exposé in Sunday's call? She asks. Yes, it has. You must have been shocked. Or did you already know Dara's real identity? Sophia said you were a basket case when the two of you broke up. I really don't want to talk about it, Freya. It's a long time since Dara and I were together like that. Point taken. Now that his mother is no longer incognito, I wonder if she'll do a spitting nails with me. Her story must be fascinating. Have your fingers not been burned from the last occasion? Back to bare bone, Freya replies. But the pain is worth it. I tried to interview Noreen Nolan after Sam's death. She didn't want to know. If she'd had her way, Sam would have gone to his grave in silence. She was going to burn everything. Something about negative energy. In the end, she handed that evidence over to your stepfather. Alicia nods. She remembers opening the door to Noreen that day. What pressure had Kenneth put on her to bring the file to him? Dara's awareness of where it's located suddenly makes sense. Who else would he approach after listening to the podcast, except Sam Nolan's widow? That chance encounter with her on Coast Road on the afternoon he came to Sunday lunch. No wonder Noreen's dog recognized him. She brings her attention back to Freya, who wants to know Alicia's opinion of Arnold Bland, whom she calls not-so-bland Arnold. He's tough but fair, Alicia says, and polite when he bothers to notice me. So there's no truth to the rumor that his heart was removed at birth. The dates are wrong, Alicia replies. He was 9 months old when he underwent that operation. She'd forgotten what it's like to laugh with Freya, but her laughter is short-lived as she enters Sea Aster and feels the chill air of a house whose secrets she's only just beginning to explore. Noreen's house smells of dogs. Feeding bowls with the names of the individual dogs engraved on each one are lined up in the kitchen. Alicia sits in a brightly lit conservatory at the back of the bungalow and removes a squeaky rubber toy from under the cushion. The garden is like a canine playground with tug ropes and herding balls of various sizes, plastic tunnels, and a splash pool. "How's your young man?" Noreen asks. "Are the two of you still together?" "We haven't been together for a long time," Alicia admits. "In fact, we ended our ever-so-brief relationship after we met you on Coast Road that Sunday afternoon. It's a terrible shame the way Sunday's call exposed his family. It's such a rag." "You'd met Dara before, hadn't you?" Alicia asks. "He came to you looking for information about that podcast Sam made with spitting nails." "Ah, sure, that's history now." Noreen waves her hand in a dismissive sweep at bygone times. "No, it isn't, Noreen. Sam took that information illegally, and now my stepfather has it. You gave it to him." "I should have burned it." Noreen nods vigorously. "I knew it had a bad aura from the moment Sam brought it home. He sat on the information for years before he'd the courage to release it. Unfortunately, death took him before the job was done. Do you know what was in that file?" "I had my suspicions." "Did you give Dara the combination to the safe in my stepfather's office?" "Is that the story you're going to bring back to Kenneth?" A sliver of alarm runs through her question. "No, I'm not, Noreen. This conversation is just between you, me, and the dogs, of course." Noreen smiles. "I thought the two of you looked well together that day I saw you on the coast. Did you know his real name then?" "No, I didn't. It must have been a hard curve to see that story in the paper. Do you love the lad?" "Yes."
Does he feel the same way about you? I believe so. Will you share that combination with me? For what purpose? The glint in Noreen's eyes demands an answer. That's a good question. Alicia considers it for an instant before replying. For over 2 decades I've hated Sebastian Clark. I need to find out if that hate was a justified burden to carry, or if it should never have been laid on me. Chapter 40. Alicia. Kenneth seldom uses his home office since he moved his detective agency to the Broadwater Business Park, yet the door is always locked. Alicia searches for a key to open it. She tries the keys on his keyring when he's outside in the garden. Nothing works. Her searches in drawers and cabinets are equally unsuccessful. 2 weeks after her conversation with Noreen, she returns home from a late shift at Vining to find the house in darkness, apart from a thin line of light under the door of his office. She climbs the stairs quietly and waits out of sight beyond the curve of the staircase. Minutes pass, 30, 40. She's stiff from sitting still, yet she makes no effort to move. He has to emerge from his office sooner or later. Eventually, he appears and switches on the hall light. She descends the stairs cautiously and leans forward to watch him stretching upwards to open the door of the fuse box and place something inside it. The hall is once again plunged into darkness. She continues to wait until long after he's closed his bedroom door before moving forward. Her instincts are on full alert. She whispers Joanna's name repeatedly. Is this a prayer or a mantra? Is there a difference, she wonders, as she shines her torch into the fuse box and removes a key from a hook. The air in his office is stuffy. The window needs to be opened more often. Out-of-date newspapers are untidily stacked on his desk, and a rubber plant has died from lack of water. The safe is bolted to the floor, a solid, square structure that looks intimidatingly difficult to open. The combination numbers on the digital pad at the front of the safe respond to her touch. She has entry. Until this moment, Alicia had not truly believed that the combination given to her by Noreen would work. The only items the safe contains are a bulky blue folder with a solid spine and an oblong-shaped envelope on the shelf above it. She has to make a choice. Has she the courage to test the line that ties her to her family, or allow it to bind her so tightly that she can continue ignoring her suspicions? She opens the window and breathes into the night before returning to the safe. She lifts out the folder and carries it to the desk. She needs to move fast, but there's too much material to check. She shudders as she imagines Kenneth waking up. He claims to be a deep sleeper and jokes that there are no skeletons from his past to disturb his dreams. She uses her camera phone to photograph everything before replacing the documents in the folder and leaving it in the exact position she found it. Just before she closes the safe, she pulls out the sealed envelope. They must be airline tickets, if the old-fashioned Aer Lingus logo on the front is any indication. Opening it would be too risky. She slides it back onto the shelf and closes the safe. Back in her room, the door locked, she prints everything out. Initially, it's difficult to see what triggered Sam Nolan's decision to take part in Freya's podcast, apart from an attempt to undermine Kenneth's reputation. A pattern begins to form as she continues to sift through the contents. This is not an official file. Instead, she has a diverse collection of photocopied documents that don't add up to anything unless she's looking for contradictions, for decisions that are slanted to yield a certain result. Sam Nolan compiled this information for reasons that were either vengeful or intent on exposing a gross injustice. She studies an image of a young Sebastian on a motorbike. He was heading away from Ida Road and had been inadvertently included in the photograph. The swans had waded ashore to be fed, and the photographer had focused his camera on them. Sebastian's appearance caused their wings to fan outwards in alarm. He was not wearing a helmet, which helped Alicia to recognize him, despite the print being blurred. In terms of evidence, it had been marked as not reliable. The same term had been used to dismiss a statement from the photographer who claimed he'd taken the photograph at 3:15 p.m. when Joanna was still alive. In contrast, motorbike tracks found in the mud at the opposite end of the Ida Trail had been marked as evidence. A biker badge had been discovered in the muddy grooves, and had been identified as belonging to Sebastian. Evidence had been compiled to prove that after he left Siasta, he circled the village of Broadwater and parked his bike beside the wooden barrier that served as a gate at the end of the trail. From there he proceeded on foot towards an unsuspecting Joanna and waited for her to appear.
Photographs of the muddied tracks revealed a multitude of tyres that had crossed over that particular terrain, which was a popular spot for bikers to stop and take a break. The knife that killed her had been photographed many times, as had the loose floorboard in Rachel's childhood bedroom. The fingerprints on the knife belonged to Sebastian. The crucial evidence that led to his conviction was not as straightforward as the information the jury heard. Forensics had established that the murderer had been wearing latex gloves. Faint traces of sweat had penetrated the material, but it had been impossible to find any traces of skin cells in the forensic tests that were carried out. Her heart thuds painfully as she studies a copy of an autopsy report that claimed there were signs on Joanna's body that proved she'd given birth at an unspecified date. The state of her remains meant that these details had been difficult to ascertain, but were almost conclusive. This report had been marked as speculative and erroneous. A second autopsy report, which had been entered into the book of evidence, made no mention of Joanna's pregnancy. She notices a statement signed by Sam Nolan and witnessed by Teddy Evans. She hadn't realized that Teddy had also worked on the investigation. This must have been before what Helena always called his fall. Statement of Mrs. Lorraine Nally. Address 9 Bevy Green, Broadwater, County Dublin. Occupation, teacher. Taken at Broadwater Garda Station by Garda Sergeant Samuel Nolan. I hereby declare that this statement is true to the best of my knowledge and belief, and that I make it knowing that if it is tendered in evidence, I will be liable to prosecution if I state in it anything which I know to be false or do not believe to be true. My name is Lorraine Nally. On the 7th of August, I attended the 30th birthday of Imogen Jackson at the home of Helena Hart, C. Astor, Ida Road, Broadwater. At about 4 in the afternoon, I realized that my son, Cahill Nally, and Alicia Jackson, daughter of Imogen and Luke Jackson, were missing. They had been playing together in the back garden. The gate at the end of the garden was open. It leads to an overgrown lane at the back of the houses on Ida Road. I was afraid that Cahill and Alicia had wandered off and would make their way to Ida Cove, which is an unsafe place for children. I walked through the lane where I witnessed Joanna Hart and Luke Jackson embracing. I can state categorically that it was an intimate embrace. I was shocked and also embarrassed in case they noticed me. I was unable to find the missing children and returned to the back garden where I later discovered them hiding in bushes. I have read over this statement and it is correct. I have been invited to make any amendments or changes to it and do not wish to do so. Signed, Lorraine Nally. Witness, Sam Nolan, Garda Sergeant. Witness, Edward Teddy Evans, Garda. Alicia reels from the statement, her chin lifting as if she suffered a hammer blow from those two words. Intimate embrace. This statement had also been marked as not relevant. She thinks back to her meeting with Rachel and her watchful expression when Luke's name was mentioned. What was she remembering? Did she really witness what she claimed? Or was she trying to move suspicion away from Sebastian? Her father also made a statement, one that flatly contradicted Rachel's assertion and was witnessed by Kenneth and Teddy. Unable to wade any further through the reports, she hides everything under her mattress. Her mind spins. She will never be able to sleep. Her bed feels as if it's primed to explode. All this information, how is she going to handle it? I can state categorically that it was an intimate embrace. Those words conjure images of sunshine on long grass, the green abundance of summer hiding her and Dara from view, until a mother desperate to find 2 lost children broke through a leafy screen of betrayal. She needs to talk to Rachel. They'd exchanged phone numbers before they left Dara's apartment. She'll ring her tomorrow. Chapter 41. Alicia. It's the following afternoon before Alicia finds time to contact Rachel. Hold on, Alicia. She speaks softly from the hospital ward where her father is recovering from his operation. Martin is sleeping. I'll take your call in the corridor. Is everything okay? Rachel is speaking again. She must be puzzled over why Alicia is in touch with her rather than with Dara. The background is noisier. The clinking and clanking suggests she's in the hospital cafe. Yes, everything's fine, it's just something's needling me since our conversation. This is the moment to hang up, to burn the file and go back to hating Sebastian Clark. That was so easy to do, so uncomplicated. When you asked about my father on Sunday, I had a distinct feeling that you wanted to tell me something about him. I didn't intend to give you that impression. Is her response cautious or surprised? Is there something I should know about him? Alicia, I don't know what this is about. Was he in love with Joanna? The question coils like a worm released from under a stone. The seconds stretch before Rachel replies. You obviously want me to give you an honest answer. Yes, I do. I believe he and Joanna were very much in love with each other. How can you be certain? I recognize love, Alicia. There's an aura. Auras don't exist. If you say so, they don't. I've upset you. I'm sorry. Rachel doesn't sound apologetic, nor confused, nor anything really except certain. This is an emotional time for all of us. So much thinking, remembering. Is there a specific reason why you're asking me about your father? I've always tried to understand why he died. She could be speaking to herself, but she must be audible because Rachel sighs as if she feels the heaviness of Alicia's thoughts. Could Joanna have been the reason? Was he not able to live without her? Or live with what he'd done? Did Rachel speak those words aloud? Alicia wants to hear her say so, because she can loudly, furiously refute such a lie. Rachel is silent, and Alicia must ask the question that will smother her if it remains unspoken. Do you believe my father killed her? I've never believed that. Did you tell the police what you saw? I did. It made no difference. That's because they knew my father would never harm her. Yes, Alicia, that would have been their reasoning. Sebastian was their suspect from the beginning. His row with Joanna had been so public. Did he know about my father and Joanna? Not at first, but after Joanna went missing, I had to tell him. Her voice is sad, unbearably so. I must go now. Martin gets anxious if I'm not with him. Whatever you're going through, I hope you can find answers that will help you to heal. It's a platitude, but it sounds meaningful coming from Rachel. She's busy working for Arnold Bland throughout the rest of the day. As she finishes a motion he'd asked her to prepare for him, she wonders how he'd react if she laid the file before him and asked his opinion. The temptation to do so is fleeting. He'd tear through it and dismiss it all as circumstantial. But maybe not. Her very existence proves that speculative and erroneous evidence should not be dismissed so easily. She goes directly from the criminal courts to Vining and catches the last train. At the station, she unlocks her bike and cycles home. Stars reflect on the smooth flow of the estuary. The train crossing the viaduct adds to the sparkle. She opens the front door quietly, anxious to reach her room without having to speak to her mother or Kenneth. She doesn't know what to say to them anymore. When she's with Imogen, their conversation is brittle. The elephant in the room, however figurative, fills the space they once occupied. The door of Kenneth's study is open. She pauses in the doorway, her nerves on full alert. He stands in front of the filing cabinet, his back turned to her. Has he discovered what she did last night? He removes a folder from the cabinet and brings it to his desk. Good God, Alicia. He's startled when he notices her. Are you just coming home now? Yes. I'd a late shift in Vining. If you're looking for Imogen, she's gone to bed. Nothing in his expression suggests he's discovered anything incriminating. Not that it matters. She's forgotten what it's like to relax in his presence. I won't disturb her, but I'm hoping you can help me with some information. If I can, I certainly will. It's a question that's been bothering me since I discovered that photograph. She hesitates, unsure how to continue. Don't you think Imogen is the person who should be answering questions about your birth? She'd be only too happy to talk to you, but you keep avoiding her. It's not that kind of question, Kenneth. It's about the investigation into Joanna's murder. What's on your mind? Why was Joanna's pregnancy never made public during the trial? It must have been obvious from the autopsy report
that she'd been pregnant at some stage. What makes you believe that? If he's surprised by her question, he hides it well. Normally, it's possible to tell if someone has delivered a baby. There are signs on the body, pelvic bone changes. Alicia, you don't know what you're talking about. This is not just a brusque interruption. It's a warning. If you did, this is not a question you would ask, nor would you want me to answer it. But I do. I need to know. Her body was in the water for a long time. In that condition, it would have been impossible to tell. So, her pregnancy remained her secret even in death. Alicia's eyes smart, yet she continues to hold his gaze until he nods. That's the truth of it, Alicia. Thankfully, Helena never knew. It would have destroyed her to know her daughters kept that information from her.
I know you're hurting right now, but we can all move on from this difficult time. His sympathetic smile sits unevenly on his rugged features. It's stressful seeing the love you and Imogen have for each other being damaged by this discovery. I've always been here for both of you, and that remains as true now as it did when I became your stepfather. Our rock. I'm more than that, Alicia. I'm part of your family. You make that seem like a burden at times, but familial bonds survive the most rigorous tests. Break them, and the foundations collapse. Sebastian Clark and his nephew have done their utmost to destroy us. Don't let them succeed. What if the jury made a mistake? What if Sebastian is innocent? The thought is so loud, surely Kenneth will hear it. A thought that must never be spoken aloud, yet there it is, a shivery thing, skinless and barely alive. Once inside her room, she locks the door and removes everything she hid beneath the mattress. She rereads the statement Rachel delivered and her father's rebuttal. I have never had an intimate relationship with Joanna Hart and was present in the garden at all times during the party. Nothing can change the unflinching words in both accounts. Who is she to believe? What is she to do? If she brings this information to Dara, he'll use it to destroy her stepfather. In doing so, Imogen will be burned in the crossfire. If she keeps it secret, what will become of Sebastian? How is she to balance those scales of justice? Her tears have an unrestrained ferocity as she sits on the floor surrounded by documents that leak and spin and lie. Chapter 42. Alicia. In the Great Hall of the Criminal Courts of Justice, Josephine Cox is in discussion with a family of 3. The scene is familiar to Alicia, a sullen youth, a weepy mother, and stern-faced father heading into the unknown, just as she will do when she enters Arnold Bland's room. The parents hang on to Josephine's words, seeking comfort while their son hides his jittery nervousness by slouching deeply into his hoodie. He straightens and removes his hands from the pockets of his joggers when Josephine speaks directly to him. She must once have spoken to Sebastian Clark with that same authority, ordered him to keep his shoulders straight, his head high. Her big failure. Freya says her grandmother never got over it, never stopped hoping the scales of justice would even out. 10 minutes for a private conversation. That's all Arnold Bland allocated to Alicia from his busy day. He waves her into a chair and ends a phone conversation with an abrupt instruction to a solicitor to email details to him. Begin, please. He's lean and trim, a dark beard, cleanly cut, dark-rimmed designer glasses that he wears for reading shoved into his hair. It's about Sebastian Clark, she begins. I'd appreciate your advice on how to proceed with information I've acquired. He inclines his head fractionally in her direction. He's shown no curiosity as to why Alicia requested the meeting, yet she knows she'll have his full attention for the duration of her time with him. I can only imagine how that case must still haunt you and your mother. It haunts us in different ways, she agrees. I was 3 years old when Joanna was murdered. I was too young to understand what happened, but I still absorbed the shock and grief that affected my family. As a result, I developed a deep hatred towards him. That's an understandable reaction, though maybe not the healthiest way to deal with such a tragedy, he says. I agree, she replies, but that has changed of late. In what way? After I visited him in prison, you visited. He clears his throat before speaking again. Was that not a difficult thing to do? He's curious rather than sympathetic, she suspects. He probably looks on her as an interesting case study. No, it was an important thing to do, she replies. Since then, I've reached the conclusion that he suffered a grave injustice and should never have been convicted." "Have you, indeed?" His deadpan expression gives nothing away. Why should he be shocked? Barristers need shock-proof insulation if they are to survive the teeming environment of the criminal courts. He checks his watch. "You have exactly 8 minutes to explain the judicial error that took place during his trial." "Not his trial," she contradicts him quietly. "His investigation." "An investigation, if memory serves me right, that was managed by your stepfather." "That's correct." "This information you've acquired." His pause demands a quick response. "It was illegally removed from Broadwater Garda Station by Garda Sergeant Sam Nolan, who's now deceased. It was later acquired by Kenneth Morrison. That information is now in my possession." "Did you acquire it with or without your stepfather's knowledge?" "Without." If she hesitates, she won't be able to continue. "I'd like you to examine the contents and tell me if you believe they contain sufficient evidence for a retrial." "What is the nature of your relationship with your stepfather?" He fires the question at her. "It's a difficult one." "Difficult seems like an understatement, but do continue." His nod is a brisk reminder that time is passing. "I was 4 years old when he married my mother," she says. "At that age, it's hard to articulate feelings, so I accepted his presence in my life without question. I felt grateful to him for bringing Sebastian Clark to justice. It took a long time before I realized that I disliked him. Not that he harmed me in any way. In fact, he was overprotective. I lived with a constant fear that I'd come to harm if I moved away from his protection." "It sounds as if you've distanced yourself from that fear. I'm curious to know what has brought you to such a pass." "My need to right a wrong."
Isn't that what drives all barristers? It's irrefutable evidence that rights a wrong. And that's what I believe I have, she says. Continue. He's renowned for his inscrutability, yet she notices how rapidly he taps one finger against his desk. He told Alicia during one of his rare conversations with her, when she began her pupillage, that he'd attended Sebastian's trial. A law student taking notes, he'd imagined himself standing tall at the bar table, a ruthless and eloquent purveyor of justice. 2 separate autopsy reports were done on Joanna's body, she says. One established that there were signs on her pelvic bones that signified a pregnancy at some stage. The second report did not include that information. It was the second report that was compiled into the book of evidence. Why do you believe that decision was made? He asks. She needs to be concise and not speculative or overdramatic when she expresses her opinion. Proving Joanna had given birth could have been difficult to establish due to the degraded state of her remains. That could be the reason the second report was chosen. That would be one interpretation, he agrees. Now tell me why you've come to a different conclusion. I believe the first autopsy report was correct. Why? He regards her closely as he waits for her reply. I discovered recently that Joanna Hart was my mother. The earth should move when she makes this simple statement, but of course it doesn't, and he merely inclines his head in acknowledgement. If evidence of a pregnancy, no matter how slight, had been noted on an autopsy report, it should have been investigated fully, she says. Sebastian's sister gave a statement describing an intimate encounter she witnessed between Joanna and another man on the day before she was killed. It was deemed to have no relevance to the investigation. And this man's name? Luke Jackson, she said. My father. Her throat constricts as the implication of what she's revealing bears down even more heavily on her. My father and stepfather were friends. Was that why her statement was disregarded? That's just one of the issues I have about this investigation. She removes a new folder from her backpack and hands it to the barrister. I hope you'll read through the contents and come to the same conclusion as I have. I believe relevant information that could have changed the course of the investigation was deliberately discarded so that a quick result could be achieved. Meet me here tomorrow, same time, he says. You've had your 10 minutes. Now it's essential that you focus your mind on the day ahead. It's going to be a demanding one, and make sure the Reardon brief is ready and on my desk tomorrow at 9. The following morning, his expression remains impassive as he reviews the Reardon brief. He raises no questions about the contents, which indicates his satisfaction. They are due in court shortly to prosecute a man who murdered his wife for love. Love, this man believed, was not for sharing. Putting the brief aside, Arnold removes the folder she gave him yesterday from his briefcase and places it on his desk. "Why did you bring this information to me?" he asks. "I respect your opinion and—" She hesitates, unsure of his reaction. "And? If you agree that Sebastian's investigation was mismanaged, I hope you'll apply to the Court of Appeal for a retrial." The short silence that follows is tense. She resists the urge to break it. "I'm a prosecutor, or have you forgotten that salient fact?" he asks. "Under Irish law, you can be instructed to act for the plaintiff." He slides his glasses down his nose and stares over the frames at her. "I'm well acquainted with the Irish legal system. Of course I didn't mean—" "No matter." He waves aside her attempt at an apology. "I'll be brief with my summation. I'm not convinced by the evidence you presented."
It could be easily challenged and dismissed. The conflicting autopsy reports, for instance. You said it yourself, one of them was open to interpretation. You may argue that efforts should have been made to establish if the victim, apologies Alicia, your mother, had ever delivered a child. But when a second report made no mention of this pregnancy, and the evidence pointing to Sebastian Clarke's guilt was so clear-cut, there were solid reasons why the decision was made to avoid a line of investigation that would prove to be inconclusive. What about Lorraine Nally's statement? Your father's statement contradicted it. It was one person's word against another's. Lorraine Nally's closeness to her brother and the discovery of the murder weapon in her bedroom categorized her as an unreliable witness. She was never charged. Allow me to continue. His hand, palm out, silences Alicia. The decision as to whether she should be charged as an accessory after the fact was hotly contested by the investigative team. She was fortunate that the crime scene was contaminated. Otherwise, who knows what could have resulted from the discovery of the murder weapon. Other contentious decisions recorded in that file had equally sound reasons for being excluded. I'm sorry, Alicia, you haven't proved your case, though I must admit it intrigued me. Thank you. She accepts the folder back from him. I appreciate you taking the time to give me your opinion. Dignity and calm. That's the golden rule. Disappointments will come, cases will be lost, injustices done. That's the burden she must carry if she's ever to acquire the impartiality displayed by the blindfolded statue of Lady Justice that she passes every time she enters the courthouse. Out of curiosity, did you think about the effects a retrial would have on your family if it was ordered? Arnold asks. The bonds that would be broken? The bridges crossed? Would you have been prepared to make that crossing? For once, she's able to read his expression. Curiosity mixed with concern, she thinks. If Sebastian Clarke was wrongly convicted, then every day that's wasted adds to the criminality of his imprisonment, she replies. I see that bridge has already been crossed. He dons his gown and adjusts his collarette. We're meeting our team in 15 minutes. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Then let's go. She rises stiffly. Her limbs feel disjointed, unsure of their positioning, yet her legs hold her upright as she walks with him to the courtroom, where justice waits to be dispensed in the name of love. She's always believed that love was the force that ended Joanna's life. A warped, vicious, and jealous love that sought to kill what could not be possessed. But if Sebastian is not guilty, then why was Joanna killed? What other motive could have driven someone to end her life and live, seemingly without consequences and undiscovered for 21 years afterwards? A week later, she leaves the Great Hall where Arnold Bland is being congratulated for successfully persuading the jury to bring in a guilty verdict. She's going in only one direction. Dara has returned to Dublin. His job with Scope Investigates is secure. The conviction that Joanna's hand is on her back increases as the distance to his apartment lessens with every step she takes. Chapter 43. Dara. Alicia is wound up, her tension palpable. Will she combust if he touches her, says the wrong word, makes the wrong move? She refuses his offer of a beer and asks for water with ice. A long, tall glass of water that she swallows so quickly she shudders when she finishes drinking it.
I want to share something with you, she says, as she removes a folder from her backpack and spreads documents across his kitchen table. These are copies from the file in Kenneth's safe. It's what you wanted from the beginning. Well, now you have it. Reports, he realizes,
Copies of official statements and photographs from a crime scene.
You opened his safe. How did you—
Noreen Nolan gave me the combination.
She forestalls his question. I'm sure her name rings a bell with you. How did you find out I knew her?
No sense pretending ignorance.
Hugo's interest in you was a clue for a start, she says. And when I thought it over, I realized that if the Spitting Nails podcast influenced you, Sam's widow would be the person you'd contact. Turns out she's a sucker for a love story, especially one that doesn't work out. She speaks lightly, but he's not fooled. She's still hurting from the way he infiltrated her life and turned it upside down. But that's not the reason for the change he senses in her. It's something more deep-rooted than that, and, as yet, he's unable to understand it. I've betrayed my family in an effort to discover the truth, she says. I didn't do so by accident or on impulse. I did so by design and chose you, and Sebastian. She stares at the overlapping reports and photographs. She'd handled the material already. He can tell by the familiar way she'd arranged it. A barrister preparing her brief. The investigation that was carried out into Joanna's murder led to only one conclusion, she says. I believe that was engineered by my stepfather. Look at this. Look at all of it. Why are you sharing this information with me? He asks. I believe this is what she wants me to do. She's driving me in one direction. My family is pulling me the other way. Does that sound crazy? Yes, it does, just as everything about us is crazy. Joanna may be your ghost, but your decision to share this with me belongs to you. She shows him an artist's impression of his uncle, charcoal shading adding depth to his haunted expression. Sebastian said that hatred, unlike love, is a vacuum that needs constant filling. It's true. It's so hard to let hatred go. She gestures towards the folder.
I kept wondering which was more important to you, me or this information. I now realize it doesn't matter. It does to me. No, Dara, it's irrelevant. All that matters is that justice is seen to be served. I've shown this information to Arnold Bland. In his opinion, it's insufficient evidence to seek a retrial. If attention is to be drawn to Sebastian's case, an approach other than the legal route must be found. That's why I came to you. I want to be involved in a Scope Investigates documentary. His shock is matched by his incredulity. A glance at Alicia's expression tells him she's serious. As always, she unsettles him, charges him with an excitement that's made all the stronger by her unpredictability. She removes a photograph from a pocket in her backpack and passes it to him. A configuration of 3, 2 women, 1 man. He recognizes Imogen, but the man with the guitar is a stranger. The other woman swinging dreamily in a hanging chair. He blinks. That can't be right, and yet it is. He studied too many photographs of Joanna Hart to be mistaken. Where did you get this? Instinctively, his voice drops to a whisper. Alicia clears her throat, as if she too will find it difficult to speak normally. I found it under the bed where Joanna used to sleep. How could she have kept her pregnancy a secret from the media? Somehow she managed it, she replies. My gran often spoke about an injury Joanna suffered. She had to take time out to recover. That must have been a pretext. She was pregnant then. Is the man in the photo the father? He was my father. She traces her finger over the male figure, then points to the calendar on the wall. The month of June is marked in bold print with the date of the year above it. He knows the date of Alicia's birthday. His eyes rest on Joanna as the significance of the image bears down on him. He now understands her decision to visit Sebastian. She claimed to have only one question to ask him. What words did they exchange? He remembers his own dread when he believed he was related to a murderer, tainted by blood. I understand why you were so upset after you came out of Marshall Jail, he says. When did you realize you were— He hesitates, unable to phrase the question he wants to ask. The knowledge is still so new, so unbelievable. Joanna's child. She answers it for him. As soon as I saw the calendar, I thought of Sebastian immediately. I knew it was unlikely. The dates didn't match, but if there was a possibility— She stops, her expression thoughtful.
He praised me for having the courage to face my demons. It wasn't courage that brought me to him, it was fear. As it turns out, I was conceived before they got together romantically. He never knew of my existence. Did the revelation that the woman he loved kept such a secret from him add to Sebastian's hurt, Dara wonders? Or is he too hardened by his circumstances to care? Did you have any suspicions before finding the photograph? No, never. Have you spoken to your... He's unsure how to address this new situation. To Imogen? Yes. Her terse reply suggests it was a strained conversation. I should have shown her the photo as soon as I discovered it, but I wanted her to be the one to tell me rather than confronting her with it. In the end, that's what it became. She told me my mother never once held me. Isn't that strange? Joanna lifted so many trophies into the air, but not me. I came second place. She had no time for silver, gold or nothing. I was nothing. Alicia, you don't know that for certain. I guess I never will. Unlike your secret, mine was hidden in plain sight. Isn't that ironic? I don't know who killed Joanna. That's the responsibility of the police. My responsibility is to see that the public know the facts of Sebastian's case. She pauses, as if considering what to say next, then continues.
Scope Investigates is the platform to use to prove that his conviction was a miscarriage of justice. She removes a sheet of paper and hands it to him. This is a statement your mother made. I believe it was discarded for one reason only. It stuns him. The formal language Rachel used to relate a story of passion and deceit when her stories are normally infused with fevered yearnings. Even her signature, Lorraine Nally, seems surreal. What must it have been like in that interrogation room? He keeps his rage under control as he continues to sift through the information Alicia has entrusted to him. I want to be interviewed as Joanna's daughter, she says. As the nephew of Sebastian Clark, will you interview me in that capacity? His breath shortens. She's presenting him with a unique opportunity. Already, he knows the pitch he'll present to Lawrence Tobin. His senior producer will be unable to resist such a proposal. But what will be the cost to her? After her visit to Marshall Jail, she'd spoken angrily about the impact the Spitting Nails podcast had on her family. Most of that rage, he suspects, came from her stepfather. What is she unleashing now? Sebastian will never agree. His excitement dies away. Each time attention is drawn to him, he suffers for it. Then it's up to you to persuade him, Dara. We can't take the next step until he decides he wants to live. His uncle has been discharged from hospital and is sitting on a chair beside his bed in the prison infirmary. His tracksuit exacerbates his thinness, yet there is a hardiness to his handshake, and his grimace-like smile suggests he's pleased by Dara's arrival. Why have you come here? His abrupt question quickly dispels that impression. I thought I made it clear that I don't want any further visits. Why did you agree to see me then? No one can force a visit on you. You're insistent. You get that from your mother. He's crotchety from habit rather than intent, Dara decides. He removes fruit and books from a carrier bag to the bedside locker. You've got her kindness too, Sebastian adds. How is she? She's moved out of the cottage for the time being and into an apartment close to the nursing home where Gramps is recuperating. She sees him every day. He's making a good recovery. He doesn't add that someone left a knife outside Piper's Rest, dried blood on the blade, and with an attached note warning Rachel that the next one would be embedded in her throat. Nor does he mention the strangers who took videos and pasted questions up against the windows. She's hired a security guard to watch over her home, recommended by Greg Whelan, the prison officer. He's tough, an ex-army sergeant with no time for trespassers and even less for trolls. Will you promise to hear me without interruption? He asks. Sebastian replies with a nod. I've been commissioned by Scope Investigates to make a documentary about the police investigation into Joanna Hart's murder. His uncle looks as though he's about to speak. His mouth opens, then closes, as if remembering the promise he made to listen in silence. His expression implies he's already determined to reject whatever Dara is about to say. Information has come my way that could prove your investigation was mismanaged by the police. Tell me something new, and I'll listen with more tolerance, Sebastian retorts. Just listen. We believe a documentary. May I ask if that's a royal we, or is someone else involved in this documentary? Alicia Hart is the driving force behind it.
Ah, I wondered when her name would enter our conversation. On the only occasion we met, she described the hatred she feels for me in graphic terms. Am I supposed to believe she's had a change of heart and no longer believes I killed her aunt? You and I both know that Joanna was not her aunt. When did you realize that? Sebastian lowers his eyelids to hide whatever emotion Dara's answer has stirred in him.
She showed me a photograph. I suspect it's the same one you saw. I didn't need to see that photograph to know whose daughter she was, says Sebastian. It was obvious as soon as I saw her. What is she to you? Everything, Dara replies. I loved her mother, and look at me now. Sebastian's eyes remain closed as he breathes deeply, steadily. Is he meditating? Dara is afraid to speak. How often does his uncle go inward to seek the stoicism that keeps him sane? A documentary is not going to happen, he says. He forms a steeple with his fingers and taps them together. Do you think you're the first person to come to me with a proposal like this? Of course you're not. Like you, they were well-intentioned. Their arguments were based on sound reasoning, yet they failed every time. Like spitting nails? Exactly. This documentary that we plan to make will be based on the information Sam Nolan didn't live to reveal. Speaking low, he draws closer to his uncle, conscious that even in the infirmary, eyes could be watching them. It proves that important evidence was overlooked. These omissions. I said there will be no documentary. Sebastian speaks so sharply that the prison officer on duty looks over at them. He's middle-aged and seasoned. The mean moustache is missing, but his speculative glare is unnervingly familiar. Could he be the same officer who revealed his prison visits to Kenneth Morrison? It's okay, Malachy. Sebastian lifts his hand towards the officer. My nephew is leaving shortly. At least let me finish what I came to say. We believe. Do you know what I need protection from more than anything else? Sebastian quietly interrupts him. Being attacked, Dara begins, then stops when his uncle shakes his head. You're wrong. If I'm attacked, there are two outcomes. I survive or I don't. There's comfort in certainty. But hope, that's the one that damages my soul. It's addictive. I've spent years weaning myself from its grip, yet every time it makes a fool of me. Don't bring me false promises and expect my gratitude. According to Greg, you were a step away from life support when you were lifted from that shower stall, says Dara. You told me you wanted to die. Look at you now. Whether you like it or not, it's hope that's keeping you alive. Alicia is on your side. She's turned hate into something positive. I want you to turn despair into something just as positive. Enough of this madness, Dara. Sebastian's stare is resolute. If you decide to go ahead with this documentary, I'll seek an injunction to prevent it. As I reminded you before, I still have certain rights in here. Whatever you have going on with Alicia Hart is your business, but take my advice and end it. Nothing good will come of it. I'm certain of that. Now please go away and leave me alone. Alicia's disappointment echoes his own. They haven't met in the week since she came to his apartment. Brief texts and phone calls keep them in contact. Sebastian's warning weighs on him, as does his threat to take legal action should the documentary go ahead. His uncle's fear is understandable, his hope hard-tested. Chapter 44. Alicia, the estuary and the sky have combined to create a palette that is as grey as Alicia's mood. Her bike, which she left at the station this morning, is punctured, and she's forced to walk home in the rain. Sea Aster's driveway is clear of cars. Relief sweeps her up to her room. It has become an oasis, the only place where her thoughts slow down and the tension she carries eases a little. She's bitterly disappointed by Sebastian's reaction to the documentary, yet she shouldn't have been surprised. While she was undergoing a transformation that still mystifies her, he was fighting for his life. Someone else has arrived home. Heavy footsteps cross the hall. Kenneth. Instinctively, her shoulders rise, her breath quickens. His voice reaches her. He must be on his phone. It's unusual for him to speak so loudly. Generally, his conversations are muted, as if he's exchanging confidential information that must not be overheard. Her bike is missing from its usual place outside the bungalow, so he must believe he's alone. She'd intended cooking an evening meal, but will suffer hunger pangs rather than talk to him. She's unable to hear what he's saying, and yet she's convinced he mentioned Sebastian's name. She opens the door of her room and hurries towards the top of the stairs. "You're sure about that, Maliki?" His question is followed by a pause. She waits for him to speak again, half crouching, hands fisted. "I find it hard to believe anyone would consider going down that road after that last podcast." His voice fades when he enters the living room. She descends the stairs until she reaches the curve that will keep her out of sight. She hears the clink of glass. He must be pouring a drink. His one-sided conversation becomes audible again. "I'm not surprised that murdering scum is refusing to publicize his case again. It took a long time for him to learn his lesson, but it must have finally sunk in. He doesn't know how lucky he is to be alive. I'm not surprised he gave his nephew the thumbs down." She's afraid to move in case a step creaks, or he senses her hunched presence as she struggles to catch every word. Maliki must be the prison guard, the snitch. "What about my stepdaughter? Any sign of her on the scene?" The vicious bite of his question increases her fear. That's a relief. He sounds satisfied. She imagines him nodding vigorously, his face creased in a smile. "I should be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. She hasn't been right in the head since she met Kennelly. Thanks for the info. I owe you one. We'll have to do that lunch thing soon. Include Teddy as well." Another pause. "Yeah, he's good. Busy keeping his eye on wives who like a bit extra, if you get my drift."
"How's your missus? Still putting up with you, huh?" His gruff laughter forces Alicia back to the safety of her room. Other sounds intrude. Imogen is home. The radio is turned on, lights also. The evenings are shortening. The scent of roses, there it is again, a fragrance that wafts faintly over Alicia as she lies on her bed. She's checked it out. It can signify the presence of a deceased loved one. A guardian angel, perhaps, or it could simply mean that her bed linen is infused with a fabric conditioner. She has to be realistic. Is Joanna really placing a hand on her back and guiding her in a certain direction? Or is Alicia using her as a pretext to avoid the guilt she feels over the decision she's made? Unable to stay still, she lifts the edge of the mattress and removes the information that Arnold Bland disregarded. Her hand rubs against the cracked slat, which breaks fully as the dislodgement of the mattress puts extra pressure on it. The jagged edges slant downwards like sharpened spears. Something white flutters between them and settles on the floor. She wriggles under the bed and pulls it out. Imogen's name is written on an envelope. The letter Alicia removes consists of 3 sheets of paper. She reads it twice before folding it back into the envelope and adding it to the folder that contains the photograph. She knows with absolute certainty that those words were the last ones Joanna ever wrote. No more brain fog. Her mind is clear for the first time since she discovered the truth about her birth. The house is in darkness when she makes her way downstairs. She grips the banister and uses its swerve to guide her to the hall. She removes the key to Kenneth's office from its hiding place. When she opens his office door, she recoils slightly, as if the air is contaminated with the foulness of her family's secrets. She applies the combination to the safe. The envelope she ignored the last time is still in the same place. She carries it to Kenneth's desk. After inserting the corner of her Visa card into a small opening, she slides it slowly and carefully along the adhesive seal until it opens. She finds sheets of paper in his desk and folds them into a shape that can be slid into the envelope. She seals it and replaces it in the safe before carrying what it contained back to her room. Chapter 45. Alicia. Alicia is alone in Siesta the following morning when she enters the bathroom. The breakfast Imogen once prepared on Saturday mornings belongs to the past. She and Kenneth now work out in the gym at the BSL and have brunch on their return. The water in the shower is hot enough to make Alicia gasp. She welcomes its sting. She steps out from the shower into the steamy atmosphere of the bathroom and wipes condensation from the mirror. The oval-framed photograph of Joanna sits on a shelf within eye range. Joanna's hair, always cut to just below her chin and with a long fringe, had given her a Joan of Arc image, a journalist once wrote. He also described her hair as having the gloss of a blackbird's wing and the sway of a waltz as she ran across the finish line. The media was never short of purple prose when reporting on their golden girl. Alicia pulls a wicker chair closer to the basin and combs her hair. Her long black mane, as Helena used to call it, falls halfway down her back. She has it trimmed every 2 months to prevent split ends, just as Imogen does. When she was younger, Imogen would frame their reflections in a mirror and comment on how Alicia had inherited her crowning glory. "Don't ever cut your hair," she warned every time Alicia mentioned changing the way she wore it. "Your hair is your most distinctive feature. Without it, you'd be lost in the crowd." Alicia picks up a pair of scissors. Hanks of wet hair fall to the floor. The scissors remain steady in her hand as she moves to her right side, then her left. She feels her way across the strands at the back of her neck and cuts decisively. If she falters and considers what she's doing, she'll lay down the scissors and ignore the internal voice spurring her onward. She combs the front of her hair over her eyes and snips. Staring into the mirror, she's shocked by the carnage she's wrought. Her face looks narrower, her chin and cheekbones more pronounced. The jagged fringe rests just above her eyebrows. She cannot decide if she's feeling sick or exhilarated. She's a pale imitation of Joanna's photograph, yet she still managed to achieve a distinctive resemblance to her birth mother. Later, she hears the front door open. Kenneth is slicing mushrooms and peppers in the kitchen when she comes downstairs. He's too bulky to fit easily into a tracksuit. It amazes Alicia that he can run a successful detective agency that demands the ability to blend with shadows. Imogen is still wearing her leotard under a loose top and has kicked off her trainers. She's checking for something in the fridge and is unaware that Alicia has paused in the entrance. She closes the fridge door and turns. In that instant when she sees Alicia, it seems as though she has been cast in ice, a sculpture frozen then speared. She collapses to her knees, hands clasping her head, and screams again. Even when Alicia runs to her and holds her, she cannot stop that skin-tingling keen. Her eyes are blind to Alicia, deaf to her voice until her screams give way to sobs, and she allows her daughter to help her to her feet. Imogen is still unsteady as she pushes Alicia away and staggers into Kenneth's arms. He holds her upright as he guides her to a chair and pours water into a glass for her. "What were you thinking?" She's finally able to speak. "Your beautiful hair." Her voice trails away. "I cut it. That's all I did." Imogen's screams still resound in her head. Will she ever be able to silence them? "I decided it's time for a change."
"I'd no idea it would upset you so much."
She sounds trite and unconvincing, the snip, snip, snip of separation. How can she even begin to describe it? "You deliberately set out to make yourself as similar as possible to Joanna," Kenneth snaps. "You must have known the effect that would have on your mother." He hands the glass of water to Imogen. "But why?" Alicia asks. "Joanna was my mother. It shouldn't surprise either of you that I look like her." "He never said you looked like her." Imogen brings the glass to her lips. The effort proves too much, and she hands it back to her husband. "Joanna was a unique individual. All you've done is create a rather pathetic pastiche of her. Is this your way of punishing me for not being her?" She presses her fingers to her eyes. "I can't bear to look at you. I can't. Get out of my sight. Get out. Get out." She'll scream again. This time, Alicia will be unable to stop her. What then? What then? She runs from the sight of her mother's stricken expression and locks the door of her room. She's conscious of her hair, the brush of it against her cheeks when she moves her head, the long fringe that she feels like sweeping back from her forehead. A pathetic pastiche. Is that what she has become? Or is she a woman who has found her own skin? She's shorn, but will she ever be shriven for righting a wrong that will tear her family apart? Chapter 46. Alicia. A week has passed since she cut her hair. She's growing used to the feathery swing of it around her chin and the fringe that adds emphasis to her cheekbones. Arnold Bland was unable to hide his startled reaction when he saw her changed appearance, and others have also commented on her resemblance to Joanna. She has not seen her mother or Kenneth since that morning when Imogen screamed in the raw belief that she was in the presence of a ghost. Joanna's dresses rustle in the wardrobe as she searches through them. The red dress she chooses from the collection adds radiance to her skin. Figure-hugging with a low-cut neckline and short sleeves, It molds her into an unfamiliar shape that instantly feels comfortable. She combs her short black hair until it gleams and glides Joanna's lipstick over her lips. Joanna's face stares back at her from the mirror and gives a gentle nod. She closes the front door quietly behind her and travels across the city to Marshall Jail. In the week that it has taken her to receive permission to visit Sebastian, he's been deemed fit enough to be returned to his cell. He half rises from his chair in the visiting room when he sees her. Joanna. A spasm passes over his face as her birth mother's name floats between them. The tension eases from his mouth and softens the harsh line of his lips. Is he familiar with the jacket she chose to wear? A deep blue shade that matches her eyes. What memories does it evoke? She's drowning in his gaze as she sits before him and allows him the silence he needs to adjust to her appearance. Where is Maliki? Which of the supervising officers will ring Kenneth and tell him she has been to visit Sebastian again? Joanna's clothes feel like armor on her. She started wearing them last week. It seems so natural to lift the ivory camisole from its wrapping and slide it over her head, to choose a dress or a pair of jeans from the collection,
to pull on a pair of boots or slingback stilettos. She remains busy, dividing her time between the courts and the wine bar. When she enters Siesta, she hears the normal sounds from the kitchen or the living room. No one appears to greet her, and she, relieved, goes directly to her room. A storm is brewing. Of that she's certain, but she has no way of knowing how it will blow. I found a letter Joanna wrote shortly before she died, she says to Sebastian. It will hurt you to read it. You can refuse to accept it, just as you've refused permission for the documentary. Then why bring it to me? He asks. I believe it's important. It could explain why crucial evidence was overlooked during your investigation. If I'm right, it will break my heart. But if it proves you were unjustly convicted, then I've no other option than to show the letter to you. He takes it from her and reads it in silence. I understand why you brought this to me, he says when he slides the pages back into the envelope. But my cell is small. There's not enough room in it for hope. That was why I sent Dara away. No space is too small for hope, Sebastian. Her eyes fill with tears. She brushes them fiercely aside and glares at him. You were wrong to send him away. Please meet Josephine Cox. You'll be able to have an unsupervised conversation with her. She'll fill you in on everything we've uncovered. He's stubborn, but she has undermined him. Her hair, the clothes she chose to wear, the tantalizing perfume, and the lipstick that adds such luster to her lips, all of this is penetrating the hardened shell of this resistance. And finally, the letter in its brazen defiance. Perhaps that is the straw that finally causes him to fold. That's the only way to explain his posture when he finally agrees to meet Josephine. His spine slumping, as if the strength that has kept him upright has deserted him. His capitulation terrifies her. What if she's making a mistake, one that could extinguish forever his last vestige of hope? Help me, Joanna. Guide me. Help me to remain strong as I walk over sands that are constantly shifting. She resists the urge to run or to look behind when she leaves him, yet the sensation of eyes observing her is arrow-sharp. She catches a bus to Black Rock, where the only other person who understands the insecurity of shifting sands is waiting for her. They come together in a clash. That's how it is in that instant, when Dara strokes her face and draws her to him. When the tempest abates, it brings them to his bed, where there is time to be gentle and tender, and to tease each other with mouth and tongue, with lips and fingertips that seek and give pleasure. Later, he makes omelettes, even though she swears she isn't hungry, yet eats every bite. Imogen called me a pathetic pastiche of Joanna, she says, when they are able to speak without the urge to silence each other with kisses. She's right. I'll never be able to live up to Joanna's reputation, nor do I want to. But I will use her power to shine a light on an injustice that must be exposed if you and I are ever to find peace. Chapter 47. Dara. 1 month later. A month has passed since Alicia came to his apartment and rushed into his arms.
His shock on seeing her when he opened his door had been combined with a surge of recognition. A face that had become familiar to him as he read through archival newspapers and watched old footage of the career and death of Joanna Hart was suddenly made flesh, or so it seemed in that instant. Wings of hair swung over her cheeks when she bent her head, as if the sight of his amazement moved her emotionally. The similarity was less apparent when she smiled, yet he was still amazed by her resemblance to her birth mother. Every time he sees her, the resemblance is more striking. The textures and shades of the fabrics in the dresses and skirts she wears, the cut and wash of her jeans and leggings are subtle, yet different to the clothes worn by her peers. An authentic retro look, worn with purpose. Her lipstick, he remembers that striking red, a startlingly arousing shade that seemed out of character when he kissed her on the Liffey boardwalk, but now looks as if it belongs on her lips. She remains living in Seasta. The atmosphere must be toxic, yet she refuses to move out of the attic apartment that was once a shrine to Joanna's memory. He imagines the pull of family loyalty and the pull that Sebastian now exerts on her. She's walking a tightrope, and he's afraid she's going to fall. The documentary will go ahead. Dara's pitch and treatment impressed Lawrence Tobin. The senior producer seldom shows enthusiasm for an investigation, especially in the early stages. This is different. The tension it provokes excites him. The daughter of Joanna Hart is a central figure. So, also, is the unveiled Darina Dale, whose reclusive existence is over. Dara also has a story to tell. Then there is Sebastian. Hidden and reviled, his role is central. Josephine Cox believes the letter Alicia discovered casts new light over Sebastian's investigation and is discussing with Arnold Bland the possibility of applying for a retrial. If this application should fail, the documentary will still be a valuable exploration as to how the two families were impacted in the aftermath of Joanna's murder. This weekend, he's bringing Alicia to Piper's Rest. Social media has moved on to its next outrage, and the cottage once again lies in solitude. They will prepare it for Rachel and his grandfather's return. Thistledown comes to mind whenever he sees Martin. A soft breeze could blow him away, yet he still seeks small pleasures, music and football, gardening programs that briefly hold his attention. Rachel appeared on Freya Cannon's podcast and spoke about her belief in her brother's innocence. Dara was heartened by the amount of support she received afterwards. Not that it surpassed the vitriol, but Rachel believes that a wind of change is blowing in Sebastian's direction. As yet, it's lighter than air, but she believes it could easily become a hurricane. If a retrial goes ahead, Alicia will appear as a witness for the defense. Joanna Hart's daughter. Impossible to mistake her. How will she cope with the publicity when it emerges that she's challenging the detective who put Sebastian behind bars? The stepfather who has looked after her since she was 4 years old. Will she be pilloried on social media? The roles of villain and saint are firmly stamped on the public's collective mind. How difficult will it be to change ingrained prejudices that have weathered 2 decades? Will new evidence be strong enough to convince a jury that the murderer who deprived them of their golden girl is still at large? Chapter 48. Alicia. A noise awakens her. Alicia is halfway out of the bed before she's fully conscious. It's 3 in the morning, and the house is silent. The noise is repeated. It's coming from downstairs. Looking over the balcony railing, she sees Imogen in the garden. The patio doors in the living room must be open. A splash of light illuminates her for an instant before she walks beyond it. There's an unsteadiness about her movements that suggests she's been drinking. An occasional glass of wine with a meal is her limit, but lately, Alicia has noticed more wine bottles than usual in the glass recycling bin. Imogen emerges into the light again and returns indoors. By the time Alicia reaches the living room, she's sitting on the sofa, an empty bottle of Merlot and a glass, still half full of wine, on a small table beside her. "I didn't mean to wake you," she says when she sees Alicia. "I couldn't sleep, so I decided I needed some fresh air." "Did you drink that entire bottle of wine by yourself?" Alicia sits down on an adjoining armchair and tries not to sound judgmental. "What if I did?" Imogen's voice rises a notch. "Do you have a problem with that?" "Only in as much as it concerns your health. You've never been a heavy drinker. And you've never hurt me as much as you're doing now." She stares at the clothes Alicia is wearing, tracksuit bottoms and the top with a Californian logo that once belonged to Joanna. "This charade you're engaged in, you're doing this deliberately to torment me. Admit it, go on. Admit that this is your way to punish me for not being Joanna." Her hand remains steady as she lifts the glass again and swallows what's left of the wine. "I'm not punishing you, Mum. You're my mother. That will never change. Finding out the truth about my birth simply left me open to other possibilities about her death." "Explain them to me?" A fracturing is occurring. It will splinter even further if Alicia continues this conversation, yet she's unable to stop. "I believe the wrong person was charged with her murder." The shocked silence that follows has a weight she's unable to shift. "When did you become incapable of love or compassion?" Imogen replaces the glass on the table with a firm thud. "When did you hollow out and become a husk? That's what you are, Alicia. Otherwise you would never disrespect Joanna's memory, nor would you disrespect Kenneth's efforts to bring the man responsible for her murder to justice." "I'm not disrespecting anyone. If a mistake was made during the investigation—" She stops as the door opens. Kenneth fills the entrance. He's wearing a dressing gown, maroon-colored and quilted. Alicia bought it for him one Christmas back when she believed he made her world secure. "What's going on here?" he asks.
"Have you any idea what time it is?" Alicia has just made an extraordinary statement. A tear plays at the corner of Imogen's eye before stealing down her cheek. How she must hate these signs of weakness. "Such as?" He sits beside his wife. This formation, the two of them facing Alicia, how often has it played out since she met Dara Kennelly? "What's this about, Alicia?" "I believe Sebastian Clark is innocent." "Innocent?" Kenneth's bark of laughter feels like spittle on her face. "Are you serious?" "Yes." "So, what exactly are you implying?" His stare has the hardened resilience of an experienced interrogator. "I believe mistakes were made in the investigation and my investigation was thorough. The jury recognized that fact and he was judged accordingly." His rage feels physical, a force that could knock her off her feet. "Be careful, Alicia. You're walking a very dangerous line. Take my advice and trust in the law. After all, Sebastian Clark is the reason you chose it as your career. All that high-minded talk about the pursuance of justice. Look at you now. I can't believe you let Sebastian Clark fuck with your mind and his nephew fuck." He stops at a warning glance from Imogen. His struggle to stay silent heightens his color. Alicia remembers that same rage when Freya's podcast was released. She saw the essence of him then, as she's doing so now. "Why do you think Joanna wanted to leave him?" His tone is more measured when he speaks again. "He was a manipulator then, just as he is now, and his nephew is cut from the same cloth. They gave you a right going over, Alicia. Your pathetic judgment proves it. An application will be made to the Court of Appeal for a retrial, on the grounds that Sebastian suffered a miscarriage of justice." She's calm, immune to his insults. "The judges, not you, will decide on his innocence and whether or not your investigation was inadequate." "Do you have any idea how difficult it is for a retrial to be even considered?" he demands. "With your training, I'm amazed by your belief that an investigation carried out with rigor and full regard for the law could be so easily undermined." "I'm the new evidence," she says. "I intend to take the witness stand and claim Joanna as my birth mother. You told me her body was too degraded to reveal signs of a full-term pregnancy. I intend to prove otherwise." "How noble of you." His certainty is a grating reminder that his investigation swayed a judge and jury. "I can tell you for a fact that you'll never have your day in court, nor will Sebastian Clark see those prison gates opening until he confesses his guilt and seeks repentance." "Dara is going to make a documentary," she says. "Even if the appeal is turned down, we intend to reveal the second half of Sam Nolan's confession." "And how exactly do you intend to do that?" "You'll find out in due course." He inclines his head towards her in a half bow. "I look forward to it. But for now, we've nothing more to say to you." His hand on Imogen's elbow is firm as he guides her from the room. "Sebastian Clark and his nephew have managed to steal every last vestige of family loyalty from you." "I thought I understood love," Alicia says.
But what you two have between you is something different. I'm only seeing it clearly now. She's speaking into the silence they've left behind. He never belonged in Seaster. He took her father's place and Imogen let him. Why? Love cannot be the answer. Love sparks and flares, hurts and heals, but is never static. Static is how she thinks about her mother and Kenneth. A force that crashed and merged over Joanna's death, but never moved on from the collision. Alone in her room, she kneels on the floor and reaches under the mattress to remove the letter Joanna wrote.
She knows it by rote now, yet each time she reads it, she sees something new. A sentence that bends her thoughts in a different direction or stirs a niggling memory. One that won't take form until suddenly it does and transports her back to childhood and those moments in the bushes, staring through a gap in the leaves at the man with the camera. Joanna's terse voice. "Oh, for fuck's sake, Kenneth, put your camera away and leave us alone." Alicia looks through the photographs in the file. There it is, the incriminating one that shows Sebastian striking Joanna. She remembers how he lifted his hand to her face, as if he was cupping something precious that would soon be taken from him. Joanna rejected him, stepped back, and turned too quickly. That stumble against the tree, snapping sympathy aside when she grazed her cheek, and cursed at Kenneth for taking her photograph. Alicia is back there again, a canopy of leaves sheltering her and Dara, the two of them peering out at an adult world they couldn't comprehend, one that still remains as unfathomable now as it did all those years ago. She flattens Joanna's letter with her hand and reads it once again. Chapter 49. Joanna. Imogen, I'm sorry. I don't expect you to believe I feel remorse over the decisions I've made. Nor can I expect your forgiveness. It's futile writing this letter. You'll be too blinded by fury to read it, yet I hope that in time you'll do so and come to an understanding of my actions. I believed I was doing the right thing when I allowed you to take Alicia from me. I was wrong. Wrong. What has happened since then is not something I anticipated when we came to our agreement, and you need an explanation. I'll try to keep it simple. I fell in love with a man. I've been loved many times, but never experienced that headlong fall. Even the rush that exceeds being first past the finish line paled in comparison to the thrill of being with him. We fought it at first. It should have been easy to find distractions. Training regimes demand discipline of the mind as well as the body, but you know all about that. You'd survived illness, lost ambitions, broken dreams. I didn't want to hurt you, nor did Luke, but we gave way in the end. Morals and desire have never been compatible. Alicia was conceived from one of those reckless nights, an opportunity to steal an hour, and we took a chance. I was used to being in charge of my body. For once it told me otherwise. You never guessed about Luke. Love is blind, isn't that the saying? Blind for you, but my eyes were wide open. I was ashamed of what I'd taken from you. An early abortion was to be the solution and an end to the madness. Remember when you came to my apartment and heard me? Morning sickness, the full works. I told you he was a slip-up, a one-night stand, a ship passing. You begged me for Alicia when I argued that an abortion was the only solution. You talked up my dreams, the races I'd yet to win when all this was behind me. You were still pleading with me on that journey to the clinic. I gave in to your pleas. My decision had nothing to do with future ambitions. It had everything to do with guilt and making up for a hurt you didn't even suspect. Luke would father his daughter, and I would continue with my career. It seemed possible at the time that it would work out. You were in charge from then on. Carlos stood by me. A coach with a heart. Who'd have believed it? His cabin, I can still see it. All those rustic beams and mounted elk. All those runs across needles of pine with the endlessly bright sky glimpsed above the sequoias. Luke came occasionally. I can't describe the tension that filled our small cabin. How did you remain oblivious to our linked fingers, the shift of knees and hips? Just a touch to steady us when you were looking the other way. His hand on my belly, trembling when our daughter did her butterfly kicks against his palm. You believed this was just a waiting time for me to return to my real life, the one that Helena shaped for both of us from the moment we stood upright. You weren't wrong. I knew, even in the throes of passion, that Luke was weak. I balanced his weakness against my ambition and began to dream again of regaining my fitness and breaking world records. Trophies were waiting to be won. I believed they were more important than a lover who was too conflicted with guilt to give me the commitment I needed. On the night Alicia was born, you refused to let me hold her. Perhaps, if you'd given me those few hours with her, it would have prevented what has now taken place. But perhaps not. None of us really understand what the heart demands. It took time for my love for Alicia to seed, but it has grown roots that can't be pulled up. I must have my daughter. I feel remorse, of course. I'm not a monster. I even feel shame that I'm inflicting this hurt on you. Luke has fought the same battle and also lost. Life without me is only half a life, and he wants to live fully. If it's any consolation, you should know that he didn't make this choice easily. But if he'd chosen to stay with you, he'd have lost Alicia. I believed for a while that Sebi would heal the hole in my heart. How strange that we would cross continents to meet for the first time when we both came from Broadwater. He knew about me, of course. A fan, but not the drooling kind. A name in his own right, headhunted to California to work engineering miracles with tech. We were friends at first. If only we'd stayed like that. Friends have your back. Lovers want your heart. You've told me often enough that I don't possess such an organ. You say it in jest, but behind your smile you mean it. You're wrong. I do have a heart, and it's hurting as I write this letter to you. Sebi hasn't taken it well, but there it is. Our engagement is over. He demanded an explanation at your party. What could I say? Certainly not the truth. He knows I loved another man and never recovered from the heartache of splitting from him. All will be clear when you read this letter. We'll be gone by then. Luke has organized the tickets and Alicia's passport. What seemed impossible is happening. I'm not indifferent to the pain our actions will cause. Please understand that what's happening now is the end of a long struggle. I'm sure you don't want details, and I won't burden you with them. Did you suspect then? Do you suspect now? I don't believe you do, but sometimes I catch you watching me and I wonder. I hope your life can be happy again, and you find love. We both know Kenneth is besotted with you. He can't take his eyes off you. You call him a lapdog, which is cruel. He's a mastiff who'll never leave your side. He'll support you through this difficult time if you'll allow him space in your life. I need to end this letter now. I'll be gone when you read it. I love you, Imogen. As hard as that is to believe, it's true. But love is layered and demands decisions from us. I've made mine. Goodbye, Imogen. Chapter 50. Alicia. Kenneth warned her about foundations, the ties that keep them strong. She now has the strength to bring them down. But does she have the courage? She visualizes Joanna sitting at the table, a pen in her hand, the floor littered with crumpled sheets of paper, discarded words. There must have been many. Such a letter, vicious, bruising, truthful, could not have been written in one go. Imogen never read this letter, never knew how close she came to losing Alicia. Was Joanna crying as she wrote it? Alicia wants to believe tears were shed, but somehow she suspects not. She's tried to find her father between those lines that Joanna wrote. She's unable to do so. That's not surprising. All he's ever been to her is a shadow, yet she wants to visualize him as he was in the photograph. His laughing face, his fingers poised on the strings of his guitar, unaware that fate also had its own strings, one that would pull with such ferocity that the vibrations are still echoing to this day. It's all there in front of her, the photograph that began her search, the letter Joanna wrote, and the final piece of the puzzle, the airline tickets that would have taken her away from Imogen. Luke has organized the airline tickets and Alicia's passport. That sentence drew her back to Kenneth's office to remove the contents from the sealed envelope. She holds a passport that was never used and stares at her 3-year-old self. Big-eyed, unsmiling, she has no memory of the photograph being taken. She examines the airline tickets with the Aer Lingus logo and the red handwriting on the flimsy sheets, separated by carbon. She has a vague recollection of seeing similar tickets when she was a child and had gone on a family holiday to France. She reads the names and the destinations on the tickets. Los Angeles direct.
Dawn is breaking when she goes downstairs. She moves silently past the bedroom where her mother lies beside Kenneth. Are they awake, wondering as she is where all this fury is going to end? In the kitchen, she slips on a pair of rubber gloves. She carries a paper bag into the living room. The wine bottle is still on the table, the glass beside it. The faint imprint of Imogen's lipstick is on the rim, her fingerprints on the stem. The clock ticks and reminds Alicia that time is running out. She carefully transfers the glass into the bag and replaces it with an identical one. She returns upstairs to prepare for a new day. Breaking bonds, Arnold Bland said, crossing bridges. Had he any idea of the heartache associated with those decisions? Chapter 51. Dara. Rain has given way to a morning of late autumn sunshine. The countryside is bathed in a russet sheen, leaves and grasses glistening. They stop at a supermarket and choose the foods they will eat over the weekend. They buy wine and beers, candles to add atmosphere, and sit on a bench outside the supermarket eating ice cream. He's conscious of Alicia's nearness, of the hours they will spend together in his childhood home. This is what it could be like, he thinks, uncomplicated happiness. If only they could remain in this bubble, yet he knows how easily it will burst once the weekend is over. In the distance, Ben Bulbin is cloaked in lilac, its flat-topped summit just visible. The scenery becomes more rugged when the sweep of the Ox comes into view. He drives past boulders that seem to defy gravity as they loom precariously from the slopes. Sheep graze on the grass verges or amble across the road, always scurrying to safety as he drives towards them. The road bends, then swoops downward. He's skilled at driving these precarious bends, but also familiar with their dangers. Heather and moss, the glint of rushing water, the bog-brown banks. He grew up in this craggy terrain and feels a rush of belonging every time he returns. He frowns when he checks the rearview mirror. His hands tighten on the wheel. The flash of red behind them should not worry him, but he's disconcerted every time he sees a Jeep with a similar color. He eases his car closer to the edge of the road and waits for the driver to pass. His anxiety increases when the driver doesn't slow down. The Jeep is too close. He accelerates. Alicia, taken by surprise, is jerked back against her seat. "What's wrong? Why are you driving so fast?" She glances in the wing mirror on her side. "Oh God, that Jeep is very close behind us." "Brace yourself," he says. "I'm putting my foot all the way down." The sun dazzles the windscreen. It's low in the sky and blinding. Behind him, the Jeep draws nearer. A male driver, sunglasses, peaked cap. Alicia covers her eyes as he makes contact. She cries out, the sound lost in the grind and crunch of steel. Dara's car shudders and swerves. As he brings it under control, his foot flattens on the accelerator. Second, that's all the time he has to do something. The Jeep appears to have been impacted by the crash. Has the engine cut? Whatever happened has caused the driver to lose speed. This brief delay allows Dara to gain a much-needed distance from him. "Is that the man who broke into Piper's Rest?" Alicia shouts above the noise. "It has to be him," he shouts back. "I'm going to try and turn the car." He knows where the road widens and where the shade of the mountain affects visibility. He keeps talking, encouraging her to stay calm as her body sways and her lips clamp on a scream. Shadows lunge like birds of prey across the face of the mountain as he drives onto a roadside verge. It allows space for tractors to pull in so that cars can pass them safely. He yanks the wheel in an effort to turn his car. He reverses back once, then accelerates forward. His tires screech and burn rubber as he skims past a similar grassy indent on the opposite side of the road. Unable to follow, the driver continues straight ahead before slamming on his brakes as a sheep, probably alarmed by the noise, darts from the side of the road. Dara sees it all in the rearview mirror. The lethal dance that precedes a crash, the almost graceful lurch of a machine that's going out of control. The Jeep turns over, then rights itself before crashing into a boulder. It bucks and lazily lifts its back wheels off the road before becoming still, unlike the sheep that reaches the far side of the road unharmed. He helps Alicia out of the passenger seat and crosses the road. The door on the driver's side of the Jeep has buckled, but Dara manages to wrench it open. The driver is unconscious. The airbag saved his life, but his stillness and ragged breathing are ominous signs. His face is partially hidden in the airbag. Blood oozes over the fabric, presumably from his nose or forehead. Dara can see enough of his features to recognize him. Not that he'd any doubt about his identity. The photographs he took at Piper's Rest that Saturday afternoon tore aside a veil of secrecy. He tries to keep Alicia away, but she pushes past him. Ashen-faced, yet standing steady, she stares at the man's slumped figure. "His name is Teddy Evans," she says. "He works for Kenneth. I've known him since I was a child." Chapter 52. Alicia. Teddy is still breathing. She wants to shake him into consciousness and demand the reason why he tried to run them off the road. She needs answers that differ from the ones rushing through her mind. Dara has rung for an ambulance. His chalky pallor is an indication of how close they came to death in those seconds before he spun the car around. The first responder warns him not to move the injured driver. An ambulance will be with them as soon as possible. When the call ends, he reaches inside the Jeep and takes Teddy's phone from its holder on the dashboard. Kenneth's name doesn't appear in the texts and WhatsApp messages, nor is he listed on Teddy's contacts. He must have deleted Kenneth's name as a precaution. A burner phone is probably their means of communication. He tried to kill Dara. He did so on Kenneth's instructions. Exposure. That's what her stepfather has feared since he was first introduced to Dara and discovered he works for Scope Investigates. That must have led to Teddy conducting a deeper investigation into Dara and discovering his true identity. Kenneth's fears about a documentary were unfounded then, but not now. Dara's research would be forensic. This is why he had to be stopped, no matter the cost. Unable to look at Teddy's slumped figure, Alicia steps back from the Jeep. The rise and fall of his chest reassures her that he's still alive. He couldn't have known who she was when he rammed them. This is what she must believe. Anything else is unthinkable. The ambulance will be here soon. Dara's grip is reassuring when he holds her hand. They cross the road to his car. He takes bottles of water from the groceries they purchased earlier. Alicia tilts her head back and pours the cold liquid over her face. She remembers the marathon and how that same gesture gave her the energy to keep running. Sheep bleat, birds sing. A waterfall glints as it courses down the mountainside. Despite the destruction that was wrought in these peaceful slopes, nature is in harmony with its surroundings. It's too surreal. Alicia bends over and retches, but nothing comes up except the hot sting of bile. A staccato sound freezes her in this crouched position. She's aware that Dara has staggered back. His legs buckle. She straightens and reaches out to catch him, but realizes he's beyond her grasp. She sees it all in slow motion, even as her mind rejects the realization that he's collapsing in front of her. She thinks that the shot has created an echo, but no, what she hears is the ping of a second bullet striking granite. Teddy is leaning over the car door. The door is warped and slashed, but it's holding him upright and steadying the gun in his hand. His finger tightens on the trigger in the same instant as she screams his name. It's a useless call. She was wrong. Dara was not his target. It's Joanna Hart's daughter who was in Teddy's sights as he drove behind them. The witness for the defense. Flesh and blood prepared to take the stand and demand answers as to why an autopsy report with vital information was ignored. How foolish she was. How heedless not to realize that Teddy, when necessary, lives in shadows, watching, waiting, obeying. She should have known that Kenneth would do anything that's necessary to protect the secret he's carried for so long. The stillness that has now fallen over the mountain breaks as Teddy's arm slumps and the gun, falling from his hand, reaches the ground seconds before his body. Blood, so much of it. Alicia is on her knees, her fingers on Dara's neck as she searches for a pulse, calling his name, demanding from him the responsibility to keep living so that her life has meaning. What is she to do without him? He took the bullet in his back, a bullet that was meant for her. She pulls off her top, folds it, and presses hard on the wound, using all her strength to stem the bleeding. In the distance, birds continue to sing, strident and shrill, not melodic as she would have expected. She lifts her eyes to the horizon, her vision clouded by sweat and tears as the sound manifests into the wail. A siren that fills the air with a desperate hope that help will reach them before a love that never had a chance to fully bloom is lost forever. Chapter 53. Alicia. It's after 11 p.m. when she reaches Siesta. This terrible day is still not over. Scenes from earlier turn like the pages in a brightly illustrated book. Sitting on a bench outside a supermarket, eating ice cream. Reaching across to touch Dara's cheek. The red Jeep so close behind. That terrifying spin when she believed his car would go out of control. Hearing that shot, how it echoes. Echoes. The night air is cold. She welcomes the chill. The estuary murmurs in the distance. Currents are at work. Invisible to her yet, she feels their pull. Talk to me, Joanna. Tell me what to do. Your letter, with all its brutal honesty, never left your attic. Only death could have stopped you delivering it to your unsuspecting sister. Tell me, tell me, tell me where I must look for answers. Lights are on in the house. Somehow, she finds the courage to enter. Imogen turns from the television and stiffens when she sees Alicia. Her gaze is watchful as her daughter closes the living room door. Her blouse, a buttery shade of cream, is loose on her, the shoulders too wide. How did she lose so much weight so quickly? The wine bottle is a clue, empty, as is the glass beside it. This is an unexpected surprise. She picks up the remote control and powers off the screen. You're supposed to be away for the weekend,
According to the text you sent us.
Where's Kenneth? Alicia asks. Small talk is out of the question tonight. He's not here. Why are you asking? I need to speak to him urgently. Is something wrong? Imogen is instantly alert. She can't help but notice the shadows under Alicia's eyes, her skin blotched from weeping. Yes, something is wrong. When will he be back? He shouldn't be long. What has you in such a state? She holds the arm of the chair for support as she stands, her movements so unsteady that she bumps against a small table. The empty wine bottle and the glass fall. The glass breaks and the bottle rolls across the floor to lodge against the opposite armchair. Dregs of wine spill from its mouth and scars the carpet in a thin, jagged line. Don't move, Alicia warns her mother. Sit down, I'll clear this up. She hurries to the kitchen for a brush and dustpan. Her head started to ache on the drive to Dublin. Now it's a dull throb that's just bearable enough to allow her to do ordinary things, like brushing up shards of glass and avoiding cutting herself. Imogen taps the keypad on her phone, then puts it down on the table. Kenneth's not answering, she says, but he'll be back shortly. What is this about, Alicia? You haven't had 2 words to say to him for weeks, nor to me for that matter, but now you want to have a conversation with him. Have you any idea how much the decisions you've made have hurt us? Alicia leaves the dustpan on the hearth. The shards glint as sharp-edged as her thoughts. Unlike Joanna, I've never hurt you intentionally, she says. The pause that greets this comment allows her to draw breath and prepare herself for what must follow. Is this your new line of attack? Imogen finally speaks. What is this hurt you believe my sister inflicted on me? Does her question hold a flicker of unease? One that could easily be imagined, but in this rarefied atmosphere, nothing escapes Alicia. The front door opens before she can reply. They both tense as Kenneth gives a short cough and slams the door behind him. He stops abruptly when he enters the room and sees Alicia. The slackness of his mouth, his shocked gaze, is enough to confirm her suspicions. What are you doing here? He moves towards Imogen and sits on the side of her chair. His arm encircles her. He's in protection mode. Alicia made an extraordinary statement about Joanna, she says. I'm waiting to hear how my sister hurt me. Intentionally. Teddy Evans used bullets in an effort to silence the past. Alicia will use the brutality of words to tear it open. By loving my father, she says. By betraying you. By planning to take me away. I understand why you could never forgive her. Imogen flinches, as if Alicia's words have ricocheted off her. Will she scream again? She tenses as she waits for that high shriek of dread, but Imogen sits straighter in the chair and gathers her composure like a cloak around her. Is there no end to your vindictive lies? She asks. no depths to which you won't stoop to destroy my love for you. I know what Joanna was capable of doing. Alicia is determined to tear that cloak from her and expose what lies beneath its velvety folds. I also know why my father died. Death was easier than living with what he knew had happened to her. Joanna wrote to you on the day before her death. I found the letter she intended you to read. It would have included the photograph that revealed the truth about my birth. They became separated, and I found them at different times. That's when I knew I had to search for answers, no matter where they led me. "Where is this letter?" demands Kenneth. "It's with Sebastian Clarke's legal team, along with the photograph. I could show you a copy of it, but I believe you were both familiar with the situation Joanna wrote about." Imogen's eyes slant with dread. A drop of wine marks her blouse. Alicia is unable to avert her eyes from the red stain. She's touched on something powerful and terrible, and Kenneth is at the center of it. She'd tried to love him when he married Imogen and filled the breadth of Seaster. No space left for her father, the weakling, the coward, yet the two men had been close friends. What kind of friendship was it? It never fitted, not the way she could fit Teddy and Kenneth together, two ex-policemen with a common past. But her father? What had he and Kenneth in common? Imogen. Both men in love with the same woman. That had to be it. "Are you trying to drive your mother out of her mind?" he shouts. He must be in turmoil as he tries to figure out why she's here and why Teddy has not been in touch. Let him wonder. She wants to tear him apart, claw at him until he's bleeding and helpless, as Dara was when he was lifted onto a stretcher and taken from her. Sebastian Clarke's defense will also provide evidence that other fingerprints besides his own handled the murder weapon, she says. Forensics has moved on since Joanna was killed. Touch DNA, for instance. It's capable of picking up the infinitesimal, bodily fluids, skin cells. Sweating hands can tell a lot, even when protected by latex gloves. Sebastian will walk free when the necessary DNA information I provided matches the fingerprints on that knife. If there was another hand on that knife, it belonged to his sister. Kenneth is unable to hide his shock. She sees it in the rapid blink of his eyelids as he asks himself questions he's unable to answer. "On your authority, Teddy Evans forged an autopsy report," she says. "You also withheld the real one that included details of Joanna's pregnancy. That was an important piece of information. What else did you hide in your efforts to frame Sebastian?" His arm is rigid on Imogen's shoulder, a grip that pulls her closer. Her loss of weight hollows her cheeks, sharpens her chin. She stiffens, a movement so subtle it would be easy to miss. But Alicia is attuned to every sigh, every gesture. An angry letter doesn't prove anything except that your birth mother was a selfish bitch. His harsh tone adds to the pain in her head. Like you, she was incapable of love. Hate, yes. Oh, I've seen that all right. And now, when Sebastian Clarke, for reasons that mystify me, is no longer the target of your hate, you turn it on the mother who adored you. Don't be under any illusions. Joanna gave you away without a second thought and would have left you behind if Luke had agreed to leave without you. Kenneth is right. Imogen is breathing fast. Her thoughts must be racing ahead of her words. As soon as I saw your passport, I knew what she intended. She stops on a gasp as Kenneth turns her into him and silences her against his chest. "Nothing you say changes anything," he says. "That guilty verdict will remain in place no matter what filth you try to throw at it." He's bluffing, barely able to hide his anxiety. He must have checked the news throughout the day in the expectation of hearing reports of a crash on a mountain road that took the lives of two young people. As yet, he's unaware of the injunction Arnold Bland successfully sought to prevent the news about the accident and the shooting being reported by the media until tomorrow morning. He came as soon as she called him, her mentor hurrying to her side to support her in the Garda station as she laid bare the suspicions that had been cemented into a shattering reality. He drove her to Seaster and will be waiting outside when she emerges. He was worried that she would come to harm. She assured him she would be under her mother's protection and thereby safe. Of this, Alicia is certain. Despite all that has happened and all that has yet to be exposed, one fundamental fact remains. Joanna is a presence in her life. an ethereal connection. Those months in her womb belong to nature, but Imogen belongs to nurture. A flawed and complicated nurturing, yet she will always be Alicia's mother, Alicia's protector. "Did you hear from him?" She hurls the question at her stepfather. "What are you talking about?" The glazed ferocity in his stare should frighten her. Instead, she feels insulated against his rage. "You mean, who am I talking about?" He tried to contact Teddy many times throughout the afternoon. Each call is listed on Teddy's phone, which is now in the hands of the Gardaí. "Let me put you out of your misery," she says. "Teddy is dead. Killed in action, you could say. He died before the emergency services reached him. A hemorrhagic stroke, I'd been told." "What is she saying, Kenneth?" Imogen's question is scarcely audible. "He crashed his Jeep, but not into Dara's car," Alicia answers her. "He survived the crash long enough to put a bullet into Dara, then tried to do the same to me." She sees again the disbelief on Dara's face when the bullet struck him. Kenneth's expression is seized with that same disbelief as he realizes she's primed with knowledge he doesn't possess. "Tell me what Alicia means." Imogen pushes free from his arm and stands, her hands outstretched like a shield that will keep him at bay. "She's delusional." He takes a step towards her, then stops, his shoulders slumping. "What was Teddy doing? Tell me. Tell me." Translucent, shell-like, she will crack if Alicia touches her. Yet, that's what she wants to do. The ache is unbearable. In the mirror above the mantelpiece, she sees Joanna, or so it seems in the fury of the moment. The image blurs and is lost. Now, all that's visible is her own reflection. Imogen comes into view and stands beside her, a beautiful portrait that's been stripped of its varnish. "I believed he wanted to silence Dara because of the documentary." Alicia speaks directly to her mother's reflection. Somehow, it's easier that way. "I was wrong. He was merely collateral damage. I was Kenneth's target. He needed to silence me because of the damage I could do. He could fake evidence or destroy it. But he can't hide the fact that I'm Joanna's daughter. I'm living proof that he deliberately withheld that autopsy report for a reason." She turns from the mirror to face him. His mouth opens as he tries to interrupt her, a useless gesture. "Joanna didn't deserve to die," she continues, "nor did my father. And Dara didn't deserve to take a bullet in his back for a crime you've covered up from the beginning." Her accusation feels alive, animal-like, savaging the space between them. "You tried to take my daughter from me." Imogen turns to confront her husband. "How could you? After everything, how could you?" "She's not your child." A sheen of sweat dampens his forehead. "She's a torment." He gestures towards Alicia. "Always has been. No matter how hard you tried, she was staring back at you with Joanna's face." "How dare you?" Imogen's revulsion brings her expression back to life. How has she managed to hide it so well? No longer suppressed, it fills the room as she bends to pick up a shard of glass. Her strength takes him by surprise, her movements so fast that his cheek is open and bleeding before either he or Alicia can move. The wildness in her, the raging possessiveness. Alicia can finally imagine the speed that enabled Imogen to outrun her sister and claim what she believed belonged to her. She stands motionless as Alicia rushes to the bathroom for the first aid box and stems the flow of blood. Kenneth is whey-faced and hunched in an armchair when she calls an ambulance. "You need medical attention before you speak to the police," she says. "I imagine you'll have plenty to say to the officers who'll shortly be knocking on the door. Arnold Bland is outside. You were probably too distracted to notice his car when you drove in. A Garda investigation is already underway. I gave them all the information they needed, and Teddy's phone is now being examined. All the calls you made to his number when he didn't get in touch with you have been logged. They followed you to his apartment, where you went when you were unable to contact him. The police have evidence to gather and procedures to follow before they can act. But I don't. Every word we exchanged is being recorded on my phone, and Arnold is also set up to record us remotely. He'll have been in touch with the police by now. I suspect they're already on their way. You've made a number of baseless accusations. Kenneth struggles to summon up the authority that once held sway in an interrogation room. I have all the answers they need.
Imogen speaks with a quiet determination. It's over, Kenneth. It's over. I'm not prepared to carry this lie any longer. My daughter has known this for some time now, I think. Alicia can only nod. A hideous truth has finally been laid bare. She believed she was incapable of further shock or grief, yet these emotions batter her, a storm she can't control. I couldn't let Joanna take you from me, Imogen says, and now I need you by my side when I make my confession. Can you do that for me? Yes, I'll be with you, Alicia replies. No other words are necessary for now. Kenneth was the instigator, she's never doubted it, but he was not the executioner. Blue lights spin and fill the night with a cold glare as two squad cars brake outside Seaster. Alicia accompanies her mother into Broadwater Garda Station, where Imogen will finally reveal the jagged path she took along the Ida Trail on that sunny afternoon all those years ago. Morning has broken when she returns to the hospital. Rachel embraces her. Yesterday, she was waiting for Dara when he was stretchered in. She comforted Alicia and helped her out of her blood-stained clothes when her overnight bag was brought from his car. Now, Rachel supports her as they make their way along the hospital corridor. Dara's hand had been cold when she held it in the ambulance and begged him to come back to her. Since then, the bullet has been removed from his back. Its trajectory avoided organ or spinal damage. A miracle, Rachel insists. There are soft tissue injuries that will take months to heal, but a full recovery can be expected. He's high on pain relief when he awakens. His smile is barely noticeable, yet it's a glimmer that recognizes her. Alicia is content to hold his hand, to feel it pulse with life, with warmth, and with hope that a time will come when they can run into the future and reach the finishing line together. Epilogue. Imogen. 3 years later, I'm free at last. What a strange feeling to find freedom in incarceration. There are problems, of course. Women who eye me covetously, women who steal from me, women who spit, threaten and insult me, but also admire my ability to have led the law on such a merry dance. Those who believe the latter will never understand that there are many forms of imprisonment. Mine had a noose that was knotted with love. Its hold on my neck never loosened. How many times did I long to confess? Too many to count. I killed you, Joanna. Such a simple statement to make. Kenneth always said he knew when I was at my weakest. That's what he called those moments when I felt at my strongest. His shadow was dark and long, my protector, my rock. He told me about the airline tickets as soon as they were purchased, showed them to me, along with Alicia's passport, when I refused to believe him, whipped the blindfold from my eyes, so to speak, and forced me to see what was being played out in front of me. Luke should have chosen his friends more wisely. All he saw in Kenneth was someone with a sympathetic ear. He never saw the interrogator, the skillful provocateur intent on destroying our marriage. To be fair to Kenneth, he didn't anticipate the path I'd choose, nor my hysterical phone call seeking his assistance afterwards. The Ida Trail has been gentrified since then, but when you ran along its curves that day, it was as wild and untamed as my fury. I was a woman scorned by my sister, deceived by my husband, cosseted by the man who loved me too much. But more important than all that was your decision to take my daughter from me. What a mess Kenneth had to clear up. I knew about the loose floorboard in Lorraine Nally's room. She told me once that she and Sebastian used it to create a time capsule when they were children. This casual anecdote that we shared during our brief friendship made it possible to hide the knife in the knowledge that the house would be searched. The knife had been easy to steal and easy to replace. The door into Brendan Clark's home was always open. You could do things like that in those days. Your death changed all that. Bolts and locks, alarms, security cameras, and now, in my case, iron bars. I was relieved when Lorraine was exonerated, particles of dust shifting and contaminating a crime scene. Kenneth's shortcuts and inattention to detail, a bad mistake. At least I didn't have to carry her on my conscience, unlike her brother or Luke. Did I kill my first husband? Did I send him into the water? It's a hard question to answer. Now, I've all the time in the world to ponder it. This is my conclusion. He was unable to handle his suspicions every time he looked at me. Unable to handle his loss every time he thought about you. Unable to handle his belief that the wrong person was imprisoned. Unable to handle the knowledge that he had a false friend
and that somehow these factors made him responsible for your death. One fingerprint with sweat. That's all it took to resolve. That and a wine glass with my matching DNA. Arnold Bland made sure the jury were aware that latex gloves are not the answer to the perfect crime. My daughter, your daughter, betrayed me. Life is all about choices. You knew that, of course. Alicia made her choice. I bear her no ill will. In here, I'm free to truly love her. That's one thing you should know. I never stopped loving her, but it was a tarnished emotion, shadowed by guilt. It's undiluted now. I've seen the photographs of her wedding. Needless to say, it created a media flurry. Sebastian was Dara's best man. Sophia was her bridesmaid. I've seen Helena, sweet little thing, now a year old and, thankfully, looking nothing like her namesake. Maybe someday I'll see her in the flesh, instead of depending on contraband to keep me up to date on social media. Maybe someday Alicia will forgive me, but, for now, all she can see is the lie that imprisoned Sebastian and took from him the years that can never be replaced. But, even more than that, I took you from her, and for now, she's unable to climb that mountain of forgiveness. Our mother drove us too hard. I failed to live up to her dreams. She made my cancer sound like an enemy that had deliberately thwarted her ambitions. You were her shining star. My hate-filled crime robbed her of her dream, yet it freed her up to love Alicia, not for what she could achieve, but for simply being herself. You would be proud of our daughter. A junior barrister with a desk in the law library, she's an advocate for those who are poorly served by Lady Justice when her scales are tilted in the wrong direction. Kenneth remains in Marshall Jail. He asked for and was granted solitary confinement. A wise decision. The photo he took at my party, that, too, had its day in court. Teddy, who else, photoshopped a hand caress into a punch, and it was so cleverly done that it took an image forensic expert to prove otherwise. My husband will be released before I am. In his last letter to me, he wrote that he was looking forward to visiting me. Prisoners do have some rights, which will be reassuring when I decline his invitation. What would have happened if he'd kept Luke's secret? If he'd never shown me the airline tickets and passport he'd been asked to hold until it was time for the three of you to leave? What would I have become in the aftermath of that betrayal? Bitter, maybe. Angry, certainly. But I would not have become a prisoner in a cage created by him. A cage where I would become numbed to all emotions, incapable of doing anything except being busy, and never achieving the amnesia I desired. I've spoken to you for long enough. Now, it's your turn. Helena believed in your voice. Alicia believes in your direction. What can you give me? Forgiveness? No, that's too much to ask. Mercy? Is that equally demanding? How about love? Is it possible that such a powerful, destructive, blissful, vengeful and overwhelming emotion can reach us from beyond the veil and answer the question that haunts me? Did your life, with all its accomplishments, its triumphs, loves and adventures, flash before your eyes as you fell that day on the Ida Trail? Was there space within that instant to measure the heartache you would have caused me? Did you whisper my name with regret, with love, with the haunting knowledge that things between us could have been different if only you'd kept your promise to me? The end.